The greatest talent in the world is the ability to do things, to not just be brilliant or gifted or skillful in this or that, but the drive to constantly be in motion, try new things, get out of your comfort zone. At one level, this is the path to good fortune. If we increase our surface level of serendipity, good things are more likely to happen to us. At another level, this is also the path to excellence. The more we do things, the more we learn, the better we get. Agency is underrated. Today's episode is a lesson in just how much we can achieve if we keep moving.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Varma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is Miranda, who had an outstanding corporate career, was involved in setting up HDFC Bank and IDFC Private Equity, where he was the CEO, but is perhaps living the most satisfying phase of his life today, in which he spends his time trying to give back to society. Lewis is the chairman of the Center for Civil Society, the co-founder of the Indian School of Public Policy, and has his fingers in many pies in this space. I've known him for a few years, was delighted to get him on the show, and was blown away by his energy and drive. In this conversation, we spoke about his journey as a pioneer in Indian banking, about the state of India and how it can be improved, about education, about healthcare, about parenthood, about the joy of working, and about how there is greater purpose in giving away money than in making it. I love this conversation, you will too, but first, let's take a quick commercial break. Do you want to read more? I've put in a lot of work in recent years in building a reading habit. This means that I read more books, but I also read more long-form articles and essays. There's a world of knowledge available through the internet, but the problem we all face is, how do we navigate this knowledge? How do we know what to read? How do we put the right incentives in place? Well, I discovered one way. A couple of friends of mine run this awesome company called CTQ Compounds at ctqcompounds.com, which aims to help people up-level themselves by reading more. A few months ago, I signed up for one of their programs called the Daily Reader. Every day for 6 months, they sent me a long-form article to read. The subjects covered went from machine learning to mythology to mental models and marmalade. This helped me build a habit of reading. At the end of every day, I understood the world a little better than I did before. So if you want to build your reading habit, head on over to CTQ Compounds and check out their Daily Reader. New batches start every month. They also have a great program called Future Stack, which helps you stay up to date with ideas, skills, and mental models that will help you stay relevant in the future. Future Stack batches start every Saturday. What's more, you get a discount of a whopping 2,500 rupees, 2,500 if you use the discount code UNSEEN. So head on over to CTQ Compounds at ctqcompounds.com and use the code UNSEEN. Up-level yourself. Lewis, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you, Amit. Thank you for having me here.
You have, mentioned in the past that something that you remember and that struck you from your time at Chicago Boot doing an MBA was this sign that you saw, "Why are you here and not somewhere else?" So I'm going to ask you that question, not with reference to why are you in my home studio.
Well, actually, that's why I asked you the question. Why am I here?
Yeah. No. Yeah, before we recorded, general readers, before we recorded, Lois asked me, "Why did you call me? Why am I here?" Which is, so I don't mean in this room right now recording this show, but in life, why are you where you are, what you do? How has this question changed for you, and where are you with this question right now?
Thank you, Amit. So it's interesting. I've just come back from a weekend in a small village called Shetfal outside Sholapur. And I was with the team from Koro, which is a non-profit that works on grassroots leadership and women empowerment. We spent some time with some of the communities over there and meeting some very interesting people, plus hanging out with the team. And at the last exercise, we were all asked to sort of, give a comment on what are some of the things that we did. And I was actually reflecting on a session that I did the first morning, and it was starting off with this question: why are you here and not somewhere else? And it actually has been something that I keep telling people to ask themselves periodically. And it's a good way to sort of help you take stock of where you are And I keep telling people, quite often at work you get frustrated with what's happening because of the recency effect, and sometimes you sort of, by reflecting on this, you sort of go back to why you joined the place in the first instance, and then you sort of figure out, maybe things aren't that bad. So coming back to why where I am today. Today I'm at the stage of my life which is not really, I would say, a crossroad, but we're in a different stage. And that's just the context for what I'm trying to do next. Fiona's mother passed away 2 weeks ago, so now none of our parents are alive. So we're at that stage where we are not tied up with looking after, not that we did, but tend to be responsible for any of the elders. Our kids are at various stages of getting into closer relationships with their respective partners. So that extent also we're sort of becoming emptier nesters. We've been empty nesters for a while. And so what do Fiona and I do next? And we've got a place in Nasik, which is our happy space, where the air quality is better and life is simpler. And we often talked about, we should spend 2 weeks a month over there and spend time there. So we now have a chance to do that. At the same time, the Indian School of Public Policy is going through a lot of changes and a lot of things happening over there. So I need to spend time in Delhi. So today I look back and I say that's really where I'm torn between spending time in Delhi, wanting to spend time in Nashik, and so we're at that transition point. And both are very interesting options of where we are. If I had a chance, I'd like to just spend more time in Nashik and just read and pretend to be busy. But at the same time, when we're looking at ISPP, it's about the cause that we started it, and that's such an important need, that mission, and that also keeps me going. We could deep dive into both of these as you wish.
I want to ask about how the passing of time has changed the way that you look at time. Like, for example, a lot of your life, you have mentioned things happened accidentally through luck. You never had plans. In fact, you speak about how 5 year plans, 10 year plans are just ridiculous because who sees that far ahead and so on and so forth. So, our horizons when we are looking ahead, when we are young, tend to be very short. And also, we tend to underestimate how quickly time passes, right? One of my good friends, Gautam John, who was on the show recently, introduced me to this beautiful sentence that the days are long, the years are short. And as you get older, you realize that time is passing faster and faster. And I wonder how that makes you look back on time. For example, if we are to go, you're 65 now, right?
Yeah.
So if we are to go 65 years before your birth, that's when World War One started. The distance between your life beginning and now is the same as the distance between World War One and whereas all our lives when we've grown up, we've probably thought World War One is a distant event in the past. And then you realize that it's actually pretty quick. 50 years goes by in a flash. 300 years is not as much as it seemed to be. And I know that many of the things you do now, like ISPP and so on, in a sense, without perhaps articulating it that way, you're playing a long game. You know that you're not going to get immediate gratification, that whatever good comes out of it may not even happen in your own lifetime. But so tell me about how the way that you view time and how that affects the way you live your life has changed, over the past few
Good
years.
question. So I was talking to one of my friends, Raja, yesterday, and he said, Lewis, your attention span is so short, and you're going to be doing a session with Amit, who has attention span is very long. I don't see that's going to be an interesting show to listen to you. I've actually learned something over the years, which is that we overestimate the importance of ourselves. And I give you examples. A lot of people talk about legacy. We're doing this stuff to have a legacy, to leave something behind. And in most cases, by the time the third generation comes around, you're forgotten. Unless you're Gandhi or Nehru or someone like that, no one remembers you. So I think the first thing that I've learned over the last decade or so is Let's not don't try to kid yourself that you're going to do something that's going to change the world. It's not going to. You're going to be forgotten. If you're lucky, you may be remembered for 10, 20, 30 years. But the time my grandchildren come around, if I have grandchildren, they're not going to know who I am. And they're not going to sort of remember all of this. Yeah. So that's one thing. And and then when you look at the things that you talked about, having a plan, I've looked back at the story of HDFC Bank, IDFC Private Equity, or ISPP. What we initially came up with and what we ended up doing are in some ways similar, but in many ways different. Uh, and one of my former bosses, Nasser Munji, who was the CEO of IDFC when I was running the private equity business, he had a quote in one of our annual reports at IDFC, which was from Seneca. If you don't know which port you're sailing to, no wind is favorable. So it's important to have a plan. But then it's also important to know that if the wind is changing, you change your destination or you change how you're going to get to your destination. And if people stick to the same path and not go with the wind, then you have a problem. So forces like wind, which we don't see but can be powerful, or the river, which is again is good, very powerful because it changes a lot of things in civilization in their own non-intrusive way, can be very powerful. So when I look at time, I've stopped sort of trying to say that I'm going to set up something that's going to be permanent or last forever or whatever. But in that short period when it is around, has it had an impact on people's lives? I think that's what's important. We're too old now to be sort of saying, let's set up something which will give us a few hurrahs and cheers and accolades. No. If it's not going to have an impact on people's lives, I'm not going to be wasting my time on it. Will it be the most effective way to do it? Maybe not. But it'll have an impact, whether it's growing trees in Nashik or whether it's educating kids in the Northeast, whether it's trying to, create next-gen policy leaders for a rising India. It's things that will keep me excited about the mission. Will it sort of last for 100 years? I don't know. Well, one of my early investors at IDFCP told me this. I was trying to get him to meet one of these organizations in India, which was working on how do you make nonprofits sustainable. And he said, I don't think they need to be. He said, when I look at a nonprofit, I look at any business, what's really driving it is the entrepreneur. And once the entrepreneur steps down, you can have a bureaucracy coming into place. And that's boring for him. So that's a good point. I mean, if you hear, for example, of chaps like Chuck Feeney, who I was introduced by a friend of mine, and he set up great institutions, but he also said, I want to give away all my money when I'm alive, just because I don't want to create a long bureaucracy of a foundation, which the only purpose of the guys running that foundation will be to preserve their jobs. When Abhay Havaldar told me about Chuck Feeney, I hadn't heard about him at all. But then I just realized what a fascinating story and what a great idea that, we try to create institutions that will last us, but are the people going to be running it 100, 200 years later? Are they bureaucrats? Are they driven by change? I don't know.
Seneca's quote reminded me of what Milan Kundera wrote in Testaments Betrayed, where he said, imagine a man in a fog, right? There's a man, he's standing in a fog, he can't see anything, but he keeps taking one step at a time in whatever direction, and gradually a road forms where he is walking. And at the end of his journey, 10, 20, 30 years down the line, when you look back at his journey, you see the man and you see the road, but you do not see the fog.
That's so great, actually. And it actually makes me think. So I used to tell people, follow your passion. I used to tell my kids, follow what you want to do. And therefore our kids have done fabulous stuff chasing their passion. And then I remember hearing a podcast by someone, I can't remember who it was, who said that it's only entitled people to talk about chasing your passion. And I said, oh, this guy's talking crap here. But when I look back at my own life, I realize that I didn't chase my passion. I found my passion when other people opened doors to me. So that fog which I was walking through, someone would say, listen, why don't you turn left? And I turned left and I enjoyed that journey. And I found my passion at that time. And then someone told me, do a U turn or take a right turn. And then I took a right turn and I found something else that interested me. And I was talking to one of my cousins years ago, and I said, when I was in banking, I'd be the first guy in the dealing room, I'd be the last guy out. I'd really enjoyed my work. But then when I moved onto the investing side, I stopped following the markets. So did I really enjoy the markets or did I not? And she said, no, maybe you just found something else to keep you excited about. And like now, so when I was in infrastructure at IDFC, I was very passionate about it. I still am involved in the margin with it, but I've got other things to keep me occupied with. So I think so I've been lucky in that way of being able to find different things that excite me without going out and seeking it in the first place.
Speaking of passions, people will often advise you to do what you love. And what I have come to realize is that it's more important to love what you do. And it seems in my case, you've done exactly that through your life. I'll ask you now actually to go into the fog a little bit and to go to your childhood and even sort of before your childhood, even your prehistory. Of course, I want you to talk about your mom and your dad, but if you remember something about where they came from, their mom and dad, like I know your maternal grandfather was Gandhiji's dentist. So
that's good. Good homework.
So take me back as far as you can. Give me a sense of what the family was like, where your mom was coming from, where your dad was coming from.
Sure. So it's interesting. My parents are Goan, my grandparents are Goan, but my parents didn't grow up in Goa. Both my grandfathers were dentists, so a lot of people assumed that I'd be a dentist also. I clearly wasn't smart enough to go to medical school or do well in the sciences.
You didn't want to cause pain to anyone, I guess.
Starting off with myself. But yeah, so yes, a lot of people thought that I would be a dentist. Now I didn't end up being a dentist, but I grew up actually in a world which was a way different from what I am in today. I grew up in a world which was, first of all, a lot Western influenced. I only spoke English, for example, and that's one of my regrets. That when people ask you what advice would you give, I say learn languages because that's such an important liberating force. Okay, I'll do a side step and I'll come back to this. So at Coro, we have board meetings, and I see that some of the people at Coro don't speak much. But when I see them outside the boardroom, they're chatting away. And it's because they're speaking in Marathi or Hindi. But in the boardroom, we're talking in English. So I said, we're not being inclusive. So why don't we have some board meetings which we only speak in Hindi? And at those meetings, I'm the quietest guy. So, I mean, but that's, that's really the impact of how language can actually change perceptions of how people look at others. But come back to my story. So my dad grew up in Bangalore. My grandfather was a dentist who moved from Goa and settled down in Bangalore as a dentist. He went there because I think his brother moved over there. I can't remember the story. Similarly, my mom's father moved to Nagpur. He also was a dentist, and someone took him over there or guided him to Nagpur. And my mom grew up in Nagpur. And they grew up, in good lifestyles, etc., comfortable. And my dad. Along the way, this didn't lie. He did well in school. That's the problem. My dad and my mom did very well here. So I was always under pressure that, I had to do something useful with my life here. And my grandparents would always say, look what your dad has done. You're not going to do anything compared to what he did. But anyway, so my dad would either come the first, second, or third in school. Plus, he was great in sports, and he then went to Pune to engineering college over there, but wanted to go to the US. Convinced his father that he should go there, and then he went and studied engineering. Then worked at General Motors and got his MBA at night. My mom grew up in Nagpur. Her influenced a lot, as you mentioned, by Gandhi. My grandfather actually also ran for election to the Nagpur Municipal Commission, municipality He didn't win the election, but yeah, he was a strong follower of Congress. And my mom had five brothers. Four of them joined the armed forces. And so that was also a large influence in our lives with my uncles over there growing up. And she, after school, then she studied and worked in Delhi, in Baroda at MS University. And she again got a chance to go and study in the US. And so they both studied over there. They had a common, well, they had a friend, my dad's friend who was my mom's cousin, told him one day that I've got this cousin in Chicago. And my dad was in Detroit. So why don't we go down one weekend and to meet up with her? And my dad had a car. So they were all set to go and meet up, and it started snowing. And my dad told his friend, like, I'm be damned if I'm going to ruin my car trying to meet some cousin of yours. So they never met. And they met a few years later in Delhi at church. But my mom was interesting. She wore a sari throughout her time in Chicago, including the Chicago winters. She had one woolen petticoat, and that's what she wore all the time here. So it's just amazing how she did it. And she was known as this Indian woman who wore a sari. And the relationships that she had and maintained over the years, even though she may not have met some of her friends ever since after coming back, were very strong ones. And so when they got married, it was in Delhi, and then my dad was a Burmashal, and we moved all over. I was born in Mumbai. But if you look back at the influences of my life at that time, part of it, as I said, just in English education, Western influenced life, and also being Roman Catholic. So that was sort of the world that we grew up in here. And but what our parents gave us was a very cosmopolitan upbringing. Our friends were from all religions, all classes. In fact, it's only when I started working that I got aware of this thing called caste, and I actually can't make out people's caste from their names, etc. And I deliberately don't try to do it because it was never a part of my upbringing when we were kids here. And but yeah, I grew up into a place where we could ask questions, we could challenge things, we could. My parents that were very open, and gave us a great chance to sort of explore ourselves. So at the same time, my dad also was the things that I did when I was growing up, whether I was with school I went to or rather what college I went to, doing my BCom or my CA, but things that my dad did it. And so years later, when our son went down to spend some time with my parents, my dad calls me up and says, you haven't planned Kasha's life. So I said, yeah. He said, but I planned yours. I said, I know. And I'm happy you did, but let him figure out what he wants to do. Yeah. So yeah. So
Tell me more about both your mom and your dad, and let's start perhaps with your mom. That when other guests tell me about their moms or women of that generation, it strikes me that they lived incredibly constrained lives that a modern woman would simply not recognize in many ways, and within those constraints, they managed very often to express themselves, to find to find a sense of self-actualization within all of that. Like there's a certain quiet lived feminism even in acts which in retrospect don't seem feminist at all. And your mom of course studied abroad and all that. She came back. What was she like as a mother? Like you had of course three sisters, you were a boy, there were three girls. What are the sort of values you imbibed by osmosis looking at her? Like something that you mentioned which moved me a lot was in 95 when she was 63 years old, she wrote this letter for you guys that if I'm ever in a state where
yes.
I can't be taken care of, this is what I would like you to do. Do not waste your time looking after me. This is the old age home I've chosen for myself, etc., etc. And that strikes me as someone who is very pragmatic, has a lot of agency, is very compassionate. So what sense did you have of her interior life, and some of it I'm sure must have been in hindsight, because when we are kids we just look at a mother as a mother, but later on you begin to see your mother as a real human being with, in with all those layers that form that. So what was your experience of understanding your mom?
So, if you ask my sisters, I guess the first thing is that I was the favorite child, being the boy. And in fact, when our son was born, my mother told Fiona, there's an heir or something like that. And Fiona says, like, where's the money? Yeah. But yes, yeah. So, and to some extent, I mean, they grew up in a world where the male child was, the thing. But at the same time, she was such an open person. Let's backtrack a bit. So she grew up in Nagpur, which again was a British cantonment. My father was highly influenced by the freedom movement and Gandhi, and my mom remembers going as a kid with him to Warda, uh, and there's and and my uncles also remember meeting up with Nehru, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, etc. When they would go as little kids hanging around with their father, and every time they travel by train, my mom would get a book from Higginbotham, so she sort of enjoyed that experience. And in fact, so much so that when I don't remember whether she finished college or when she came back from America, she actually went down to Warda to actually work over there, but the food was so bad she ran away. But so that was an important part of that influence of the whole Indian freedom movement, being in her brothers in the army, and and wanting to do something for the country. But and also as I said, wearing her saris when she was in America. She studied home science, which is not taught now, but actually is a great program for people. I mean, you mentioned learn that also, home science. And then she was in America. She went for she got a scholarship to study there for 1 year. And it's interesting. They went there by ship. And some of the young students that she got to meet on that ship were friends for life here. And we've got to know them and their children, etc. And that's been, a great network. And then she went there for a year, and she would also, help one of the families in the neighborhood look after their two young girls, and we've got to know their family also, and became friends with them when I was studying in Chicago. And then they told her, "Why don't you stay on for one more year?" And so she flipped and did a master's in library science, and she stayed on. She lived with them for a year and looked after their daughters, and she went to college. And then when she was coming back, it was an interesting thing because during COVID we talked about how difficult life was, and and therefore how cut off you were. You couldn't sort of meet up people easily. In her case, she was going to come back home for, so when they were in the US, my dad never came home for 6 years. My mom didn't come for 2 years, and now you find kids coming every holiday back home. When Fiona and I dated long distance for 3 years, we couldn't afford phone calls. There was no internet, so we used to write letters to each other. And in a way, COVID brought us back to that world where you couldn't physically meet each other and you had to rely. This time, of course, you had the internet to keep you connected. And then she was coming back, and the Suez Canal got blocked on her return. So she had to come via the Cape of Good Hope and then land up in what was then Ceylon, and then go to Rameshwaram, and then take the train up to Nagpur. And her family had no idea where she was. So it's that. So when you heard about how people had to go back to their villages, and in her case, she was not starving or anything like that, but there was that period of, I don't know where I am here. And also, when my parents got married, there was a law at that time. It basically restricted how many people you could call for a wedding. Today, and during COVID, again, people were told you could have a wedding, but you could have only so many guests, etc. And it was like deja vu looking back at their lives of scarcity and less resources. And they all survived. So anyway, so come back to her. So she was you're forced to reckon with. She was tough at times. We'd get slippered, etc. We get yelled at and beaten up, but it was never with malice. And even though I was the favored brat, as my sisters would say, I got whacked a lot. Both my parents actually taught me something, which I learned to appreciate later in life. You can be critical, but don't be judgmental. It took me some time to understand it. And when my dad passed away, one of his friends mentioned this, and I think it's so important. We don't have to accept everything, but who are we to judge? And so and I remember when I was a kid, I also wanted to join the army. And my mom was because I had four uncles in the army, and my mom flipped and said no, no, and she of course drove my dad mad and telling him to convince me that I should do something outside the army. Because and yep. So anyway, so I did my BCom as I told you because my dad told me to do so, and you tend to appreciate uh, your parents quite often after they've gone. When you realize, so when my dad passed away in 2016, I realized there were so many questions that I wanted to ask him, but you'll never get that. That brings that finality. So I said I got to work on that with my mom. So for the next 2 years, I obviously learned a lot more about her. And this letter which she wrote in '95, she was 64 years old, which is the same age that I'm now. And it was just fascinating that at the age of 64 in 1995, she would write down that I do not want to be put on life support. I do not want to be, resuscitated. If I not can't look after myself, I want to be put in this specific old folk home or equivalent. And when I die, I want to be buried in this sari. I mean, stuff which Fiona and I were talking about it in our family. My parents, we discussed things like death. Death was not something to be feared about or spoken in undertones. The conversations we had around the dining table were things like this here. And unfortunately, what I'm finding today is that dining table conversation is dead because people don't eat together. They don't get together. Everyone's busy with their careers or their exercise routine, etc. And that osmosis which happens is sort of losing out over here.
Yeah, I mean, when I think of the journey of the Indian family, everyone will, of course, talk about how we went from joint families to nuclear families. But I'd take it a step further that if the image of a nuclear family is parents and two kids sitting at a table and eating, for me, the modern image is parents and two kids sitting at the table all staring into their screens. So we've gone from a nuclear family to an atomized family. Well, what you said about, be critical but not judgmental is so wise, because I think the huge problem of our age, exacerbated by social media, is that people rush to judgment all the time. And I keep saying that the act of being judgmental is fundamentally an act of ego, because whenever you judge someone else, you are effectively saying, I am more virtuous or more knowledgeable than the other person, or a combination of those. And I think that ego is what distinguishes being merely critical and actually sort of being judgmental. Tell me about your dad now. In a column that you wrote after he passed away, the one trait of his you pointed out that impacted you and obviously carried on through you is positivity. That he was always a go-getter, a doer, always positive about everything that happened. And I wonder to what extent that's an adaptation to the times of scarcity, that it was a survival instinct that you had to be positive to kind of get by when things were tough, and to what extent it is something innate. And I often wonder about that, because I think that in those qualities, positivity and negativity, there are feedback loops embedded. Positivity begets positivity. You attract other positive people, doers attract other doers, whereas negativity attracts other negative people. Whiners reinforce each other, they whine together, and then eventually you stop doing stuff. So, you spoken about how your dad was filled with positivity. You are, of course, a positive person, as you know, through the arc of your life. But is that something that you had to be intentional about and cultivate, or is it something that was innate to you? And when you look at other people, what's your sense of that? Like, I'm sure you look at some people somewhere and say, "Oh my God, that guy is always seeing the bad side of everything," or etc., etc.
So my dad, when I'm trying to look back at his own life, was it something of scarcity? Yes, clearly when he was on his own in the US, he had to, look after himself and make sure that, he had he wanted to be on his own and independent. And he actually was looking to stay on in the US. And he had this American girlfriend. He wanted to, he got his job in Brazil, if I'm not mistaken. But then he came home because I can't remember the trigger, but his parents, wanted to be looking after his parents, so that's why he came home. And there's this story about how when he was getting off the plane in Bombay, in those days you could walk up to the plane, or you could, there were none of these barriers. And there was this old American lady who needed some help getting off the aircraft, so he was helping her. And my grandaunt tells my grandmother, "Look at that old woman he's come with, his old wife that he's come back with, or something like that." Yeah, but but my dad did a lot of. He loved to fight for causes, and I'm sort of less confrontational than he was. He was a larger than life person. He was another thing that people said when he died was that his life was about people. He just was caring about people, and we would hear these stories about how he would fight with his superiors, about supervisors, etc., about the underdog, and to that extent, I'm less adventurous than him in trying to fight every battle. Because that's another thing my dad taught me later on in life. I think which he learned later on in life, and I learned early in my life, is that you can't fight every battle. Yeah. So that's one thing. But otherwise, just the caring for people is something which I really got from him. But you've in the day you're dealing with people. You want to and you want to look after people. You want to be good to people, be fair, and at the same time, work is to be done. Something my dad always, my dad never, I never saw him bring work home. He left at 5 or 5:30. He never brought work home, and he always thought that I was highly inefficient because I'd be working long hours and I'd bring work home. And he always told me that you're not efficient. I keep arguing, rationalizing by saying that the world is different today. You can't sort of have a 9 to 5 job. But he did that. He'd play golf. He had his friends. But the other thing also, when I look at my parents, which also I guess is reflected in my life, a lot of the time was just spent with the family. He was not out, hanging out with the boys. My mom knows. I mean, she had her friends go, but family time was when we were at home. They were at home. There obviously be parties, etc. And that's what I've also done. So I don't have a bunch of close buddies that I would go and hang out with on the weekends. I have different bunches of people that I hang out with at different times. But if you look at it, where's my safe space, or where I'm happiest with? It's just at home, hanging out at home. Even though people think that I'm this big extrovert and love to be out. No, I don't like big parties. I don't hang out much. I do it I have, for example, we have a bunch of friends who we call ourselves Bandra Rockers. And we get together, once a month, or actually less frequently now. And we just sit down, have coffee on a Sunday morning and talk crap. And that's great.
So, you'd come up with this framework called FORCE, PHORCE, and the P was for positive. And I'll ask you to double click on all of them later.
Yeah.
But the other one that you just brought up here is the E, which is for empathy.
Yes.
And you've also kind of been a people person all your life.
Yeah.
Now, is that something that comes naturally, or is that something that you have to be intentional about? And if you are intentional about, how much of it comes from the instrumentality of it, that you generally do better in the world if you are if you care about people, and how much of it is sort of just a way of being that you arrived at because you feel it is the right way to be?
Sure. Let me sort of cover a couple of caveats, and I don't think I know what is the right way to do it. I know what makes me comfortable and what works for me. And I also know that it may not work for everyone else. And therefore, the way I do it is what works for me. So I do this session on networking, is where this force came up with. And I keep talking with at every session saying that this was based on deep scientific research on a data set of one. That's me. So I mean, it's what worked for me. I'm not saying that it works for anybody else. But I realized I didn't complete this part on positivity. I am a positive person, and I guess I imbibed it from my parents and and what else, and maybe just being lucky where I was in the gene pool. But I just find that I don't like being around people who are negative because you then end up with a lot of negativity. And the world is crappy. I mean, there's a lot of things which don't work well here. But at the same time, there's a lot of things that work well here. So when you talk about, life in Mumbai and, how dirty it is and how this is there, I say, I can walk on the streets of Bandra at any time of the night and not worry about it. That's a luxury in many parts of the world. I was in New York in May and I was walking at Columbus Circle and a guy walks up to me and punches me. And I, and first of all, I didn't know what the hell happened. And it took me a little less than a second to understand. I initially thought I'd walked into a wall or something. Suddenly, this guy punched me. And I'd never been punched like that in my life. It happened in New York City. And it was not a racist thing. That's something if people ask me, was it a white guy who was punching? No, it was a black guy who punched me. And who knows how messed up his life is. I don't even know what he wanted for because I just walked on and he didn't decide to come and fight with me. And okay, I'm on blood thinners because of my heart problem. So the last thing I can do is get into a fight here. And then I was more worried about where I got punched, will there be a blood clot? Will there be a problem? So, but the fact is that we take so many things, liberties that we have today for granted. Anyway, come back. So that's the thing about positivity. And I remember, when someone tell me, an extreme sign of being positive is that when you go to sleep, you set your alarm for the morning because you're working on the assumption that you're going to be alive tomorrow. That's a sign of positivity. There's so many things unconsciously in our mind that we do shows that we actually are more positive than we are. We talk about, will we survive? Will you survive? Then why do you set up your alarm in the morning? Why do you plan to meet up with somebody else? Because you expect to be alive.
Well, actually, setting up your alarm in the morning could also be a sign of entitlement.
Tell me more.
No, in the sense you feel entitled to being alive the next day. So that's which is a flip side, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. So that's it. So to me, it's just ingrown in me. And we'll come back to empathy. So again, that's what I learned again from my parents. It is caring for people. I mean, we end of the day are working in a world where, as I said, I mean, we obviously had people who worked with us at home and looked after our needs, etc. But we were told we got to be nice to them. I frankly, in a way, didn't know their backgrounds, etc., where they came from, but they were treated well, in my view, and they were part of the family. And so that empathy is again something that was ingrained to us. But you asked me this question: was it intuitive, and how did it come about? It actually started off with this whole thing on force. I was one day going for I signed up to to participate in a 55-kilometer charity walk for an NGO called Umeed. And it's done every year in January on the beach in Goa. We walk 55 kilometers. It's a stretch of beach that's 27.5 kilometers long in South Goa, and we walk up and down. It's a great way. And people, it's really in a way bizarre. People ask me, like, why do you do it? And I said, it's to raise money. And he said, so you walk, you go through all that pain, and you give money also. So you really are a masochist. Yes, that's true, possibly. But so we were doing a practice walk, and Ashish Karim Chandani, whose wife Vibha started Umeed, he told me, Louis, can you come and talk to my team members about how you stay in touch with people? I've seen how you've been in touch with people, how you maintain relationships. And, a lot of my team members are very transactional in their relationships. They work with the client and then they move on to the next task and then next project, and then they don't stay in touch with people. So I said, sure, I'll do that. And then when I went home, I suddenly realized, what am I going to talk about? Because I don't have a model of how I network with people. So that night I was flying off somewhere and Fiona was dropping me off at the airport. So she was driving and I said, I'm going to do this assignment. Why don't you tell me what are the things that you see me do? Because I really don't know what I do. So she started listing down a lot of things about, how she's seen me be in touch with people. And and then by the time we reached the airport, I realized that okay, I have enough information, and that's where it was like positivity, etc. The force model came up from that, but it was really things that to me came intuitively. It's I just did it, and she helped me put it into a framework, which based on this, as I said, this deep analysis of a data set of one, statistically totally incorrect, but yeah, but that's it. So empathy also, that's things that I grew up with. Positivity, empathy are things that I grew up with.
So essentially, you grew up with them, so you get them by osmosis, and then
Yeah.
later on, you realize they work for you, and you
Yeah.
just continue.
Now, is it right? I mean, should I be more skeptical? Should I be more challenging? Maybe. Maybe some people who've been more successful have been able to do that. I know, but it worked for me. I'm not saying it should work for everyone, but there's something over there which was useful.
As listeners listening to this might wonder that, okay, we've done P, we've done E, what are the others? I'll quickly read the others out. H is for hard work, O is for openness, R is for reliance, and C is for curiosity. Were you always a curious kid? I mean, tell me about you as a child, that, how would you spend your days? Were you a reader? Would you go out and play? Were you a people's person? What was going on then?
So I think, okay, so the quick answer to your curiosity was no, I was not a curious kid. I think I was, if there was a vote as to who'd be the kid most likely to fail, that was me. And this is the challenge we have with our kids who are growing up. Because Fiona, my wife, would always come in the top three in class. I invariably came in the bottom three in class. I remember once in an exam, or in one of my exams, I came third in the class, and I thought I reached the pinnacle of success here. But that was the only time I've ever been so successful. So if was saying, tell the kids to study, they're not doing well. And I said, honestly, how can I tell them that they're doing better than I ever did when I was a student? I can't morally tell them that they to study harder. But come back to it. So I think I was a black kid actually, yeah. And part of it was maybe because I had these larger than life parents. So I remember my dad's parents always telling me, you got to work harder, otherwise you're not going to be successful like your dad, etc. And I wasn't a great student. I wasn't a great sports person. I was pretty mediocre, I'd say. Yeah. And in the when my dad got transferred from what is then Madras to Bombay, I was in the eighth standard, and so they said like if he gets transferred again, then in my last few years I need to be in one place. So I went to Bangalore to study, stay with my grandparents, and I went to the school that my dad went to. And there again, two of my teachers were his teachers, and they would very tell me, "Look, what happened to you here? Your dad was such a smart kid, and you were like this useless piece of whatever." Yeah. And he was house captain, he was this and that, and I was nowhere. And then we had these prelim exams in the 10th standard. I was in the boarding school at that time because my parents had gone abroad. My grandparents had gone abroad, so I was in the boarding school at St. Joseph's. And we had these prelim exams, and I remember failing in 3 subjects. So we had a week's holiday, so I was flown back over here and given this pep talk about how I needed to get my act together. And I was sent to the student counselor at Sophia College because my parents knew one of the professors over there. And I spent some time with her, and I came back. And my dad told me many years later that she called him up and told him, "Don't worry, one day he'll wake up." And one day I woke up here. So, so I mean, I can't remember what triggered that awakening. Possibly because in my ICSE exams, finally I ended up with the first class. The person who was most surprised was me. and and, and I think it's largely because my parents prayed a lot, and my grandparents possibly. Somewhere along the way, I got my shit together. I think sometime somewhere in college. I didn't get a first class from a BCom. I think it's actually around the time when I was at Pricewaterhouse doing my articles and then went to Chicago. I think that's when I I sort of changed. I sort of started standing out, uh, and uh, and the curiosity part actually I think came about when I was in Chicago. Yeah, I don't think I was inherently curious before that, but I then learned about the fact that it's important to ask the questions, know more, be want to know. And there's actually this quote a friend of mine sent me on a stone piece. He got it printed about a quote from Chicago. Like, I came to use Chicago to know why you think about something, what you think about something, and why you think about it. And that curiosity is something that I picked up later on in life.
You mentioned earlier about how, your upbringing was entirely in English. And in a sense, your lament is something I share because I also grew up with a very westernized upbringing. I'd listen to rock, I'd just watch world cinema and, think that my own culture was infra-dig. And
Yes.
obviously,
Yeah.
you grow up and you realize that's crap, but it's kind of. It's kind of too late. So I give the same advice to people that, you have the great blessing of being naturally multilingual. So just embrace that and get into that. And there's this beautiful phrase I picked up from Sugata Srinivasa Raju when he did his episode with me, though it predates him, of course, which is rooted cosmopolitanism. Right. And when I look at myself, I think that, yeah, I'm a cosmopolitan, but I'm not rooted. And it would appear to me from what you described that you were also cosmopolitan, but perhaps not rooted. So, what was your sense of India as you were growing up? Because you've had very strong views about the country after a certain point in time. Everything you've done with CCS, with the Indian School for Public Policy, etc., is in having a view of India and then trying to change it. But what was that idea of India that you had in your head when you were growing up? I mean, from your mom's side, of course, you had exposure to Gandhiji, Nehru, Patel, etc., as you mentioned. But what was your idea of India then, and how did it gradually change? How did you get mugged by reality?
I guess I grew up in this world that the British came in, brought civilization. I know it's just controversial. People are going to say, what the hell is this guy sort of smoking, whatever. But that's the thing, that, we brought in, English education. And then I realized much later on in life, that's a lot of crap. And one of the books that changed my perception of that was by Will Durant. It's The Case for India. Have you ever read that book?
I haven't read that book. I've read his other
But
books on
I'm going to
history.
send you that book because there are only a few copies left, and I'll send you a copy of that.
Wow.
Because Mohandas Pai and I got a whole lot of books reprinted on it. He wrote this books possibly about 100 years ago from today. And it was the first book written by a Westerner, which basically said that India was this great civilization, and the British destroyed it. This was part of his whole exploratory trip about, writing about, whatever was that famous book that he wrote on civilizations. And he felt that a separate book had to be written about India. And and it talks also about, I think that in that book also it is mentioned about, is it Macaulay, someone who said that if you were to convert someone, they'd hate you, but by the third generation, they'll worship you. And I think that's sort of the world that I grew up in, thinking that the British came in and did this great stuff, etc. And of course, I mean, they've done some great things also. Let's not hide away from the fact that there's a lot of things which have been good. But there was a lot about India which I honestly didn't appreciate enough of. And I'll give you a story about this. Yeah, this was to do with Narayan Murthy. So way back in 2008, Mohandas Pai introduced me to him because I wanted to be an investor in our third fund at IDFC. So I was given a half an hour slot with him. So I went over there very eager, pitching about business and why we this great fund, etc. And within 5 minutes, he said, "Okay, I will invest." So now I was in this dilemma: do I get up and walk because I've achieved what I wanted to achieve, or I don't know when I get a chance with him again? Do I spend the next 25 minutes with him and just soak in whatever wisdom he has? But I run the risk that I could say something stupid and then he would take back his investment. So I decided to go. I'm not a poker player, but I decided to go with plan B and stick on. And we got talking about kids and happiness, etc. And he said, we were talking, as I said, frankly, I don't care what my kids do. They could be gardeners, bankers, teachers, musicians, lawyers, as long as they're happy. I'm good. So then we came to the question was of what is happiness? And he said happiness is the delta between expectation and reality, which was a good way to look at it. And so, okay, a wise man. And I left, and I managed not to upset him, and he continued to, and he made his investment in the fund. 2 days later, I was with another American investor of ours from the Asia Development Bank, and we were having dinner in Mumbai, and I was telling him about this conversation I had with Mr. Murthy. And he said, no, I disagree with that, because if you keep your expectations low, you can be happy. And then how does society progress? How does humanity progress if you keep expectations low? And he said, I like the Greek way of happiness, which is you're going to win gold. You want to win the war, you want to win the Olympic gold medal, and you really work hard to do so. And I thought that also makes sense. Like, you sort of strive to do something. And then after that, I was on my way back home, and I said, "No, there's a fallacy over there, because the outcome is not in your control. If someone trained better than you and they win the gold, they will not be happy. Or you had a bad sleep the previous night and you mess up on your presentation, you're not happy. So there has to be some other way to do it." And I thought to myself, but at the same time, just working hard, that's what gives me excitement. But it's that joy of working, of doing what your best you can, is what gives me joy. And I look back at that. And I don't worry about the outcome, because that's not in my control. But the input that goes in, the effort, is what's important. And so I was telling this to a friend of mine, I came up with this brilliant idea, that, this is what happiness is. And he said, that's what the Bhagavad Gita says here. That's what Karma Yoga is about. And that's the first time I'd heard about it. And then I realized that there's so much which I don't know, and I need to learn about. And that's really what's got me driving a lot, to just understand a lot more. This whole concept of Karma Yogi is just such a fantastic philosophy, that you get your joy from just doing the best you can and not worrying too much about whether you're going to be successful or not, because that's outside your control. And that comes to another interesting point we have today in management, that a lot of appraisals are done based on people of outcome-based thing. And there's an inherent fallacy in that, because sometimes the outcome is not necessarily in your control. Whether it's building a road successfully and therefore expecting that people will travel on it, but there are larger other factors out over there. Or similarly, when you're telling someone, say at ISPP, you have a goal to deliver so much of revenue from fees, it's sometimes not in your control. But at the same time, you can't just cop it and say, okay, I worked very hard, and people don't work smartly, and then you don't have those results. So that's the dilemma that I'm still grappling with. How do you effectively measure performance, which takes into account the hard work done by people smartly, at the same time appreciating that sometimes the outcomes are not in their control?
That's actually the most important life lesson that poker taught me, because poker, of course, is a game of skill, but the element of luck is super high. So short-term results don't always correlate with how well you're playing. So you're really taught to trust the process and not think about the outcome, which is why I often say, like, I talk about this during the writing course I teach, and I often talk about how both Lord Krishna and Spike Lee were in agreement about this and would have been good poker players. Do the right thing, don't worry about the fruits of your action. If I may riff on that expectation and reality, it it strikes me that the fallacy that your friend made when he spoke about expectations and how will we go, if we don't have expectations, how will we go ahead, is really that you can have low expectations but high ambitions. Because, your ambitions could be the highest and they drive your outcomes, they drive your efforts rather. But at the same time, you have no expectations. You're doing the right thing because it is the right thing to do. Without expectations, you just control the controllables. Like in an episode I did with our mutual friend Gurcharan Das, he spoke of Sisyphus rolling the rock up the hill, right?
Yes.
And the thought that struck me then is that if Sisyphus is rolling the rock up the hill so that the rock is at the top of the hill, he will forever be unhappy. But if he is rolling the rock up the hill to roll the rock up the hill, then he cannot be happy. If there is no expectations at all, then, unhappiness is out of the question, right? What are you going to be unhappy about?
It's interesting you talked about Sisyphus. And this was again how little I know. So one of my close friends, a guy called Anand Tandon, he sent me a poem his daughter wrote. He said the first poem is got published. And it was about some rock and Sisyphus. And I'm wondering, what is this all about here? Then I had to Google, and then I learned about him. So I'm always, as I just realized, I keep saying that I don't know much, but I'm always learning. But you're right. I mean, it's that what keeps him going for eternity, just trying to roll that rock up the slope because he's been damned to do this for eternity.
Yeah, but what if he starts loving it? Then it is no
Yes.
longer a curse.
And he just, so it's today. So this is an interesting point to bring up about education. If there's a guy in a village who is very happy, or forest, someone in the forest, very happy being where they are, they die at the age of 30 because of infection or whatever. They live in the trees, and we don't know. They're happy. They're content because that's their worldview. They don't know much. And we come in and tell them, no, you can live longer. You can live in a house. And then they suddenly say, like, why? I like to go roaming. Why am I constrained in this house? And have we therefore educated them? Have we made their life better? I don't know. So this whole issue that we all grapple with about progress, what is progress? We work with this with schools in Ladakh, for example. I've seen some of the happiest people around in these remote villages in Ladakh. And we're going over there and we're helping them improve the education in these schools, etc. And now with education, we're making their wants, they aspire to do more. And if they don't get that, are they content, or would they have been happier just being where they were earlier? I don't have an answer for this. I'm not a philosopher, but it worries me. It worries me that, are we therefore setting up the wrong expectations for people? At the same time, do we have a duty to help them with get better healthcare, get better education?
I had an argument with my friend Suyash Rai a few years ago about this, not on the podcast, but separately, where he was postulating that people 2000 years ago were happier than we are today. And I was like, no, that's not possible. They had lifespans of 30, they had no antibiotics, but most importantly, they had no air conditioning. And, to my mind in that moment of time, I thought, obviously, air conditioning raises net happiness, etc., etc. But I completely get your point. I wonder if we sometimes, tie ourselves down with excessive expectations. Like my friend Mohit Satyanand told me this fascinating story. He has a hill home in Satoli, and he says that, like, he's been going there for 30 years, right? So he says that many of the people who were his staff back then and who used to work with him in the villages that he would see around, they have sons today, and they have kids today. And these kids have gone and gotten educated. So they have become graduates. And now the problem is that despite their graduation, there are no jobs for them in the market, so they're unemployed. But they feel it is infra dig to do the same kind of jobs their parents did, whether gardener or plumber or whatever. So they're kind of stuck in no man's land.
Yep.
That their dad is, happy doing whatever they're doing, and they have a sense that they're useful to society, and etc., etc. But the kid is now feels entitled to something else. And, this is such a great lie that we've sold an entire generation. Not in the sense that we should not have educated them, but that education should have meaning and value and should actually be worth it.
No, I think it's so true. And actually, it's interesting you brought up Mohit, because I reconnected with Mohit through CCS and his wife Premila. But it turns out that when we were kids, his dad and my dad were colleagues.
Wow.
So we've known each other like when we were like 5, 7, 8 years old. But yeah, I mean, Moses he is a fabulous guy, and the question which he asks is exactly something which I grapple with. I don't have an answer to it. I go with the flow that yes, we got to educate them, and I think there are two parts to this. One is the whole concept of dignity of labor, and this is an issue that I had with a nonprofit that I used to be involved with years ago, where we would have career days. This was an education nonprofit. And we would have career days where we would bring in lawyers, and these are kids from the slums, and bring in lawyers, doctors, etc., and they would talk to the kids about this. And it's possible that kids, would one or two kids would out of the group would become a doctor and a lawyer, etc. But does that mean that the others have failed? No. I mean, they've all done good lives. So my wife recently, she's been a volunteer at Akanksha for years, and last weekend she went to the wedding of one of the kids she used to teach, and she taught them 20 years ago here, and she was just so impressed with what this kid has done. And she said, just hearing him, you would never have imagined that 20 years ago he was a shy kid who couldn't speak English. He's so eloquent, so well done. And then there were some other friends of his who also Fiona taught at the time who were there at the wedding. And she said, just seeing the change in them. So that's a change which actually came about because of Akanksha. But then the other kids also, maybe, do you feel that if you've not become a doctor or a lawyer, that you've failed? What's wrong with being a mechanic? In the US, I'd meet people. I remember when I was at Manipal, we set up this joint venture with City and Guilds, which is a large vocational sort of skilling entity in the UK. And I was talking to one of the women working over there, and she said, my boyfriend is a plumber. Now, today, I have none of my social circle friends who would tell me that, I'm a plumber. Now, a plumber is a respectable job over there. He's gone to a training program which was 3 years, which possibly explains why it's so expensive to get a plumber. But the fact is that you can be respectable. It can be a respectable plumber. Today we treat them so badly, and I remember this conversation with Sam Petroda years ago, because I've always been concerned about how do we upskill people, and this was way back in 2005, 2006 when we were investing in Manipal education, and I talked to Ranjan Pai, and we said, let's look also. You guys are in the it talks like, this is just, it's only 21 years ago, but at that time, skilling wasn't talked about much. And I said, we need to do something about skilling. You guys are in the higher education part. You've got some school stuff, but you don't have anything to do with skilling. And let's look at that. And then we tried doing it. It finally didn't work out because I think we built a Rolls Royce instead of a Maruti, and it didn't work out. And then obviously the skilling thing took over, and it's still not really worked out the way it should. But the reason I bring this, and I forgot why I went down this rabbit hole about it, get me back to where we were. Why did I bring this up about skills? Sam Petroda, yeah. So I was with Sam Petroda. I said, how can we improve the earning capacity of the plumber who comes to your house? And he said something interesting. First of all, he said, Louis, you know that most of the plumbers who come to yours are from one particular village or district in Odisha. And that's true because someone was a plumber there, and he came here and he brought his family, and eventually a lot of plumbers are from there. Now they come over there in a torn dhoti with broken tools, etc., and he gets yelled at, and he gets bargained down by the people in the house. He has a wretched life here. So how do you make him feel good? Or her good? So you've obviously got to give them, train them well so that they can do a better job. Give them better tools, give them a mobile phone. This was, I'm talking about 21 years ago when that was not as common. And, let them wear smart clothes. And then you sort of will feel good about what you're doing. At the moment, his life is wretched. And no one gives a damn about that aspect of it. So when you talk about, the farmer in Mohit's village, or I see that similarly over here, we've got a vineyard near Nasik, and I spend time hanging around in Chattegaon, and I can't speak Marathi. So my wife has said, laughs when I go. I sit down over there at the little tea stall over there and I have conversations with guys. I possibly understand about 25% of what they say. I speak in broken Hindi, which they understand possibly 25% of what I say. And we have this great time together here. And there's this person, I don't know who has decided to set up reading rooms in villages across Nashik district. I don't know who the guy is. So he sets up this room, puts in a generator so that there's electricity and kids can go and study over there. And kids use it a lot. And I think it's just fabulous what this guy's done. So what are they studying for? It's invariably to get a government job, because that they see as their ticket into stability and respectability, etc. And there aren't that many government jobs around also. And so, but at the same time, he's creating that infrastructure out over there. The challenge is now those kids don't want to go work in the field because it's not cool to work on the field. It's too much work, etc. And so, yeah, it is this whole thing of education. How can we make people now think, how can we make agriculture cool, etc. But it has to make economic sense also. And that's also something to keep in mind. And Parth and I have been talking about this a lot, about agriculture. And to me, it actually struck me when one of the NGOs who was participating in a program we were doing at ISPP talked about how their organization was able to improve the livelihood of custard apple growers. And I forget the exact pricing, but suppose custard apples are sold at 100 rupees a kilo. The farmers are getting 5 rupees a kilo or whatever. So they said, we've now got them to machinery which de-seeds the custard apple and pulps it and freezes it. So now maybe they get 30 or 40 bucks a kilo for the custard apple. And so therefore they're making 50% more than they made earlier. And that's great. So then I asked them, what did they make earlier? They made 70,000 rupees a year. Now they make 1 lakh a year. They're still poor. So in the face of it, they're getting a larger share of the pie. They are making a lot more income than they have. And there's nothing wrong in that. I mean, they're getting more disposable income, 50% more. I mean, if I got 50% more, I'd be happy. But the absolute number is so low. And so Parth and I were telling Parth about it, and he told me what Arvind Panagre had said. The best way to double farm income is to reduce the population of people relying on farm income by 50%. And that's it. So how do we get more people? So at ISPP, one of the things we're looking at is how do we get them to transition to urban setups where you can make a living, earn more money, but also not have a wretched life, because sometimes lives are very wretched also in cities because we don't have infrastructure, etc. But anyway, that's another rabbit hole.
You mentioned plumbers, and I think maybe in another 10, 15 years, it'll be infra-dick to say that my boyfriend is a lawyer or my boyfriend is a consultant, and people will instead say my boyfriend is a plumber, because that's a one job AI is not going to threaten for a long, long time. I want to, we'll come to agriculture also later, and I'll come back to your life soon. But I first want to double click a bit on education. Tell me what you think about this. Like, this is great. We used to, at one time, believe, and it is still a common belief, that for a nation to progress, education is a must, that it is a condition and there is a causality there. You educate people better there, you'll get to more economic progress. Lan Pritchett had a great paper, Where Has All the Education Gone?, where he shows that all the data actually shows the opposite, that the causality is the other way around. And the way it really works is that as people get more prosperous, they make the choice to educate their kids, and that's when education goes up. And the causal impact of education on economic growth, his studies find, is exactly zero. Now, I was thinking about why this should be the case, and my sense of it is that it is not that education doesn't matter. It is that what we call education isn't actually education, right? Like, we'll start with primary education and I'll come to higher education later. But with primary education, I think the fundamental mistake most people make is that they think that the form That is today the conventional form. Kids of the same age study together, they study the same subjects. To me, that is an artifact. It came about in the industrial age. You needed to create workers for the industrial revolution, babus for the British Empire. But it makes no sense to test both a fish and a monkey on how to climb a tree.
Yeah.
It is terrible, it is cruel. And all attempts to disrupt education, most attempts, are actually playing within the same paradigm. We are making a lot of the same assumptions. And I think that the moment we start rethinking that, we can come a little closer to how to actually reach real education. Like, I think the indispensable function that schools serve is that they are fundamentally daycare, right? Daycare is the main social purpose of schools. It is not education because they don't provide education. What are your thoughts on this?
I remember, was it one of your conversations on Seen and Unseen where this concept, where I first heard about this as a school as a daycare? Was it Gautam? Did Gautam bring it up, or
I keep talking about it, so it's quite possible.
So, but no, it is true. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with anything you've said. The challenge is there. So, let's look first of all at prosperity. I think with prosperity come these lovely notions of education, etc. Frankly, what do the people care about? They care about food, dignity, and simple things like that. And it's actually, I'll tell you this story a bit about the bungs in Gadchiroli. I don't know whether you know of them. So I got to know over the years a guy called Anand Bang, their son, and Abai, and I forget the mother's name. They were simple people, Gandhian followers, who went to Johns Hopkins to study public health way back, whenever. And they came back and they said, we're not going to focus on being in a city. So we're going to go to one of the poorest places around. They went to Gadchiroli. And Anand tells a story brilliantly. It's a great lesson for me on what strategies are required. And this young couple over there, eager to go out and solve all the problems of Gadchiroli, which is a no man's land. It was part of the Nizam's sort of empire, and then when we had independence, that part was given into Maharashtra. So no one really cared about it. Very poor, and so they were looking to. There were two people looking for a disease, and then one day someone, I guess, felt sorry for them and said, "There's this problem over here," and they found that this person had sickle cell. So they got very excited. We found sickle cell, and then they did a study, and then they found that there's so many people in that area with sickle cell. They got very excited, and then they saw this problem, and then the government got involved, and then the government said we shall form a center for whatever tribal illnesses or healthcare or whatever, and we will set it up in Pune. These guys said, "Hey, but we're in Gadchiroli. Why is it going to Pune?" And obviously, because whoever the bureaucrat wanted to be in Pune, because for whatever reason, no one wanted to travel to Gadchiroli. So these guys went to the community and said, this is what we're trying to fight for, and for you guys. And, they set it up in Pune. We should protest against it. And they said, that's your problem. We never asked you to set up the center. We never told you to focus on sickle cell. We are instead, so to them, it was a great moment when they suddenly realized that they were trying to solve a problem which, frankly, the community didn't give a shit about it. And that's when they said, okay, now what is it that you guys want? And these women talked about challenges like infertility or having access in childbirth to proper care, sometimes in an emergency, which didn't exist over there because the roads were so bad. And this lesson to me, which Anand tells me about infertility, was such an important thing. She said, if a woman has a bad delivery, etc., it's over. That event happens, it's over. Infertility is, you're always told when you're having a kid, and that woman dies every day because of this. So what can you do about that? And that's when they realize that let's focus on issues that are important to the community. So come back to education. We sit over here saying that, kids should know FLN, they should know ABCD, they should know 1, 2, 3 or whatever. But frankly, what is the guy who's a farmer or a shepherd, a goat herder sheep herder, like I met in Anle village in Ladakh. He doesn't. He just wants his kid to have a better life, maybe have a government job or whatever. And let's focus on that person getting that, as opposed to determining that they need to be the next Einstein. And maybe there is. I mean, there could be a lot of these smart people all over. But we're trying to fix the problem for the larger population. I agree with whatever you've said, that it's the importance to focus on prosperity and economic growth. So I recently, actually not recent, 2 years ago, I was at the Atlas Network Freedom event in New York, and I was asked to give a TED-like talk for 8 minutes. And I spoke about an idea that's been with me for some time, and that India is the world's first successful poor democracy. Most countries became democracies after they had reached a certain element of prosperity. Same way you're saying that, with education, etc., you focus on getting prosperous first, and then you come up with all these first world entitlements. And when people tell me, what about the US, in 1775 or whatever? I said, it was not a poor country. They had money. They were rich. So whereas we were a poor country in 1947. And despite all the challenges that we had, we still are a democracy. But most countries, large countries, you can look at small pockets, city states, etc., are different. They got democracy later on, after they pillaged and the colonies, etc. So to expect a democracy which is poor to be successfully and prosperous is not something we've seen across the world. And therefore, the India experiment is therefore such a great lesson for the world. And which is again ties up with the fact that let's focus on the economy and then worry about some of these things later. Like China, for example. China's done a fantastic job forget about the civil rights and all that stuff, but getting these people out of extreme poverty has been phenomenal. And also in terms of education, focusing on what is the right education to be done and getting people educated. So yeah, I think that that's such an important part, that when you're right, that, and as what Land Pritchard wrote, which is that prosperity will then lead to focus on better education rather than vice versa.
What has China done with regard to education which India hasn't managed to do? And I don't mean the how of it, the authoritarian versus democratic. I mean, what have they done that we haven't managed to do, which explains...
So I don't know enough about it, but I'll tell you a couple of anecdotal stories. One, in India, we came up with this concept that we should have schools all over the country so that kids don't have to travel. A great idea. I mean, I possibly would have thought about the same thing over there also. My wife and I and kids have visited schools in Ladakh where there were 6 students in the school and there were 3 teachers. Other schools had 70 students and 1 teacher. So that mismatch. So you basically had it such that kids didn't have to travel far to get an education. Similarly, in the Northeast, with this other organization, Sunbird Trust, we set up boarding school because otherwise kids are walking for 2 hours to get to a school because of the hilly district, etc. Can we set up schools where kids have access to it and have boarding schools? So the aim was that you set up a lot of schools so that kids could have access. Now, the problem with it is that you have they're not viable schools, because you could have 10 students in a class, 6 in a school. How can you have an education over there? So therefore, what China did was have a certain size of a school. Because then when you have, and I'm just going to throw up some numbers, I really don't know what the correct number. Suppose you had 300 students in the school. And again, this is just the number that I'm coming up with. Then you could have a lot of other facilities. You could have a dedicated science teacher, a dedicated physics teacher, a dedicated math teacher, or whatever. And you could have that. Today, you can't do that in the school. So you could have playground. You could have a lot. The economies of scale which come with it. So that's something which now apparently the government is also looking at, cutting down the number of schools and focusing on this. Another thing which again I heard from other people who are out over there was when you travel around today, one of the reasons why you earlier wanted to have schools closer to students was because the roads were bad. So traveling was nothing. So this guy was telling me, who's been in education for some time, saying that when he goes out to the villages, he can see school buses, small little buses or autos going around carrying students around. So today, students can travel a distance in a mechanized way without having to walk on the roads for over an hour to get to the school. And therefore, you can therefore have larger schools now in a more central place and have that. So that's another advantage of the road network which we built out. It creates access. And I've always believed that one of the biggest things which we did at IDFC, which we were looking at, was building roads, because it just connects people. And when you connect people, you connect them to markets, you connect them to employment, you connect them to education, you connect them to just interacting.
I've had a few episodes of The Seen and the Unseen on this, most notably with Karthik Mullitharan. I'll link that from the show notes, and also an episode of Everything is Everything, which was quite comprehensive there. But I want to move on to the question of higher education, like I said. What do you feel about the sense of higher education, both in India and in the world, in fact? Because increasingly what has happened in academia over the decades is that whereas once you had breadth, you had what you would call the Renaissance man, knows many subjects, etc., etc., academia has gotten more and more siloed. The silos don't speak to each other. I had a great episode with the World Bank economist Biju Rao who speaks about this, where the economists and the sociologists and the anthropologists no longer speak to each other, whereas once they used to, right? And that is one issue. And the other issue also is that as they have gotten more and more siloed, you have ideological fashions that take over completely, and ideological diversity just reduces massively. And a lot of education, especially in the humanities, mainly in the humanities, seems to actually have no connection with what is happening in the real world, right? And I think the problem is different in different places. In America, it is, of course, that there is no connect with the real world, and you have this self-sustaining loop where if you do the humanities, you can only teach the humanities, and otherwise, what use are you to the world? Whereas in India, the quality of the education is so bad that you have 800 PhDs applying for one government PN's job, and it's a mess. So what is your sense of what is going on here? Like, in a sense, ISPP is a sort of higher educational institution, but at the same time, it's not part of that system. It's completely independent and you're doing your own thing. But what is your sense of looking at higher education, through the decades?
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get anything very wise from me because I'm an accidental educationist because of our friend Parth and.
But you've had
That's
skin in the
why.
game,
Yes, I have a lot of skin in the game. It takes up a lot of my time. It takes up a lot of our money, and we're committed to it. And we've also been spending a lot of time with other education nonprofits. And if you look at it, a lot of my time is spent in different forms on education. I think the challenge really is, what are we trying to achieve with education? I looked at education as, especially when I went to Chicago, was opening the mind. Whereas in a lot of faculty members that ISPP also talk about, it's opening the mind. And there are other guys who say, no, it's about giving them a skill, making them employable. And like everything that I learned from my father is that, and my son keeps telling me that he's learned it from me, is that the answer invariably is somewhere in the middle. If you just take them to a vocational school, it's like what NIT did brilliantly. I mean, that whole model was fabulous. We needed to get people who could be software engineers. They came in over there, they taught it in the most fabulous way. They made a very successful business on it, which I think has been the best vocational training sort of franchise that I've been aware of. And they did it brilliantly. So that's one way to do it. But all that person knew was how to code. And nothing else. It knew nothing else. I mean, there was no sort of other thing that which they learn other than from at home or at home or from their friends. So that education was very sort of focused on giving them a skill set. Nothing wrong in it, but the point is that that's the product which you got out of it. And on the other hand, you have the person who studies Greek history is sitting in India. And you sort of wonder, what is that applicability to their life? And therefore, I think the answer is somewhere in between. And if we can create that, well, that's what we're trying to do at ISPP, the blend between academia and skilling. Have we successful in it? Have we got it right? No, it's still work in progress. And I think that we need to figure out something in between. And unfortunately, even in India, so you had the great success of the computer science of the education over there. And I remember Mohandas Pai telling me this years ago that everyone criticizes the private sector education colleges which churned out all these computer scientists, programmers. Were they great? No. But if it wasn't for those private educational thing, India would never have been able to ride the Y2K boom and this. The state capacity wasn't there. So when you criticize the role of the private sector in education, the fact is that we would not be where we are today if it wasn't for the private sector. I know we've sort of flipped the argument around a bit, but today I see a lot of guys criticizing education and bemoaning the fact that the private sector is playing such a large role in it. The fact is that the private sector has been playing a large role in it for centuries. It was just that it was the social space. It was not a for-profit entity necessarily. But the private sector has been in education forever. The churches, the temples, the madrasas, etc., and not the government. And when some years ago, many of the engineering colleges, there's a whole lot of engineering schools that got set up in UP along the Lucknow or whatever, Allahabad road or something like that. And a lot of them shut down. And then I was told, see how it's failed. Private sector education has failed. I said, no, that's shown the success. If it's economically not viable, if they have a bad product, they should be shut down. How many inefficient government colleges are being shut down? Instead, they are pumped up. I look at envy at what lovely facilities some of these government institutions have, and at ISPP, we're struggling to get infrastructure. But it's just available over there and getting wasted. Similarly, when business schools in Maharashtra started getting shut down, people said, see, they're bad. I said, no, that's a sign of success. When you get things shut down, it's a sign that it's like our body. When something is not going well, it rejects it. And that's good. So it creates that capacity. And if you're looking at anything in education, so they said, what's the right way to do it? I don't know. All I know is that there's more competition you have, the better will be the outcomes. And I remember one of the former secretaries in education, we were doing a session with him when he was still secretary in the government. And one of the things that we at CCS were pushing for was more competition among schools. And he said, that's a silly concept. We're a poor country. We can't do it. After he stopped being secretary, he kept pushing also for more schools being set up and less bureaucracy. Just create the capacity. And if a school is bad, people are not stupid. They will stop sending their kid over there. Of course, there will be smart marketing, etc., and they will survive for a few years. But eventually, if your product is bad, you will get shut down.
Yeah, and just for my listeners, the core concept behind this is to fund schooling and not schools, which is where you guys came up with the notion of school vouchers, originally a Milton Friedman idea, that instead of funding schools, you give parents school vouchers. They choose where to send their kid. Yes. Parents have skin in the game. They have the best interests of their kids at heart. If they choose a private school, so be it. Let them vote with their wallets and their feet. But I agree with everything you said. And since you spoke about how your repose to the person about private schools being relatively new is that they've forever been around, but earlier society was doing it. It was part of a non-profit. I want to, bring you back to another framework that I sometimes argue with. I did an episode with Rohini Nalikani where she spoke about Samaj, Sarkar, Bazaar, society, state and the markets. And Raghuram Rajan in one of his books also mentioned these three. And my complaint about this always is that I think it is a false trichotomy, if I may call it that, in the sense that I think there is a state and I think there is society, and markets are a mechanism by which people people in society fulfill each other's needs, and so is any other kind of voluntary action. And you've actually been someone who has been a participant in markets, and also over the last 15 years, you've also been a participant in non-profits, right? So what are your thoughts on, is it a false trichotomy? Because I just think markets are a mechanism through, it's one mechanism through which, of voluntary action through which we fulfill each other's needs, and not something separate from society, and setting them up in opposition is a problem.
Actually, it's interesting. So I've never looked at it as, the way you've just articulated it, but I'm going to sort of reflect on another angle. At ISPP, at CCS, we've always had this thing that, it's the markets which will, create those opportunities, and therefore the state should play less of a role. I've actually been pushing, saying, I don't care whether it's by the market, by the private sector or the public sector. People should have choice. Once you have choice, you will then figure out what works best for you, and whatever's not working best should ideally be allowed to shut down. Of course, quite often in the government, you don't shut down a public sector entity, but you should be allowed to shut it down. And therefore, like for example, there's some great government institutions which do a fabulous job, and there are some great private institutions which do a fabulous job. At the same time, there are a lot of bad private institutions, and there are a lot of bad public institutions. So the only way to do it is by having giving people choice, which then they exercise. So even at ISPP, we basically said, I mean, I've not looked at as markets just being determined, but what we look at it is that all these components are required. So to just say that we're going to focus on the government being the sole provider of problems is wrong. At the same time, to say that civil society is the sort of sole provider of problems, that's also wrong. Ideally, if everyone did everything well, then there's no need for civil society, because you will just have for-profit people, you'll have the government doing its role, and then everybody is living happily ever after. But it doesn't. So therefore, we've looked and saying that the solution is with Samaj Sarkar Bazaar, in a way that they all work together in partnership to solve the problems that we are facing as a society. And Parth articulates that well with the story about fish. We've all heard the story. You give a man a fish, that's charity, but he's going to starve the next day. So therefore, you teach him how to fish. That's killing. And there's another thing, which is that what happens if the policies for fishing were such that fishing was a profitable business? Then you don't need anyone to be involved, because suddenly everyone is going to go to fishing school to learn how to be a fisherman. Like the NIT model, everyone wanted to be a computer scientist. And then people will set up, people will build boats, because there's a demand for fishing boats to go out over there. They'll build fishing nets. You create this whole ecosystem, and then people will buy these boats, they'll buy these fishing nets, they'll get trained fishermen, and then they will go out over there, they will fish, and then people will set up cold storage units. They don't need policy to set up cold storage, because guys already know that there is a need for it. So they will set up cold storage units. Banks will lend them money to do it, and people will sell those fish out over there, and people will buy it, and you have that. So if you make something which is economically viable, then you don't need really civil society around there, because you have the government which has set up those laws that provided you with that, and then you have people to work in it. That's how I see it, in my point of view, and therefore that's where public policy comes in. That how do you make it such that you don't need anyone to interfere with the system? It makes economic sense to do so. And if there are bad actors, instead of someone as a criminal or something, then you come down and you hit them on the hand.
Agree entirely. We'll come back to all of these issues, but let's get back to your life now, because we have digressed a lot.
I know. And I'm glad that someone is keeping track of where all we're going here.
Yeah. So take me to your journey. I mean, you did a CA, you worked with Pricewaterhouse for a while, and then you went to Chicago Booth. When you did a CA, is that how you saw your life panning out, that you are now going to be an accountant? How did the idea of doing an MBA at Chicago Booth come about? What was it like, Because traveling abroad in those days was still a really, really big deal, not like it is today where it's so routine. So give me a sense of what those years were like for you. And
So I was this terrible student in school. I failed in 3 subjects in my thing, and And we had this school counselor who had these aptitude tests, and in those tests they said that I would be a good architect or a chemical engineer. I have no idea what a chemical engineer did at that time, but I thought, oh, that sounds cool. Yeah.
Oh, what do architects have in common with chemical
Don't
engineers?
ask me. Don't ask me. As I said, I wasn't curious in those days, so I didn't challenge those questions. So that's what I thought I would be. And my dad said, "Son, you should do your BCom." And I said, "Yes, Dad." And my marks weren't that good, so I didn't get into the best college in Mumbai. I got into
HR college people are feeling really bad right now. What do you mean you didn't get into the best college?
so the thing is that at that time I didn't get to Sydenham. I got into HR, and then later on HR became the great college. Yeah, and it's interesting. So I'll come back to the Bandra story later. Just remind me, we're going to talk about real estate in Bandra. And then so I got into HR college, and I had a great time over there. And then I in my 11th standard I did something called the government commercial diploma, because that enabled me to sit for my CA entrance examination in the 11th standard, and I will do my articles and my BCom together. My dad said, "Don't do it. Enjoy college." So, and then later on in life, again, this was an advice that one of his colleagues told him to give me, which I was not told at that time, was let him enjoy college life. Because if you do your BCom and your CA together, you are going to be working your butt out. And I'm glad I got that opportunity. I mean, it is privilege also, because a lot of people may not have that opportunity. And therefore, I got involved. I think that was one of the trigger points. I got involved in student government. So I was the president of the college students. I was involved in something called the Planning Forum, which is a very interesting thing, because the Planning Forum was associated with the Forum of Free Enterprise, which what's the name? Yeah,
Mino Masani.
no, Mr. Nimai Mehta's father had started, and so that's when I met Nimai's father at that time, Madhu Mehta. And so really interesting that, when you look back in hindsight, the Forum of Free Enterprise was working with the Planning Forum in HR college. So I got involved in that, and that sort of triggered it off. And then I did my CA after that, and then I thought I enjoyed being a CA, and I thought I will be a CA. And my parents said you should go and study, get an MBA, and I looked at it at that time. An MBA cost 7 lakh rupees. In those rupee terms, rupee was 11 rupees to a dollar or whatever. And I said, take that 7 lakhs, put it into a fixed deposit at whatever, 9% at that time. And that's enough money to be comfortable. Yeah, that's how I looked at it at that time. And it didn't make economic sense to sort of why waste that money. I'm glad I listened to my parents, and I went over there. So, so everything that I'd done was based on what they had told me to do. And I'm so glad that they did. So even while I didn't end up being an auditor later on in life, the thing the discipline that I learned from those 3 years, the network that I built up, the friends I had, was just a great experience. And today it's really sad that being an accountant or doing your CA is not infra dig. I think it's a great skill set to learn. Today people don't have the patience to sort of want to wait it out here.
Tell me more. What did it teach you?
It taught me basically discipline and about being organized. You had to make sure that you had a set of accounts. There's a debit, and then there's a credit. So there's how do you be organized? How do you sort of present something systematically? How do you have that? When someone is running a business, you got to have accountability. That that you claim an expense, there has to be a voucher for it. Simple things like that. Auditing is very different today than what it was at that time. A lot of it was vouching and stuff like that. Today, you're looking at the larger picture, because obviously sizes have grown so much, and it is pointless checking vouchers, etc. Other people do that. But that's that discipline which I learned through my CA. Was, I think, something which was invaluable. But there were also some other crazy things that I did at that time, stuff which you had to really mug by heart. And actually, I actually also have to thank the CA for making me look like a good student. In my BCom, I didn't get a first class. And now I'm got into Pricewaterhouse. In fact, I didn't even get into Pricewaterhouse. I went for my first interview with a partner, and I was told, first question the guy asked me, why didn't you go to Sydenham College? We only take people from Sydenham. So I told him I didn't have the marks to go to Sydenham, so I went to HR college. We only take people. Anyway, he basically told me that, you're not going to come in over here. And then there was a guy who I knew through a cousin of mine who was a manager at that time, Kersi Vacha. And I walked out of the room and Kersi said, give me some time. And then I finally got into Pricewaterhouse and I did my articles over there. And but yeah, so that experience was it was great. Also, the first time that I was working over there and going out, I love doing something called collateral inspections because that we were doing that on behalf of Citibank. People didn't like that because it was a lot of grunt work going out into factories, etc. I just like that. Yes, intermediate examination. It's a tough exam. Very few people get through. I decided to sit for both the groups at the same time. And woe and behold, I get the 48th rank in India. They give the top 50 ranks. A guy who couldn't get a first class in his BCom, ends up being a rank holder the intermediate examination.
Wow.
I was shocked. And I think my parents were also shocked. So, and then I sat for my MCom because I wanted to go, to do an MBA later on. So I had to get my 16 years of formal education. I didn't study for my first year examination. I went for the examination studying at the last minute. I come third in the university.
Wow.
So I'm under bigger shock. So I said to myself that, if I studied hard, maybe I could come first in the university in my MCom part 2. So I studied hard. I failed.
Well, you failed.
So I had to do it again. Yeah. And then I got through. Yeah. I didn't get a rank in my second time around. And then in my CA final examination, again, I got a rank in India. I passed in the first attempt and I got again the 40th rank. So it looked like a typo on my CV in my early days, 40th rank in the intern, the final. But for the first time in my life, I was successful academically. So that's the top part. He's going to wake up one day. I woke up around that time, while I was doing my, my CA. And that gave me actually a lot of conviction that, I can do things here. But yeah, so when you ask me what did my CA teach me, it also gave me confidence that I could do what was a very tough examination and do well in that and do badly in the other crappy examinations.
Tell me now about, going to the US. What was that like? What was Chicago booth like?
So I only applied to 2 schools. I was lazy first of all, I was not very keen about going, and I said, my folks say you got to go apply to business school. So I applied only 2 schools, Wharton and Chicago, and I picked Chicago because of the strength of the faculty, of the flexibility in the curriculum. And my mom studied at a suburban college in Chicago, and frankly, the city is a more interesting city. I went there. Now I'm, a rank holder CA. I got into Chicago in '86, and then I took a break for a year, and I worked in Dubai for a year. I was just sick of studying, so I said, let me go somewhere where I would get away from it all. And I spent a year in Dubai. And if I look back at what were my key learnings from that year in Dubai, one of them was seeing Pakistanis as human.
Wow.
Because we don't interact with Pakistani. Where do we in India interact with them here? In this office that I was at KPMG, the office was set up by Pakistanis, and we were one of the few first Indians over there. And they were great guys. Now, we grew up in India in this cosmopolitan world, primarily in the South, which was never antagonist with Pakistanis. I know my uncles fought in wars, etc., but they were just us. There were large parts of the country which were so anti-Pakistan, but I never grew up with that. I mean, they were just people separated by an accidental line. I realized that they grew up with a lot of hatred towards India. But again, when we would hang out in the office, we were colleagues, we were friends. We just saw each other as human beings. The only time that we saw each other as opponents was during the India-Pakistan cricket game in Dubai. And it was like a bizarre experience. And the reason we could go and see those games was because they were, that's whatever, Sharjah cricket state. There's not sure it was in Sharjah, it was a client of ours, so you could get crickets. But
Isn't the famous Javed Miandad 6 of Chetan Sharma around this time?
I wouldn't know. I'm not a big cricket person, but maybe may have been, yeah. But it's really sad that today we see each other as, enemies. When we were friends over there. I mean, I've honestly not been in touch with many of my colleagues at that state because this was all pre-internet. So we've lost touch with each other. We don't know where they are. And, but it was, I mean, that to me was a great experience over there. So I go to Chicago. Now I'm a rank holder CA. I'm a smart guy. So I will decide that I will do the toughest course that you do in your first year with Gene Farmer. And I got my butt kicked. I once asked him a question in class, and his response was something to the effect that was the most stupid question he's ever heard in his life, or something like that. I never opened my mouth again in his class. It was a 2-session class, and at one time he even told me, I think maybe you should drop out of it. But I persisted. But that to me was a rude awakening that, I'm not as smart as a lot of other people in the class. And there's a lot that I don't know. Years later, when he won his Nobel Prize, Niranjan, our good friend, calls me up and says, Lewis, I remember you saying that you were a student of his. Will you write an article for us in tomorrow's paper? I need it in an hour. So I said, sure. So it came out the next day, and the article was titled Gene Farmer and My Trauma at Chicago. But so it was tough because I took it easy. I thought I was this really smart guy, but I had those 2 years at Chicago were transformational. It sounds cliched, but the two things that I learned over there. One was it taught me how to think. And that's that curiosity part which we talked about, just wanting to know more, etc. One of the courses I did, for example, was outside the business school with a guy called, just I can't remember, blanked on his name. It'll come back to me. It was called the opening of the American mind, the closing of the American mind, rather. And it was by this philosopher. And we discussed it through 3 of Shakespeare's plays. So whenever I open my mouth, you say you're doing that. You're saying this because you're from the business school. But it was a fascinating those 2 years. I met some of my closest friends, and I met some of the smartest sort of people around. I remember doing a course with George Stigler. And and he was by this time an old guy, possibly in his 60s, 70s, and very gentle. And I remember after finishing the course, I told him, I really enjoyed the class, being taught by a Nobel Prize winner. And he said, yes, and I remember once you won an argument. I don't remember that. I think he was just being kind to me. But apparently when he was younger, he was like Gene Farmer, vicious. And so, but I saw the gentler side of him. And so the first thing was I learned how to think differently. And the second was an experience that I got, which was again purely accidental, and I don't know whether it was accidental, but it was transformational. I was this Indian guy over here in this, and we were not many Indians at that time. Today, like in the second largest country nationality over there after the Americans is Indians today. But at that time, we were like a handful of them, 4, 5 of us. I decided to run for student election to the Business Students Association. And I wasn't going to run. And then one of the other guys, we ran on a slate of 5 people. One of the guys come to me and says, Lewis, why don't you run on my slate? So I said, okay. And it was really bizarre because you actually run on a slate of 5 positions, but you vote individually for each of those 5 positions. And I think one of the rare times when out of the 5 positions, 4 came from one slate, and I was the only one who came from this slate. So it is good for my ego. And so we'd meet up with the dean once a month, and Business Week did its first ever ranking of business schools. And they had three rankings: one by recruiters, two by alumni who just graduated, and the three was a blended ranking. Recruiters ranked Chicago number 6. Students ranked Chicago number 20. They listed only 20, the top 20 rankings. Chicago was 20. And why was it so? Is because this was just after the crash of 87, October 87. And these guys, the class of 88, was tough, found a very tough getting job because this was really an investment banking school at that time. They couldn't get jobs. A lot of guys who did their summer internship in 87 came back with offers. They got sign-on bonuses. They splurged it, and suddenly those offers evaporated. So they hated the school. The school didn't have a great placement placement scheme at that time. So Chicago was rammed really hard by the scholars, by the students. And therefore, on a blended basis, we were number 11. We're not a top 10 school. So obviously, where have we come to? First time there's been a ranking of schools and we were not in the top 10 at all. So remember, we had breakfast that morning with the dean and everyone was like, oh, shucks, the world has come to an end as we knew it, etc. The deputy dean is a guy called Harry Davis. And he tells the story about how the only one student actually walked into his room and told him, Harry, how can we help? That was me. Harry walked in over there and said, what can we do to help? So he said, Louis, why don't you get a bunch of students together and tell us what we should do differently. So I got together like 11 of people that I knew of different backgrounds, different perspectives. We drank a lot of beer because the faculty basically at Chicago, we're the best faculty in the world. We know what's to be done. What does business week know? So, whereas Harry said, no, there's a market out there. We all believe in the market. The market says we're number 11. Now, whether it's right or wrong is irrelevant. That's what the market says. Yeah? So we drank a lot of beer and we came up with certain ideas. And what we felt was, we look back at why did we come to Chicago? And what's working well, what's not working well. And we came because it gave us great flexibility. It gave us great faculty. I mean, the textbooks we read were the ones what our professors had written and stuff like that, So that's what we did. But what it wasn't good at is that because of this extreme flexibility, you never felt you were part of a cohort. You sort of, you may meet someone in a class and you may never see that person again for the next 2 years because that's the way the curriculum was designed. And besides that, also, you didn't discuss a lot of other soft things like values, ethics, communication. So we said, let's look at how we build that up and how do you build a feeling of a cohort. And then we went out, then he said, let's look at a larger group of students together. So we went out with about 50 students. We went to a sort of a resort up north in Lake Geneva. And we spent a weekend over there. And then out of this whole thing came out a course called Leadership. At that time, it was called Leadership, Exploration, and Development. That was the only course which was mandatory for every student. This started the year after we graduated in 89. Till today, it's the only compulsory course at Booth. 2 years later, in 88, so then in 1990, Business Week they do the survey every 2 years. They did the survey again. Students ranked Chicago number 1. From 20, it went to number 1. And the primary reason was lead. And I was involved in that work.
The primary reason was you walked into Harry Davis's office and said, what can I do to help?
Yep. That's what I keep saying. So it's now what triggered me to do it? I don't know. Something, some way. And I look back and say, this is really bizarre that you have some 400 really smart kids around over there and no one else walked in. I clearly wasn't the smartest guy in the room. Guys have been there, were just smarter than me in terms of what they've done in their career, etc. But I was like the only joker who walked in over there and said that. Yeah.
You had agency. How important a trait is agency in the world in general? Because it's not a quality people talk about. They'll talk about IQ, they'll talk about EQ.
Tell me more about agency.
Agency is getting up there and doing something. There might have been other students there who thought this, but only you had the agency to walk into Professor Davis's office and to say, "What can I do to help?" That's agency.
It's a good point. I've never looked at it from that perspective. And this word agency and the way you've used it. Uh, yep, I can relate to it a couple of other times in my life. IDFC Pro. So I was at Chris Capital. I decided, okay, I've had enough of that of the tech world. I wanted to go out and do something in which had purpose. So I call up one of my mentors, Deepak Parekh, and I tell him, I speak to his office actually. And I said, like, just to Mr. Parekh that I'd like to meet him. I've had enough of the tech world. Or maybe I sent him an email. I can't remember. And I get a missed call from his office. Can you come and meet Mr. Parekh tomorrow? I said, sure. So I go meet him. And I remember sitting down over there in his anteroom, and he says, Lewis, do you want to go back to the bank? I says, no, I've had enough of banking. So what do you want to do? I said, I want to do some development work. So why don't you give me some low-cost housing project to do at HDFC? And I want to leave, but I want to leave at 3 o'clock because my kids finish off school. So I'll be home when they are at home. He says, I don't have that lifestyle. Why should you have that lifestyle? But, Louis, we've got this mandate from the government to set up an infrastructure equity fund. Would you be interested in setting it up and running it? And I said, sounds cool. I mean, I knew nothing about infrastructure. I never made an investment in my life. But sorry, let's speak to Nasser. And later on in life, I found out that I was not the first person they approached. I just happened to reach out to him for something totally else. And they'd offered this job to a few other people. I don't know who they are. And everyone thought it was a stupid idea and didn't take it up. I was none the wiser. I knew nothing about infrastructure. I just thought it was a cool thing to do. And I said yes. So I think it's sometimes just sort of, saying, okay, I got to do something about it. Or when Pat said, Louis, why don't we set up a public policy school? We've talked to our alumni about what is it that they've liked in at CCS. We are celebrating our 20th anniversary. We talked to our alumni, and a lot of them talked about this iPolicy program that we run, or whatever it was called at that time. So why don't we run a longer program? What do you think about it? Sounds like a good idea. Let's try it. And I've never used the word agency, but I think the thought of actually just putting your hand up and going and running with it is great.
And you've actually done that throughout your career, because even the move from HSBC to HDFC, from a big foreign bank to a small private bank, which, in those days was HDFC Bank brackets proposed. It wasn't even a bank yet.
Yeah.
And then the next step to go to Chris Capital from there, then this, then CCS, then ISPP. Everything, in a sense, is about the agency you're showing. Even going to Wahid stores to buy a soap dish, which is how you met your wife. So,
but even coming back to India,
yeah,
I'm looking to stay on in India for a few years. I'd done my internship with Citibank in New York. I thought I would go back, and then I get this letter. Sorry, I can't even say email. The letter. I used to get letters in those days, saying we'd like to interview you for the Asia Pacific region. And I wasn't keen about going back to India immediately. And the only reason I went there was because it was a free trip to New York. I went up with a former colleague of mine from the summer at Citibank. We had too much to drink. I remember dropping her off at her home, and I couldn't remember the name of my hotel because I had this little plastic card and the name of the hotel. I knew the name of the hotel, but I didn't know where it was. And there were no Google Maps, etc. in those days. And then the first guy I met was this idiot from HR at Citibank Hong Kong, who told me, with your background, why didn't you join financial control in Citibank in India? And I was like, this guy's a jerk. Second guy I met was the treasury person at Citibank Singapore. And now my headaches, my hangovers kicking in, etc. And the third guy I met is Jaidev Iyer from Citibank India. And within 5 minutes, he tells me, Lewis, what do you think about marketing foreign exchange products in India? And I look at him and say, I have no idea what you're talking about. I spent the next 11 years doing it. So it's really that, I just been lucky. I keep using the word luck a lot, that people have thrown up these opportunities at me which made it interesting. I look back at maybe walking into Harry's office was okay. Maybe I created that
But
opportunity.
it's not just luck. You took it. Many other people would not have taken it. So that's agency. But and then but also you mentioned Chicago Booth and the fascinating story about pharma. I don't know whether I read this in your column or somewhere else, but the story you tell is after the 87 crash, someone asked him that, why did it happen? And he said, look, I'm an economic historian. They asked me 5 years later, I'll have time to study
20 years later, I'll tell you what happened here.
Yeah. And the professor closing of the American Mind you were trying to remember is Alan Bloom, I think, right?
Alan Bloom, yes.
Alan Bloom. Before we go in for a break, tell me one more thing about those years, that in what different ways, apart from teaching you how to think, did those years open your mind? For example, one thing that I have many people telling me about that period of time, if they went abroad to study or whatever, is that in India you grow up with a sort of reflexive socialism where you think that the answer to all problems is a government, and you have a certain view of the world, and then you go to America and all of it changes, your mind opens up, etc., etc. Did anything dramatic like that happen with you? Did it need to happen with you? What else happened? And in what ways, what layers of the world were peeled away?
Yeah, when you asked me the question, what is it? I was just going to exactly talk about this. I grew up with thinking that the government was the solution to all problems. I did read Animal Farm, and so I was exposed to that, which I think has been one of the most influential books that I've read, and we can maybe talk about that also. But I grew up not knowing anything about capitalism. I didn't know about it, and that's what Chicago taught me. It taught me about so many of those ideas of capitalism and why it's a force for good. Talk about the role of incentives. I learned so much over the years from Gary Becker. I decided that I got to attend a class because one day he's going to win a Nobel Prize. So I decided to attend a class of his on population. My mistake was that this was I didn't realize then was a PhD level class. And within 3 seconds, there was differential calculus on the board. So I never went back. But we became good friends over the years. And I've been on many panels, discussions with him. And I'll tell you one story about him in a while. But whenever I'd go to him with a problem about something, he would invariably boil it down to incentives. And that's such an important role, in the role of incentives in our lives. But the story about him which blew my mind was, here's Gary Becker. I've met him maybe 2-3 times. I've been on a couple of panels with him. He'd written a book. So I meet him at an event and I bought the book and I said, no, Professor Becker, would you sign this for me? And he scribbled something on it and he writes over there, Dear Lewis, thank you for all that you're doing for us in India. That's blew me because I am this random guy. I mean, we've been together a couple of times, but the fact that he remembered that I'm from India and that I'm actively involved with the university in India was, I guess, why people like them are so great here. So that's what I learned with him, the role of incentives. Then with Gary Stigler, I learned about regulations. I always thought it's great to have the government come over there and regulate. And he talked about regulatory capture. And his studies he has this great seminal study that he did, I think in the 60s, I may have got it wrong, where he looked at, apparently in those days, there was some states which had a power regulator and some which didn't have an electricity regulator. And therefore, you'd assume that in the states where there was a regulator, electricity rates would be lower. It was just the opposite. And things like that, which he highlighted the fact that this was the case. Or this other case with Sam Peltzman. And one of the great things about Sam Peltzman is about the Peltzman effect. We looked at seatbelts. He talked about when he looked at, what is the impact of accidents after seatbelts were made mandatory. And 2 interesting points which came up with this was, one, the number of deaths went down, the number of accidents went up. Because now people felt that I have a seatbelt so I can drive faster. And then at the same time, because they were wearing a seatbelt, few people died. And we got together with him a few years earlier and was talking, and we got him with him for lunch about 2 years ago. And he's like in his 80s now or something, and he's just so full of life. Yeah. But these are the type of people. Marvin Zonis was another guy who passed away a few years ago. And I remember he was a history professor who started teaching at Booth. And he did a course on the geopolitics and economics. And that's the first time, he talked about Afghanistan. And what is Afghanistan? What's the importance in our lives? And we just seen how strategically important Afghanistan has been over the last 30 years and things like that. And you remember when I was deciding to come back to India or not, he told me, Louis, come to my office, let's talk about it. And within 5 minutes, he said, listen, Louis, you're wasting your time in America. Just go back. You want to be in India, just go back here. But it's having people like that who help cut through the clutter and who really are experts in their field. I'm not an expert in any field other than connecting dots here. But it's those guys who are just fabulous people. So that's what I learned at Chicago.
I first learned about the Peltzman effect as you just described it in a book by Steven Landsberg, where he spoke about how, mandating seat belts and mandating helmets may not actually reduce the number of deaths. And I remember you wrote a column about it in the context of vaccinations, that you could have the same effect, that, if you just feel like the world can't get you because you're vaccinated, it's not exactly like that. I'm the kind of guy who likes to say that I care more about Friedrich Hayek than Salma Hayek. And now I just realized that you're the kind of guy who cares more about Gary Becker than Boris Becker. So, am I correct?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. But I would be interested in Salma Hayek also. But one of the regrets I had was I couldn't get him to come to India to come for it. He'd grown too old by then, and he was just an amazing guy. And that's the beauty of him. He could talk to an economist in differential calculus, and he could talk to a simple person like me in English. And and be able to get his message across and impress both sets of people.
And as a digression, let me then ask you that, is that a rare skill? Like I would actually think that 85 to 90% of the academics that I meet are just ticking boxes, going through the motions, sticking to their lane, and they can't do that. They can do the differential calculus, but not the other part of it.
Absolutely, you're right. I mean, I think that's when you become greater, when you can speak in a language which simple people can understand. I think that's
because if you can only do that if you have clarity of thought, and the clarity of thought comes from trying to speak in simple language rather than differential calculus.
Yeah, you're right.
On that note, let's take a quick break, have some lunch, and then we'll come back.
Okay, sounds good.
Long before I was a podcaster, I was a writer. In fact, chances are that many of you first heard of me because of my blog India Uncut, which was active between 2003 and 2009 and became somewhat popular at the time. I loved the freedom the form gave me, and I feel I was shaped by it in many ways. I exercised my writing muscle every day and was forced to think about many different things because I wrote about many different things. Well, that phase in my life ended for various reasons, and now it is time to revive it. Only now I'm doing it through a newsletter. I have started the India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com, where I will write regularly about whatever catches my fancy. I'll write about some of the themes I cover in this podcast and about much else. So please do head on over to indiauncut.substack.com and subscribe. It is free. Once you sign up, each new installment that I write will land up in your email inbox. You don't need to go anywhere. So subscribe now for free. The India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com. Thank you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm still here with the infinitely patient Louis Miranda. And yeah, I presume he's laughing because I said infinitely, and he's like, you have no idea how close I am to getting up from here.
No. I'm enjoying myself. I'm still around.
Well, thank you for being around. I'm also enjoying myself greatly. So now I want to continue with your biography, but before we get on to your work and how you came back to India and what Citibank was like, I actually want you to spend some time talking about your wife Fiona and the partnership that you have had, because one of the things that I'm beginning to realize is that practically everybody that I've met, who their partner is, has been a huge consequential part of their lives. In many cases, parenthood has also changed them profoundly, which I'll come to later. But as I kind of read through your pieces and saw your other interviews, it just seems that this is in particular a big theme. We mentioned earlier how you happened to meet her purely because of the happenstance of coming back to India, because otherwise you wouldn't have gone to buy a soap dish at Wahid stores. So tell me more about tell me more about meeting her, how that relationship, which as you mentioned for 3 years was a long distance relationship, how that progressed and how it changed you as a person and the role it played in your life.
So, okay, so I'll tell you a story about her, which I don't think I've talked about to many people. So we actually first met on 21st of September 1985. That's 40 years ago. And the only reason I remembered it because it's my birthday and it's also the birthday of a friend of mine. It was her 21st birthday. So we met up over there and she was told, stay away from this guy. He's bad news. So
Why were you bad news? Sorry.
a bad guy. Hey, you've heard about me. I was a lousy student. I was like, whatever. So, and I had my CA final exams happening in a month's time after that. So I was at this, first of all, I was at a party. And then soon after my exams, I call her up and she comes up with a lot of reasons why she cannot go out with me. And anyway, we finally go out. And on our first date, I'd taken my dad's car, which packed up. So she had to push the car on our first date. But that was not the bad thing. So when I went to Dubai and I sent her a Valentine card when I was over there. And she was very happy that she got a Valentine card from me until she went to a friend's house and saw the same Valentine card there also.
What had you done?
I bought them by the dozen. Yeah. So economies of scale, etc. Anyway, so that's so when you play snakes and ladders, you hit a ladder, you go up, and when you hit the snake, this was a snake moment.
Shocking.
Right down. So we didn't meet each other when we were both in the US at the same time. We lost touch with each other. She clearly wasn't going to give me where she was. And therefore, the Wahida store and the famous soap dish, and we met up.
Tell me that story.
Okay, so my dad was visiting. I just moved back to Bombay. Actually, no, let's backtrack a bit. So I moved back to Bombay, and someone had told me that both Fiona and her sister were getting married. So I obviously land up at their house to bum an invitation for the wedding. And I met her mother, and her mother said, no, only the elder sister was getting married and Fiona wasn't, and she's going to come back in a few days. So that was the thing. And please come for that. I got the invitation for the wedding. Yeah. So please come for the wedding. So I said, okay. And my dad was visiting, so I was staying in the Citibank Chamari, and I needed to get a soap dish. And I remember I had a blue bathroom, so I thought a pink soap dish would contrast totally. So I was buying this, and suddenly I hear the voice behind me saying, this can only be Louis Miranda, because I was in a multicolored pair of shorts and some toned t-shirt or something like that. And I still have that pair of shorts which I wore. It's called the Fiona shorts. And then she just landed up that day from the US. She was finished off her master's and she was taking a break before figuring out whether she should do her PhD. And so we hung out and we obviously hadn't met for over 3 years. And in this period, she had gone to the US and realized that there are worse guys than me. So her bar had been lowered. I had gone to the US, got a Chicago MBA, and I learned certain important things like you don't send multiple Valentine cards, especially if it's the same card to people. So I also had, gone up a bit. So we found a new equilibrium and we hung out. And then she was going back, trying to figure out. This is an interesting conversation we were having just a few days ago. So she wanted to do a PhD, and her dad was telling her, don't do it. And the main reason was that you'll find it difficult to get a husband. Because men's egos don't let them be married to women who are more educated than them. So, in the movie talking about this, and I said, like, go do it. She said, what about, it's going to be 3 years away. And this was pre-internet days. So there's no communication with each other than writing letters. And we said, we both said, who knows what will happen in 3 years' time. But if this is something that's important for you, do it. And if it's meant for us to be together, so be it. If it's not meant to be, so be it. So she went over there and we would write every Monday, we would post a letter to each other. So we have a box of letters at home. She found my letters to be extremely unromantic. she apparently, when I first, she said we should stay in touch with each other. So whatever. So I write a daily diary. This is what I did every day. So I didn't know what's happening. She found it totally, she was shocked and traumatized. It was the first letter she got. And she said, if this is what I'm going to be getting for the next 3 years, it's going to be a very tough relationship. But yeah, so in that period of those next 3 years, she came to India once and I went to the US once, and that was it. Yeah, the rest of that, we couldn't afford phone calls because they were too expensive. I think 16 rupees a phone call. I mean, on a 4,000 rupee a month salary, 16 rupees a minute is a lot of money. So, yep, a lot of it was just letters. And if we had to communicate urgently with each other, it could only be done by fax. And again, sending her a fax meant that it had to go through the one centralized fax machine in the college, which meant so like 7 people saw it before it got to her. So obviously, it meant that I would send her embarrassing things by fax. And but it survived, and it survived. So today, when I talk to our kids about relationships and long distance, both of them are in long distance relationships. They actually find it difficult because sometimes, because of technology and being connected all the time, they feel it's more difficult than in our case when we knew we had no alternatives and we just relied only on letters. Yeah. But anyway, so we did that for 3 years, and then she finished a PhD. Oh, her advisor fell sick. Had a heart problem. So, but we'd already fixed a wedding date. So she came back, defended her. So we got married, and then she went back to defend her dissertation. And we had no money those days. So the question of me flying there for her dissertation and graduation wasn't even on the cards. Yep. And in 2018, was that right? Did I get the math right? Yeah, 2018, we celebrated our 25th wedding anniversary. And I wrote an article about what it meant to me. And I remember saying that, what is 20, because Fiona asked me this question, what does 25 years mean? What does marrying 25? And I think to me, it was very clear. It was just discovering my best friend. So, and that's what's important for people to understand. At one stage, the physicality, the romance, etc., will sort of get jaded a bit. And it's you figuring out, that you're with somebody because you just like hanging out with that person. Will there be differences of opinion? Yeah, it's. And I remember writing that, being married 25 years was like the roads in Bandra, a lot of potholes, but it's sort of essential, and it is part of the charm. But yep, so even when I look at the role that I've played in the social sector, partly I got into it because of Fiona. She was a volunteer at Akanksha, and the first NGO that I was on the board of was Akanksha. Then she was a volunteer at Sneha. The first I got into the board of Sneha. And when I look at our kids and the way the kids are interested in the nonprofit space, a lot of it was just the stories that she would share with them about her time, especially at Akanksha, working with the kids, etc. And that's had a huge impact on the dinner conversations at home and their experiences. But yep, to me, it's marriage is also about being married so long is really about just discovering your best friend and wanting to hang out and grow old together. Yeah.
You've got a lovely story about how after you had joined HDFC Bank brackets proposed, which we'll talk about soon, Deepak Parekh met her at a party
Yes.
and he asked her that, he asked her if she was mad at you and how things were between you guys. And she said, why? And he said, because when I, made a career shift like this, my wife was so mad at me. And she was like, no, I'm totally chill with it. So give me a sense of that, because every time you shifted careers, Louis, you went to a lower salary, right? You never did anything for money.
Yeah.
You could have followed the traditional path in any one of your many jobs and reached the top, and it would have been amazing. But each time you just chose to, go somewhere so different and so much riskier. So what was that kind of like? Like, I think something that men and Indian men in particular struggle with is that notion of themselves as a provider and the expectation they have of themselves, the responsibility they carry, etc., etc. How was it like between you guys that you had the freedom to do, to show that agency?
Good question. So it's a couple of things, and we could explore each of these. One is, I think, I don't take myself seriously. A lot of guys have this view that they are the male, they're the hero, they are the breadwinner, they have egos which are huge. I don't have any of that crap. So we're partners in this relationship. Do I make more money than she does? Yeah. Does she have a bigger role in the way the kids have grown up, etc.? Yeah. And and so it's interesting to see, for example, the discussions our kids have or I have with other people. For example, we've only had one joint account ever since we got married. And that's it. I mean, there's no question of mine, yours. Today, there's a lot of talk about 50-50 relationships, how each job has to be done 50-50. No, I think that's crazy. Some jobs will be done 100-0, some will be 0, 10-90, something like that. So it actually each one brings in what they want to do and what makes sense. Has she been disappointed sometime that she didn't follow her career? We've talked about it, but she just rediscovered herself, and we'll talk about that. So that's the first part about the fact that I don't take myself seriously. The second thing is, I guess, also the way she grew up. Her dad was in the army. Every 3 years they moved house, home, moved city. So she and her sister both were very clear that they will not marry anyone from the army because they don't want to see go through what their mother went through every 3 years moving house. We've lived only in Mumbai our entire married life, but from 93 when we got married till 2003, in that 10-year period before we moved into our current place, we moved 4 times. So, and in the same city. So she went through the same hassles that her mother would have gone through, moving house every time. Of course, the last 20 odd years, we've been at the same place. But so I think that ability to move around made her comfortable with me sort of jumping around a lot. And and I remember when we got married, we talked about the fact that life's not going to be steady in that way. We will do crazy things, and we were just lucky that it all worked out here. So yeah, so you talk about going at a low salary, and I keep telling this to people, and that I think you used that word agency before. I got to use it more about the fact that you if you don't try something which is different, you're going to only get average returns. You can also blow up, and company can be a total disaster. And that's where I think I've been lucky that so far nothing really bad has happened, which could be sort of earth shattering or whatever. But I've been sort of I've had really three careers. Let me see, the right. The first decade I was in banking. The second decade was in private equity. And the third elongated decade has been in the nonprofit space. Each time I've changed, not because, as we discussed earlier, it's because I was chasing my passion, but because someone threw a new thing that got me passionate about it. And it was always because there was a larger motive than just the money. If it was just the money, I would have stayed on in the US. I would have been some mid-level guy in the US. I would have had this lovely house. I would have been in suburbia, etc. And I would have been a nobody. I would have been small fish in big pond. I came back to India with no expectation. A month later, I bump into, well, not a month, a few days later, I bump into Fiona and my life partner. And then I'm onto this amazing ride. 5 years later, I involved in starting a bank. When we finished business school, no one talked in '89 about being an entrepreneur. That was more the outlier. And suddenly I realized, and not then, but a few years, many years later, that everything that I've done since 1994 has been in startups. And if you look back, it's been 32 years of being in startups. And I never considered myself to be an entrepreneur or being a startup guy. I thought I was a corporate guy. I mean, my dad was in one company for nearly his entire life. The owners kept changing, but he's in the same company. So, so that's the other thing that it's always a purpose. I came back to India because I said if I'm going to do something, rather do it in India than in the US. Moving to HDFC Bank was about can we build a we never had great vision. We just remember we're talking to Aditya about a year or so back, and we said, we want to just build a bank that we could give the foreign banks a run for their money, and never expected that the bank is going to be worth so much. And as I keep admitting, one of the big mistakes was selling my ESOPs too early. But that's okay. What would I have done with it? I'd give it away because I have more money than I needed, so it should have gone away anyway. So that's when then I joined Chris Capital because they were building great companies to conquer the world. IDFC was about how do we improve the quality of infrastructure. Again, with IDFC, everyone told me that Louis, you can't make money investing in infrastructure. And I had no idea. I was stupid, which is possibly why the other people refused their job. But to me, the infrastructure sucked. Here's a chance to do something about it. If we make money, great. If we don't make money, we tried it. And as it turned out, we made money. So that was useful. And then studying ISP. Actually, it's interesting that when you look at public policy, and I got to learn that much later on in life, that when we looked at HDFC Bank, it was all about, okay, we got a bank that started. No one ever thought about, heck, what happened? It was a public policy change that took place where the government said, let's have more private sector banking in the economy. Similarly, in 2002, the finance minister announced the setting up of an infrastructure equity fund, which will be run by IDFC. That's a public policy change. So the two big events in my life that took place which impacted me both professionally and financially, were public policy changes from the government, which enabled it. And throughout all these changes, if you didn't have a partner who would be supportive, you'd be miserable. She'd be miserable. Your family life would be miserable. And Fiona has been that. She's never been someone to say that I want this, I want that. Do we have arguments? Of course we have arguments. We have disagreements? Of course. Do we have time when we don't talk to each other for 8 days? Yeah. So that's part for the course. Yeah.
Let me double click on what you said earlier about not taking yourself seriously. I have arrived part of the way there, but after a youth in which I took myself too seriously. So did you not take yourself seriously from the start, or was it a journey that you made? And if so, were there inflection points in that journey, or, and obviously it's hindsight, but looking back, what can you tell me about that process?
When you fail 3 subjects in your prelim exams, you can't take yourself seriously.
Yeah. Right from the start, you're not taking it.
I've never taken myself seriously. Yeah. But seriously, I don't think I've ever taken myself seriously because I was never the star. Yeah? So I was never the hero who everyone sort of say, wow, this guy's going to do great. No, yeah. I've always been like that. Yeah.
You mentioned about how in 1989 you could not have imagined yourself as an entrepreneur, and I think any Indian in that year would have been foolish to think of it.
Yeah.
I have many episodes on the 91 reforms. I'll link them from the show notes, but you've also written a lot about it and how much it meant to India and to you.
Yeah.
So just elaborate on that a bit, because 70% of India is born after that. Today so many people reflexively go into this thing of capitalism bad, socialism good, without having the slightest idea of what life was like before that, and how much 1991 transformed the world for you and me and hundreds of millions of other people. So just
sure. So we tend to always romanticize the past and talk about how life was so lovely in those days, and that's a behavioral challenge we all have here. It's a bias. So 91, people tell me, Louis, you really had foresight coming back to India in 89. Oh yeah, I was drunk the previous night. Yeah, in a moment of weakness, I said yes to a job which paid me peanuts. But I'm so glad I did that, because did I ever dream I'd have those opportunities? No. I can't even claim to have say that I could see this opportunity in India. No, I never saw that. Yeah. So it's very important, therefore, for young people, as you said, 70% who didn't even weren't even born at that time today in India, is that for them to know what that past was like, because it's very easy to forget about it. And I think therefore what CCS has is a website called Indian Liberals, and this 1991, and even what Ketas and Shruti have.
The 1991 project.
91 thing is, a project. It's so important for people to understand, that today when you look at, you may grumble about too many cars on the road. At that time, you had two cars. I mean, even the Herald had died by that time. Yeah, that's the Fiat, the Premier Padmini, and the Ambassador. If you wanted a scooter, you had to wait in line. And Rakesh Mohan has this lovely story. I don't know whether you've heard about it. So he and his wife, they sort of, who sort of became friendly, etc. One of them had a gas connection, the other one had a telephone. So they said, if they married each other, they will both have a gas connection and a telephone here. Now, I'm sure that that's not the reason why they got married, but it just showed how complicated and difficult things were in those days here.
Another crazy factoid that blows my mind is that a second-hand car would cost more than a new car, because you'd have to wait 8 years for the new car to be delivered, and the second-hand car would be there immediately.
Absolutely. So it's just bizarre, and and for us, it came back to hit us when we went on a holiday as a family, the four of us, to Cuba in I'm going to say 2018. I think it was 2018. I may be wrong, but I think it was around 2018. And it reminded us so much of the India when we were kids here. There was a ration shop over there where the stores were empty. The shelves were empty, rather. And there was a market store next door, which was full. One day we were at this beach resort. We'd gone scuba diving. And so the second morning, they asked, "What do you want for breakfast?" I said, "Same what we had yesterday. We'll have eggs and toast." "Sorry, sir, the eggs didn't come today." And it was like deja vu. We met a local sort of guy who wrote an op-ed in the New York Times about the class discrimination in healthcare in Cuba. He immediately lost his university job and now sort of struggling to make a living. So we were introduced to him, and we spent some time in his house. So and there were so many other things. Like, for example, we didn't see. What is great about it was that there were no billboards, there were no hoardings, because you don't advertise in a communist world. You didn't there was not much plastic thrown around because there were no packets of chips. The only snack you could have was biscuits. Now, of course, we didn't go to the touristy places, so maybe things were different over there. But in the rest of the country, that was it. It was just a peaceful life, but you didn't have choice. You had to do what was there. And then we met up with guys. We met up with this guy who ran a restaurant. So the first things that opened in Cuba, if I'm not mistaken, were the ability to run a restaurant and the ability to have a private taxi service. I think these were the two things that got privatized early. And so this guy was saying that, he had one of the first restaurants in this small village that we visited. And therefore, suddenly he became a rich guy. He could travel to the US. He could do things like that. And just showed that, the opportunity which came along with it. We were staying, by the way, in Airbnb. The Airbnb had already reached Cuba. So all the places we stayed were in people's homes thanks to Airbnb. We didn't stay in a hotel at all. And that's how we got to also interact with people. Some were more open than others. So... But yeah, about India before 91. So it's so important for young guys because they take things for granted. So similarly, I just finished reading a book called 16 Stormy Days. I don't know whether you've ever...
I've done an episode with Tripur Daman Singh on that.
I must get
It's a
into
magnificent
that,
book. Yeah.
It's a fascinating book, because, we look at all the talk that's happening today about we need to have a new constitution. And how, a few months after we passed our constitution, Nehru wanted to have a new constitution, wanted the First Amendment. And again, the intention was noble, which is, okay, there's a lot of agendas which they wanted to have, whether it's right or wrong is separate, but on Zamindari reform, etc., and which was being considered unconstitutional by the courts. But the unintended consequence of which S.P. Mukherjee alerted him to was saying, you're making all these changes assuming that you will be in power. and there'll come a day when these will be held against you, and that's exactly what's happened.
No, and our First Amendment, in stark contrast to America's First Amendment, was a crippling blow to free speech. And if you see the debates between Shyama Prasad Mukherjee and
Yes.
Nehru, especially in the next book that Tripurdaman wrote with a co-author, and I have an episode with both of them on that also, you realize that it is Shyama Prasad Mukherjee who is saying liberal things and defending free speech, and Nehru is doing just the opposite, simply because he wanted to shut down a communist magazine which had
Yes.
criticized him.
Yes.
So it's just horrendous, but
And then the legacy is of the ninth schedule, which didn't exist. And it was only basically to have some acts which were basically to do with the zamindari properties. And now I was read somewhere that's them 275 acts. And by the way, what's in the ninth schedule is really laws which the courts can't challenge as being unconstitutional. The 275 or something acts over there. So, and a lot of them passed by previous governments.
no, I mean, Shruti Rajgopalan has a great talk on YouTube, which I'll link to, where she talks about all the constitutional amendments since independence. And the truth of the matter is, every time a court decided something was unconstitutional or was about to, the Prime Minister in charge, which was at first Nehru and later Indira, simply amended the constitution.
Yes.
So there was there's even this great cartoon you must have seen, that someone goes to the Parliament bookstore and they ask for a copy of the constitution, and the person behind the counter says, "Sorry, we don't stock periodicals." So, for all these people who worship the constitution, the fact is that's what it was. It was just changed every time it was convenient to the government to do that.
So, and that again was something which I've learned again over the recent years about, thanks to a lot of the books that I read. And we haven't talked much about books, but I spend a lot of my time reading books and listening to podcasts. When I go on my walks, I listen to podcasts. Some podcasts like yours are written at 1.5 speed. But that's really, how one learns more and gets over that curiosity that we have. But yeah, but 91 reforms is so important for people to, across the, but actually it's a very interesting. Were you in the room with us in Rajesh Jain's office sometime about 4 or 5 years ago when Sanjeev Sanyal was also within Ruben?
I have never met Sanjeev, but I have hung out with Rajesh Jain, so I know all his thoughts on these matters, but I've never met Sanjeev, so I certainly wasn't in that room.
But we were talking about the fact that it's become very fashionable to be socialist, and why the conservative story is so difficult. And and then you suddenly see that in the US, Trump's come in over there, and the conservative story is in a way the socialist story is in a way also fading over there. So it's very important how one can get the story out over here, change so fast, and what was fashionable at that time can change so within just one election.
I mean, I'll respond to that by pointing out that I don't think the socialist story is changing per se, because one, if you look at the win of Mamdani in New York, where, by the way, if you see how I looked at the vote division in the primaries of the Democratic nomination before he won the nomination in the election, and all the poor people had actually not voted for him. It was the upper crust hipsters, the elites who kind of voted for him, and then eventually whoever is a Democratic candidate simply wins. And a lot of that stuff like rent controls, government-owned grocery stores is right out of the Socialist Handbook. And I will go further and say that some of the things that Trump is doing is right out of the Socialist Handbook. Like, where are tariffs something that conservatives of the past or libertarians would ever have supported? It's complete madness. I think they've lost their way in tribalism that has destroyed both the left and the right. You could have reasons earlier to respect both of them, and now they've both been taken over by these extreme factions which don't resemble the principles that they often claim to stand up for. And even in India, I'm not sure what conservative case there ever was, because every political party we have ever had, with the brief exception of the Swatantra
Swatantra.
Party for a brief period of time, and the work that Sharad Joshi did. But apart from that, every political party in the country today is left of center on economics and right of center on society, and therefore anti-freedom in both respects. So it's a tough battle.
It is a tough battle. And despite people seeing the change that we make today, for example, there's so much of criticism, say, on the privatization of healthcare. And the simple question I ask anyone is, if you're seriously sick, what type of hospital will you go to? And and it's always, I'll go to the private hospital. I'm not saying that they're better, but when you are sort of sick and you have a problem, that's where you'd go. And it's not right that you treat it, because I've seen some very good also primary healthcare that's run by the government. But it's very convenient, as you said, to criticize and to sort of want something. And what you also said earlier about Mamdani, that the poor, actually, he got a lot of his support came from the rich, and it's something which Raghuram Rajan wrote his first book with Luigi, Saving Capitalism from the Capitalists, where he talks about how you get this club set up, and therefore the biggest challenges to real capitalism is from the entrenched capitalist. They don't want change. Nobody wants to. They wants a free market. Everybody wants some other markets to be free as long as it doesn't touch them. And I remember in Singapore, I used to be in my foreign exchange days. We'd gone for a forex conference to Singapore, and the head of the Monetary Authority of Singapore was there, and he said, in Singapore, we allow you to trade in any currency. You can do what you want, except the Singapore dollar.
This is a point this is an argument I made with Ram Guha as well. Like in his great book, India After Gandhi, he pointed out that how the Bombay Club, the group of industrialists who'd met in the 40s and etc., and all the recommendations that they took to Nehru were socialist in nature. And I was like, of course they were, because we have to see the distinction between markets and business, pro markets and pro business. They were businessmen who wanted their entrenched markets to be protected.
Yep.
They did not want competition. That is not what free markets are about. Of course, you would expect capitalists to want to protect their markets, but pro markets and pro business are entirely opposite terms.
Yep.
And this great phrase that I've learned recently, coined by Rob Henderson, is luxury beliefs. Have you heard the phrase?
No, tell me more.
What the phrase luxury beliefs essentially means is that these are beliefs held by elites who have already escaped poverty and, are far away, are essentially super privileged. And these are beliefs they hold about how the world can be made a better place for the poor, and they inevitably end up hurting the poor, right? So a lot of socialist stuff would fall into this. I had done an episode of my YouTube show, Everything is Everything, called Beware of Luxury Beliefs. For example, something that you've spoken about as well, after you also read Harry Frankfurt's book on inequality. Inequality. Yeah. Worrying about inequality is a luxury belief. My argument always has been that we don't live in a zero-sum world, and therefore inequality and poverty are very, very different things. They're almost opposite things. Since 1991, we've lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty, while inequality has gone up. I often ask people the question that where in the world would you rather be poor? Would you rather be poor in Bangladesh or poor in the US? And everyone would say I would rather be poor in the US. But the US has greater inequality than Bangladesh does. So why is that? They are very, very different things. And my point is that as long as we are in India and there is poverty, our moral imperative is to get rid of poverty. There should be nothing else that matters. And the ways to tackle poverty and inequality are literally the opposite. So thinking about inequality, using that term, people use it interchangeably for poverty. It is literally the perfect example of a luxury belief that you have escaped poverty, you can talk about inequality all you want. But if you are actually in poverty, if you don't know where your next meal is going to come from, if your next bacterial infection is going to wipe out your family wealth, if you're that poor, then the only damn thing that matters to you is get me out of this poverty. And you've mentioned Harry Frankfurt's books on inequality. I love the phrase he has in that the doctrine of sufficiency, where he says what should guide us is the doctrine of sufficiency, that do I have enough to live? And only after you cross that can you have time for a luxury belief like inequality. And I'm actually aghast at, so many foreign educated or foreign influenced elite English speaking kids in India will keep saying inequality, inequality without even thinking 30 seconds about it and realizing it's bad for the poor.
And it's so true. And I'm glad you brought this up because I got slammed a lot for that article, and even now with some of the organizations that I work with, when I say that inequality is not the problem here. I mean, okay, there are issues with inequality, but the larger problem is just people. And as what Harry Frankfurt says, inequality is not morally objectionable. What is morally objectionable is the seeing the number of poor people around you.
Yeah.
And that is wrong here. And it's very easy to say we will focus on inequality, just tax the rich. We've seen empirically that it doesn't work here. And that's why you have this K-shaped economy, whatever. But the fact is that it's so much more difficult to take people out of poverty. And therefore, it's all about increasing the size of the pie as opposed to figuring out how to slice it. Because once you're focusing on slicing the existing pie, you're never going to you're on a downward spiral. And Harry Frankfurt, that book was an interesting one. I didn't know him at all. I just saw this book lying in the library, in the bookstore at my daughter's college, picked it up, and on the flight back, I finished it. And he said it so eloquently. But he said the challenges of inequality are one, if you create unequal access, and secondly, when you have conspicuous consumption. So today, when people have these mega weddings, when people see, that's what happened in Nepal, by the way, with these Nepo kids. All these kids who are having fancy lifestyles and showing all this fancy shopping, people got fed up. They said, that's not right here. So if you want to sort of have a lot of money, don't be open about it here. And it's more difficult in this day of social media. But you sort of, because if people are struggling and you have a lot of conspicuous consumption, you're going to have a problem. But otherwise, inequality will always be there. It's just by, I guess, one of those laws of nature. You can have, because that's again what I learned in Animal Farm. Yeah, all pigs are equal, but then suddenly some pigs become more equal than others.
Have you read Harry Frankfurt's other book on bullshit?
No, I've been meaning to buy that book. Just the title got me excited. Yeah.
No. So it's especially pertinent in our age because for my listeners, I'll inform them that the central thesis in the book On Bullshit, and both of these, by the way, are really slim books. You can read them in one sitting. The central thesis of On Bullshit is that bullshit and lies are different. When someone is lying, they know that they are lying and they intend to lie. Whereas a bullshit may be false, it may be true, whoever is saying it simply doesn't care. They are just going with the flow, they're just going with the vibe, and once they have gone with it, they are consistent to that. And I think that the most powerful man in the world today is a prime bullshitter, which is Donald Trump, right? And I don't mean this either in a pejorative sense or even and obviously not in an approving sense. But to think of him as someone who intends to mislead you is not quite the case. He's just going with the flow, whatever comes into his head. A lot of it is nonsense. A lot of it is bullshit, and a lot of that bullshit is false, and some of that bullshit happens to be true by accident, and it doesn't really matter. So once you distinguish between these two, it makes looking at the world very interesting indeed.
I should. Thank you for reminding me about that book. I need to get that here.
Yeah.
But it is so true. Yeah, it's become so. Everyone in the world talks about inequality, and you just ignore the poor. Yeah. The other argument, which I've also learned, again, thanks to my friends at this group called Transformed, a bunch of us who get together, is focus on prosperity. And, just what do we need to get more prosperous? Because from a public policy point of view, I believe that the best way to get people out of poverty is economic development here. And we've seen that. I mean, China's been a great example of that. At the same time, there will be people who will be left behind. And you need to therefore you got to carry them along with you, because if you don't carry them along with you, you would have strife at one time. You can't sort of, ignore the poor and make them poorer. So you need to have economic growth, which will the rising tide, etc., etc., etc. But she's got to be inclusive also. And I don't think that is
I mean, my slight pushback against that is that if you look at the percentage of people left behind, it would be a far greater percentage of people left behind in poverty without the economic growth in the counterfactual. And I think economic growth eventually is by nature inclusive, unless you have crony capitalism take over and all of
I
that.
was referring to that. I was referring to that.
Yeah, any of the listeners who disagree with me, I have a task for you. Land Pritchett has a great paper on this, which I'll link from the show notes, where he essentially looked at human welfare indicators across, I think, more than 50 countries. So things like, across health and gender equality and all of those things. And he found that they had a 99% correlation with GDP per capita and a less than 1% correlation with other things like redistributive measures, welfare state, etc., etc. Right? And to me, that is overwhelming evidence that this is not any more about opinions. This is data. And you're welcome to check that paper out and tell me where he's wrong or why he's wrong. Many people have tried, trust me. If you look at the Google Scholar citations, economic growth is simply the only way forward. And every government in India, bar that golden period between 91 and 2011, has essentially, not understood this.
That's true. I agree with you. And that's why I said the main thing is just economic growth. Now, you've also got to, like in today's world, you can't talk about economic growth without, clubbing in the inclusive part about it. But I also agree with you that it just flows.
Yeah, but it's a false dichotomy in my mind. That's a problem. We are almost accepting we are almost accepting the rhetoric of the left if we treat them as two separate things. Gandhi ji had this great metric that I entirely agree with, and I'm sure you entirely agree with as well, that whenever I think of any public policy, the only question that I ask myself is, what will this do for the poorest of the poor?
Yeah.
And that is the only damn thing I care about. And the answer to that is always in the direction of more economic freedom and better rule of law.
The other thing I learned from Subhashish is also policies for the poor are poor policies, in the sense that it's got to be sort of, because and I saw this to some extent last Sunday. We went to visit a colony of NT-DNT. This is a new thing that I've learned over the last few years. These are people who are tribals and denotified tribals, nomadic tribes and denotified tribals, and they were treated as criminals by the British. And so we visited this place in Sholapur where it was like in a concentration camp. They were kept in a fenced area, and they were not allowed. They were allowed to go out only to go work in factories as slave labor in a way. Never got paid directly. They were paid indirectly, and so it was in a really crappy life they had. And and you just think that this was there in India till 1947, and you still have them living in some of these poor areas. And the reason I bring this up is that we were driving around, and suddenly the road becomes really bad because we were in the settlement area, and no one cares about the quality of roads over there because nobody goes there. So it's so important that you have policies which are applicable to everyone. So if you say, for example, that ration rice, I think the ration rice is a stupid concept, but say the poor will get ration rice, you will get poor quality rice. But if you say that the only rice available goes to everybody, then you'll make sure that there's good quality rice here. So that's but you're right. I mean, the economic development is. And I'm so glad you brought up this point of inequality versus poverty.
Let's go back to talking about your career now. Tell me about the years before HDFC. Like, you worked in Citibank for a while, then you went to HSBC, but weren't entirely satisfied during that journey. So what was that like, and what was your vision of yourself? Like, what do I want to do with my life, etc.
Honestly, I often try to remember what was I thinking in those days, and I don't think I thought, and today I find people saying, "What's your goal in life, etc." I don't think I had those goals in life. I feel like even today I don't have a goal in life. Seneca would be very unhappy with me. I don't know which port I want to sail to, but to me it's more an elusive thing that let's do something which is useful. So when I was at Citibank, I never dreamt I want to be CEO or that I want to go overseas. In fact, in Citibank, and this was the problem I had with foreign banks, is that I came back to India, and what happens as you go up the chain is that finally you'll go overseas. No, that's what I did. That was not to me the reward. Yeah. I was just happy being here. So even when I was leaving HSBC, the global head of markets called me and said, Louis, give me a few days. I'll get you overseas. I told him, but I don't want to go overseas. Yeah. I want to just be back over here in India. So it's not that I didn't enjoy. I loved those years. I mean, Citibank was a great place to be in. The dealing room we had was fabulous. Some really smart people enjoyed it. But somewhere on the way, I felt that we were more focused on making money than at that stage. And this is going back, it's over 30 years ago. Than just doing what is right for the client. And so one morning, I was talking to one of my colleagues saying, I'm just fed up of this. And that evening, she was having dinner with Arvind Sethi, who was the treasurer at HSBC. And he told her that he's looking for someone to run treasury sales for India. And she said, talk to Louis. And he said, Louis will not leave Citibank because he's a die-hard Citibanker, which I was. And because Citibank at that time was the largest bank in the world, I'd summer interned in New York in the chairman's office, and it was a fabulous place to be in. And but she said, just talk to him. And if I hadn't had that random conversation with her that morning, I would not even have been referred to because. So he calls me up the next day, and then I end up in HSBC. It was a much smaller bank in India at that time, but it gave me a chance to run the business as opposed to be at the bottom of the food chain at Citibank. And I remember a lot of my well-wishers telling me that you can't leave Citibank to join HSBC, which was a much smaller bank than Citibank at that time in India. And but to me, it was just the challenge of the job. And then I went across it. And and there I said I got a quick lesson on management, which actually was a rough lesson for me. I walked in as this brash city banker into this very staid HSBC place. I was brought in over there to shake it up, but I was an asshole. I basically said things which I shouldn't have in terms of the changes required, etc. And it obviously upset a lot of people. But that again was a lesson for me that when you're trying to do something in change management, you got to do it in stealth and not so in your face. And I firmly believe that there were a lot of people in the dealing room and the team who were fabulous, but they were in the wrong job. So we need to get them out and get new people in, and which I did. So the team 2 years time was very different from what I started off with, and all the guys who left also did fabulously in their other places. Here. It's just that they just didn't belong in the dealing room. And yep, and then Arvind gave me a free hand to do stuff, and we did well. Yeah. We grew our business phenomenally. And then something happened, which I was talking to one of the expat guys who was looking after risk, and I forget his name. Let's just say his name was Mike. And I told him one day, Mike, I see you sitting in the office all the time. I don't see you going out. He's the head of risk. I don't see you going out and meeting companies and meeting customers. And he said, Louis, in India, if you go meet someone, then they'll ask you for a favor. So I don't meet people. And I said to myself, the guy might ever sit in Hong Kong for a decade. Yeah? Why is he sitting in India? And so I realized that and then there was one transaction which we did, which was highly profitable, but we only got approval to do it because there was a lot of money to be made. And then I realized, there were decisions being taken by guys sitting halfway across the world who really don't understand. And this was again, way back in 94 when India was still opening up, and we weren't the India of today. Today is very different. For example, the HSBC India is, controls a lot of things and gets a lot more approval than in the past. So I had enough of multinationals. I said, yeah, the guys are sitting halfway across the world making decisions. I want to work for an Indian organization. But the problem was that in those days, in '94, those Indian organizations which were professional didn't pay a decent wage, and those who paid a decent wage weren't professional. And then I got a call. Those were starting a bank. Are you interested? This was Bharat Shah, who I knew in Citibank, and I said yes. So literally, I came on board. A headhunter had called me earlier about this, and I didn't know who all were behind. I said not interested. So when Bharat said, I've been doing this, Aditya shared, etc., I said I'm on. So I didn't even negotiate salary. To me, it was just like this sounded like a dream come true here. That here's a chance to build out something new. Again, it was a startup. I'd never been in a startup. HDFC Bank proposed, and it was just, I was just so. Then Aditya would use me to convince other senior people also in the bank to join, including my boss. And it was great in those years. Those first few months was just fantastic. Yeah.
Before we talk about that time in HDFC, which I want to go into in depth as well, I'm intrigued by what you said about how in HSBC you had to, change a lot of the stuff, and within 2 years the flow looked very different from what it was when you arrived there. How was it like to have to let people go? How was it like? What management lessons did you learn there? Because all the skills that you had learned so far before this would have been banking skills, technical skills, accountancy skills, but dealing with people is just a whole new ball game. And I also found this in that phase of my life where I was managing people, that I sucked at it at the start. I was an asshole at the start, and then of course I learned quickly, and I figured out how not to be an asshole. I think that was at least my floor rose a little bit, even if my ceiling may not have. But what was it like for you to, like, what were those lessons? And I'm guessing it would have been an accelerated kind of learning since you were thrown into the thick of things very young.
It was exactly what you said. I mean, I was an asshole, and I could have done things better. It was just immaturity on my part, and actually, what came out of that dealing room subsequently was just what Arvind put together was just a fabulous team. What those guys in that dealing room after I left, because obviously then a lot changed because the bank realized that they needed to do something better to keep people on, etc. The guys in that dealing room went on to conquer the world. One of the guys went on to be the highest paid guy in JP Morgan. Another guy is now running Asia for HSBC. Another guy is running global products FX in HSBC. Another guy is running global markets at JP Morgan in London. I mean, just fantastic stuff. That room, when you look back, was just an amazing place to be in it. And again, as I said, I was just lucky to have been among such smart people. In fact, one of the guys you on my team, I remember telling Fiona that one day I'm going to be working for him. I got out of the business before that, but we're just some amazing guys, And so it's really getting them in doing it. But the people who left also did great stuff, but they just didn't necessarily belong in the dating room. And it taught me therefore how to be less of a jerk. You talked about empathy earlier. It's about how you handle it, and I was immature.
Tell me about the early days of HDFC. Like, apart from the fact that, hey, Indian bank, and I don't have to anymore wait for decisions to come from halfway around the world, what drew you to that place? Like, you had, of course, worked with Aditya Puri before in Citibank, but you mentioned somewhere that you didn't get along with him necessarily for while you were there.
No, it was just the usual corporate bank versus dealing room scraps. But otherwise, no. And Aditya is a very interesting guy. He's built up this great bank, etc. But when he was a young Citibanker, he would leave at 5:30, and everyone would believe that you had to stay late in office because your boss was leaving late, and he would leave on time. And I mean, did it upset his career? Maybe it set him back a couple of years, but in the long term, it didn't make a difference. So today, when people stay that they think that they have to suck up to the party line. No, it's all about output, what you do, and how you deliver it. It's not so much about just working long hours or pretending to be busy. But I remember when I was the third banker on board. So I'd and Fiona had gone to for a friend's wedding in Spain, and our apartment wasn't ready yet. So the painter was still in there, and every morning I'd get and clean up a path out of the room, go back into my bedroom, and the floor was all messy. And so for about a month, I'd be the first guy in the office. I'd pick up two vada pavs downstairs before the vada pav guy got cleared up by the BMC. I'd go up, open the office, read the newspaper. Because there was no bank, there was nothing. I learned PowerPoint. I made the first presentation for the bank over there using PowerPoint. And then we moved to Sandoz House, which was where we had a much larger space. Sandoz had moved out of those floors, and we rented furniture, steel furniture, and there was wires running all over the floor. That was the LAN, and if someone kicked a wire, the whole system would collapse. We didn't have enough chairs, so you reached late, you didn't get a chair. It was a BYOC office, bring your own chair office.
And bring your own coffee mug also, as you
Oh
pointed.
yeah, you heard about the coffee mug. Yes, yes, yes. And that came on a little later, and it was an interesting exercise. They said we won't give mug. It was not a question about being cheap, but just to make people realize about being economical and frugal. And that's something which has stuck by me all along. That you can build up great organizations. You don't need to throw a lot of money out. And frankly, if you let people make money on the stock, that's actually got more value than, like, my dad. I mean, he had this lovely lifestyle. We grew up very comfortable, but that's what you got paid. You didn't get paid much salary. So when you retired, you didn't have much money, but you had this lovely lifestyle. Remember, we were in Bangalore at the recent event with, we were staying at that hotel.
Shangri-La.
Shangri-La. Overlooking it is a place called Apshot Layout, which was 6 acres. That was our home
Wow.
when we were kids. And and that's so what people need is really that was absurd to live in such a large place. But so it's the so frugality was something that we learned over there, focusing on building out the bank. And we were a small bunch of guys, so we knew each other. Our wives knew each other. Our kids knew each other. So even now, a lot of our kids' friends are the old HDFC Bank group, and it's just amazing to see how they still are connected to each other. After 30 odd years, it doesn't happen in the bank anymore. The banks become too big here. In fact, when I remember one many years ago, over 10 years ago, maybe about 14 years ago, one of the guys used to work for me decided to do a startup with a financing skill training. And so I asked Paresh if he could connect me to someone at the bank to understand how they looked at risk for this. And he connected me to one of his colleagues, and I went into their office and I saw a huge football field full of risk people. And I said, wow, this bank has really changed from when I was over there. Yeah. The number of people in that room was possibly more than the number of people when I was in the bank. Yeah. But so we set up the treasury and a few lessons. I remember one of the lessons that I learned was when we took over Times Bank. I was part of the team that went in to look at the diligence, etc. And then when we announced the acquisition, I went straight to the dealing room of Times Bank and I said, listen, all of you guys have a job at the merged dealing room. No one is going to for each position over there, I'm going to see who is the most competent and then appoint that person, irrespective of which bank they were, to head that particular desk. And I'd go there every afternoon and spend time. And a lot of people didn't believe me. Some people left. So it's a lesson, like, when you need to get people, you need to talk to people and get them to believe you and trust you. Some people didn't trust me and they moved on. And when I left HDFC Bank, the person who succeeded me was from Times Bank. And in our dealing room also, some of the desks were run by the Times Bank people because that was the most senior desk person over there. But in other parts, people were told very clearly, you're from Times Bank, you will report to HDFC Bank. And I said, no, we got to do. But people don't believe you. So that was also a challenge. How do you get people to trust that you genuinely mean this when they by definition think that no, you're not telling the truth? And it was just this. I mean, there's enough written about the bank in various books, but there's this interesting book which Tamal wrote, and there's a chapter in the called Bank for the Buck, something like that. Yeah, and there's a chapter titled "There's a Baby on the Trading Floor," and it's about our daughter, and I would take her to office, and the things that I got away with, just amazing. Yeah. He also talks about the bar that I had in my office, which
A mini bar.
I mean, I met so many people over there who said the first time I drank in my life was in your office. So it's not necessarily something which I wear as a badge of honor, but yeah, it's good fun.
Yeah, I read the book and enjoyed it. While I was reading Tamal's book, and he's also, by the way, been on the show in COVID times, but not talking about his HDFC book. But in the HDFC book could just be a web series. I mean, there was an entire section in fact, on that Yes Bank merger, where it almost sounds like a spy thriller that you don't, not the Yes Bank merger, sorry, the Times Bank merger. And it almost sounds like a spy thriller that you guys don't want people to know that the merger is happening. So the five of you would go in a taxi, get off a distance away from the office, and then walk one by one separately and very furtively, while the deal was being done. And, another...
And I walked in once and I remember that and there's somebody who knows me at Times Bank. She said, "What are you doing over here?" So it's all those crazy things here.
It's hilarious. No, another story I loved in that was when you were in Sandoz, you had just, you were shifting to Kamla Mills. And at that point, over a weekend, you did the entire shift, but you forgot that new recruits were coming in on Monday.
Yes.
So the new recruits came in on Monday and the chowkidar told them, "Bank band ho gaya."
Yes.
And one of them, Ashima Bhatt, started weeping because she thought, I've left such a great job at A.F. Ferguson or wherever, and now this bank is shut down, and oh, what have I done, and oh, woe me, till eventually, realizing that it does exist.
And the first training session we had was actually in an industrial gala. And the first training session that I did in the bank was under a tree.
Yeah.
And Tamal calls me up one day and says, "I'm finishing the book, and what tree was it?" I said, "I have no idea what the tree was. But is that and that's what you remember? Kamla Mills was actually producing textile in those days.
Yeah, it was actually a mill.
It is actually a mill, yeah.
Yeah. No, Tamal is great with details. And another place, like you mentioned, you'd pick up the vada pav and then go inside.
Yeah.
But Tamal also got the detail out of you that before that, sometimes you would stop at Cafe Ideal on Marine Drive to have bun maska, which is, is these kind of delightful details which bring a story to life. Yes. So Tamal, if you're listening to this, I must sort of appreciate that. And of course, the baby on the trading floor is your daughter Mihika. Give me a sense of the values of the organization and how they intersect and influence your own personal values. Like at one point, a story I really enjoyed, again, I think it's in the book, Tamal's book, if I'm not mistaken, where Deepak Parekh essentially says at the time of the IPO that we will not price the shares at a premium. You have to leave money on the table for investors, right? Which seems to me to be a really enlightened attitude and not an attitude most people would have, because the temptation to make a quick buck at the IPO is like incredible. And from whatever else you talk about the place, so frugality, for example, bring your own coffee cup and so on and so forth, it appears to me that those values coincide a lot with your values, where you've never really cared about money in your life and it's always important to you what the purpose is and you want to. So what happens there? Like, where do those company values come from? Is it mainly from like Deepak and Aditya, the people running the show, or is it does it matter who the employees are? Which way does is it a feedback loop? How does all that happen?
No, I would think that the culture of HDFC Bank was Aditya and Deepak. I think without her. So as you see in the book, obviously HDFC was concerned that you get these crazy foreign bankers in over here, and they will destroy the name of HDFC. And there was this big thing about what do we call the bank, etc. So, to that extent, I think Aditya, presumably in his early days, would have had a lot of challenges with the bank and how to convince them to do what's required, etc. So that's something which I mean, I wasn't in the room, so I don't know, but I'm sure that would have been some of the challenges that he had. And also, I remember in the initial days, our share price trailed other banks like ICICI, Global Trust, IndusInd. I don't know whether IndusInd was public, but I know Global Trust, etc., were all outperforming us. And we were told consistently, you guys are the fancy bankers and your performance is not there. Because we were building up a bank for the long term. We were not building a short term bank. And therefore, the role that risk also prepared. I mean, Paresh is a good friend of mine, but we had a lot of arguments because I'd want to get the limits for a certain organization. But here again, it was not that someone's sitting halfway across the world when they're making the decision. It was just someone one floor above me. And I think in every situation where we disagreed, he was right. So I hate to admit it, but yes, but I was, because and that's the thing what's so important, that and the bank price really shot up when the economy was not doing well and the quality of our book stood out, and that's what's so important. So a lot of lessons about HDFC Bank is really don't focus on the share price, focus on building up long-term value. Make sure you get the best people in the job for what you require. Don't necessarily have to pay people a lot of money, because that's something else. You pay people a lot of money, they're there for the money. They're not there for the mission, the purpose. Make incentives which are more long dated, which is through ESOPs. And don't be fancy. I mean, I remember when we had our Christmas parties at that time, I'd be Santa Claus. I used to tell stories to our kids and to these kids over there. All these and these kids are now 35 years old, and they remember the stupid stories. I had these two fictitious characters, Sauce the Masala Cat and Sauce the Mouse. Don't know where I came up with these names here. And we would come up with stories on that, and we'd go on trips together. And that really kept people close together. Did we have arguments? Did we disagree with people? Of course. Did we like each other? No, some people we didn't get on with, but we were all driven by cut the bullshit and focus on what's to be done. That's it. And I remember when there was no first business class flying, there was no fancy cars, and there were some guys obviously who would want the fancier car. And in one case, actually, we had this thing where one of the guys wanted a fancy car, and we let him get the fancier car for all of us. We enjoyed it, but I mean, those are not those were silly things to have. We were more, and if you look back at it, what was most important in terms of long-term impact was what eventually was the share price of that stock. And that was because you built it up with just execution. And coming back to that lesson which you talked about, Deepak Parekh and leaving money on the table, that was such an important lesson for me in my private equity life here, where I remember 3 IPOs that we did, where the biggest argument I would have with the promoter was saying price it lower. And they would be surprised because, assuming that I'm the private equity guy, I'm the one concerned about the highest price, and I'm going to exit fast. And my point with them always was that I'd be very happy getting a higher price because I'm going to get out of the company. But this is your company, and if you really want to believe in it, price it, leave money on the table for investors. That was a huge lesson that I learned from Deepak in that respect.
All your life, like from HDFC onwards, you've essentially worked in small companies, startups that became small companies and left before they became big. And so I want you to tell me a little bit about the fundamental differences between small companies and big companies, because my sense is that whenever a company gets too big, sclerosis sets in, the bureaucracy comes in, the middle management becomes toxic, and there's a disconnect between the top and the bottom, and all kinds of things go wrong. So, Clayton Christensen wrote in the Innovator's Dilemma about how big companies then start moving extremely sluggishly. Their incentives are all wrong. It is to maintain the status quo, look after the budget of their particular department, and therefore it is very easy to disrupt them, and so on and so forth. So what are your experiences like? Did you move on from each of these companies before they got too big simply because you went for the next challenge, or is this something that you actually thought about, that you're not temperamentally the kind of person who wants to be running a big company?
Maybe I just reached my level of incompetency.
The Peter principle. I don't buy that. Sorry, boss. This one time I'm gonna push back. I don't buy that. Yeah.
I think it's maybe a bit boredom of, okay, now it's things are settled. See, I keep telling people the most interesting place for me, stage, was always in proving a concept. And the only sort of things that I've been attached to voluntarily, which have been for a long period of time, is my marriage to Fiona and my mobile number. I mean, everything else has changed, where we stayed, etc. So it's it is important, therefore, that I've thought about this a lot. Why have I not stayed on, say, in HDFC Bank for a longer period of time? It's possibly because I just got bored, because I like the challenge. I like the kill. And especially when someone tells you that it's not possible, or it doesn't make sense, and I got to do it. And then when things get settled, it's on easy mode, and then you require a different mindset of a person to. Now, for example, I've seen you mentioned Ashima. Ashima is still with the bank, and she's done a fabulous job, for the so many years and it's just amazing to see how she has grown professionally over the years. And I admire it. I genuinely admire people who have stayed on in an organization for 30 years, because I've never done that. So we all are different, and we have different. It's if I had stayed on, for example, at HDFC Bank, I'd be worth a lot more money, but I wouldn't have had possibly the excitement of starting IDFC. So these are the trade-offs you have, and I have no regrets about it. In fact, I'm glad. If I had to do it again, I'd do it the same way. Maybe I wouldn't sell my HDFC Bank stock so early, but other than that,
The legend behind that is that you wanted to buy an apartment, so you sold your HDFC stock for 2 crores, and today it would be worth more than 200 crores, 2000 crores. What is the number?
I don't know. There's a lot of zeros, but yeah, it is what it is here. But again, has it changed my lifestyle? No.
Yeah.
I mean, I just meant that I'd give out more money to charity. So that's it. So you look back and say, some of my friends have said, like, you what a stupid guy. Of course I was stupid. Yeah. I'm not denying it. But again, how did it change my life?
No, and also we are looking back and not seeing the fog, to go back to the man in the fog thing. In that moment where you wanted that apartment, and it would have seemed like a no-brainer for you. It's only in hindsight, I guess, that... So here's another, before I go on with the trajectory of your career, here's another broader question. You and I know enough economics and enough about the world to know the importance of spontaneous order.
Yep.
Like, we are all hardwired because we evolved in prehistoric times 100,000 years ago. We are hardwired to think in a top-down way, and to think that the world can be ordered in a top-down way, because back then we were in tribes of 50 people, 100 people, whatever. And obviously this is a fallacy. Everything beyond a certain scale, beyond a certain level of complexity, everything is spontaneous order, from economies to languages to natural selection itself. Like Matt Ridley, who was on my show, has a great book called The Evolution of Everything, talking about justice. But in my question, I don't want to talk about this broader concept. I want to bring you back to companies, because then one would imagine that if after a certain scale top-down doesn't work, and you have to think of different ways to make bottom-up work, then that would surely be true of companies as well. And perhaps one reason big companies get into the kind of sclerosis that we were mentioning is that top-down is no longer longer working, the beast is too large. At which point the question then emerges that what is an alternate model in which a company can be organized? And that is one question, but there is a sort of a follow up question in modern times that with technology and AI have actually reduced transaction costs substantially. Like Ronald Coase in his paper on the firm argues that look, the reason the firm exists is because all these individuals transacting individually with each other would not have been feasible. Transaction costs would have been high. So wherever you can do something without that kind of friction, you contract it out. But otherwise, you have everybody within a company, and instead of having 50 contractors, you have 50 employees, and it's a more efficient way of working. And that also is kind of being changed and disrupted by modern technology. The gig economy being a big example of that, where all these food delivery companies, their delivery workers are contractors, they're not employees per se, and technology has enabled that magnificently. So can I ask you to meditate for a moment on the basis of both of these on what the shape of the future company could look like one imagination of a company of the future, I think Naval Ravikant first articulated this, from what I can remember, is that eventually you will have single person firms that can make $1 billion, which would not have been possible before. And the other vision is that if companies get too large beyond a certain point, top down isn't working, there is constant paralysis, inefficiencies creep across the system. But what possible alternative ways are there?
Okay, I don't claim to be too much of an expert on this area, on organization design and corporations of the future, but I think there's a couple of lessons, and it shows also the importance of people. You look at Microsoft. They've had only three CEOs in its entire
Gates,
history.
Ballmer, and
Gates, Ballmer,
Satya.
and then Satya Nadella. And during Steve Ballmer's time, it was a disaster period, and people had written it off. And then you get this Indian over there, Satya Nadella, who I've only met him once, and that too at a booth event. He's a booth alum. And when he walked in for this event, it was like a rock star. He just walks in with his leather jacket and and he just walks into the room, and everyone's over there asking him for his autograph, etc. So I mean, he turned it around. It does show also that someone at the top can change. And I have no inside information, but it clearly was possibly driven by the top. But it's also that that there's possibly a lot of empowerment given at lower levels, etc. So I think it's important to make people take ownership. And I actually remember what I was told by one of my colleagues, and I quote this quite often. When I was leaving HDFC Bank, one of my team members told me, "Louis, you were the toughest boss I ever had, but you were the fairest." And I think I wore that as a badge of honor. And I got to thank Chandar for saying those words. I mean, we have to be tough because we have an objective. We have responsibility to shareholders, or if it's a non-profit, we have responsibility to our donors and our other stakeholders. So we got to do the best we can. But you got to be fair also. You can't sort of treat people like indispensable commodities. And but if people aren't fair, I can be very unfair with them also. So that's it. And therefore, part of it is also empowerment. And this is what I learned from Aditya. Aditya had this great line, which he said that if I have to do your job, then I don't need you around. So if you've got a job, you do it. And I keep it even now in today's world when I keep getting asked, we're doing this particular event. What do you think about it? I said, you guys decide. What do I have to do with it? Take a decision. If I'm not happy with that decision, I'll talk to you offline separately on it, and then we can learn for the future. But if I'm going to take all your decisions, then why do I have you around? I'll get some decent junior person. So it's important to empower people. But to empower them, you also need to give them their boundaries. And then I go back to this lovely story that I heard about, which I've also written. It was started with this example people give of why do cars have brakes here? When I was asked this question, and I it's to slow you down here. No, and then I realized that actually we have brakes in the cars to help you go fast. Because if you didn't have a brake, you can't go fast. But now you can go fast. It's like the Sam Pulsman thing. You have a seatbelt, so now there will be more accidents. I can go faster because I believe I'm safe. So here again, I'll go fast because I know that if there's a problem, I can brake. So similarly, in an organization, you got to give people that space to move. So you set up the guardrails. And once you set up the guardrails, you let them operate. And if you're going to micromanage, then what's the point? Now, so that's the first thing I think what's important is to that you basically give them that space. This is where you can roam and do whatever you want. You want to get out of that space, then you come to an approval. Otherwise, and that's what makes it easy for a supervisor also, then you don't have to do it. Now, the problem which comes in is that then there's a point of reporting in. And then a lot of young guys say, but that's micromanaging. And I said, no, that's not micromanaging. It says, in order for you to have the breaks to do whatever you want to do, I'm going to design those breaks for you. And that's what is, sometimes just getting a dashboard, letting people know what progress is. Because you don't want to wait till the end of the year and say, oh, I haven't delivered. So the ability is that, you can, take those correction measures. You can sit down and talk about it. So that's, I think, what's important. You give people the space on which to operate, and then you make sure that there's a feedback loop for it. Now, whether it's going to be a future of corporations will be a one-person team with $1 billion, I don't know yet. But clearly, when you look at some of the larger organizations and what's happening in the world on AI, etc., it looks like some of those things could happen. I don't know. Not smart enough to figure what that will be. But all I know is that with people, if you can give them a large enough space and tell them what their boundaries are, and then within that space, you just do what you believe is required to be done. That's it. And I have this, and that's why sometimes I have these issues with attendance. Why does someone need to clock in? Why does someone need to clock out? Now, people say that in a large company, etc., you need to do so, otherwise you'll have anarchy. I say, but that's what the purpose of the boss is. Yeah? So similarly, when we talk about, you've got guys taking decisions which impact us significantly, but you will have to challenge them for a 5 rupee expenditure or a 50 rupee expenditure. And someone asks, why did you travel by business class or by economy class when you could have traveled business? Things like that. How do you draw the line of trust so that you can let people do what they want and hold them accountable? In large organizations, I hear only anecdotal stories of how that works, but I'm still struggling to find that out.
You mentioned the word boss, and I'm reminded of this fascinating thing that you said that I'd like you to double click on, that most people leave their company not because they don't like their job, but because they don't like their boss.
Yeah.
Kindly elaborate.
So I don't want to get into trouble with some of my earlier bosses. But clearly that's the last place I worked at. I left because of my boss here. It stopped being fun.
You mentioned that you got this realization when you had a conversation with someone who was working on Google Maps.
So this was an interesting story about the Google Maps one, and I think I flogged that to death, and I will continue to flog it on this today also. I used to be connected with a group called Leaders Quest, based out of the UK, and they would take people on global quests and to understand societal issues, and they were taking a bunch of guys from Google, and I was sitting with them in a 5-star hotel at the Four Seasons in a circle of chairs, and we were talking. They asked me to discuss purpose, and I was telling them a few stories. And one of the stories was on which story was this that I talked to them about? Some story, and one of the guys said, I want to leave Google, and because I feel I have no purpose. Well, this was the story of Tom Dougherty. So Tom Dougherty's father. So years ago, when I was finished up with business school, I'd gone to have dinner at his house. And I remember that dinner for 2 reasons. His father was dean of philosophy at the American school, at the American Catholic University. I remember that dinner for 2 reasons. One, I dropped my glass of red wine on their white tablecloth, not once, but twice. But secondly is the conversation I had with his father. And his father asked me, so what do you want to do in life? And And I said, I want to go back. I'm going back to India. He said, where? Citibank. He said, what is your long-term purpose? I said, I want to be in politics. And he said, why? And I said, the stuff that we in our 20s say, I want to change the world, have an impact. And he said, you don't need to have an impact by being a politician. The world needs good bankers. If you're a good banker, you're having an impact. The world needs good lawyers. Da, 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 da. So I was studying the story and maybe a couple of others. And so this guy says, I feel that my job doesn't have any purpose. So I asked him, what do you do at Google? He said, I'm a Google Maps. So I said, I'm surprised because I land up in a new country, a new city. I switch on my mobile phone, I rent a car, and I'm a local thanks to your product. There are guys who earn a living through your product like Uber and or food delivery companies. So you've created a whole new ecosystem thanks to your maps. And you've also doing this at Google where your stock price has gone up. So not only have you had impact, but you've also made money. And what a great combination it is. The ideal dream job. Anyway, I said, so what is my purpose? That's his life. He decides what he wants to do here. 2 days later, I get a mail from the organizers saying that attaching a mail that he'd sent. And in that he says that, I thought about what Lewis said and I realized actually I love my job. I hate my boss here. And this is what happens quite often, which is that we tend to get caught into the recency. And that's why we started off with why you here and not somewhere else. Is for people to reflect on the fact that why are you here? He was in Google because he had a certain purpose in mind. He was enjoying it. And then he suddenly realized that what is actually causing him angst was his boss here. So he decided, listen, I made enough money. I don't need to be hassled with him. So if he's a jerk, that's his problem. I'm going to carry on doing what I want to do. I don't know where he is. I don't know whether he's still in Google or what has happened. But that was his thinking at that time here. And quite often, and it's interesting now because recently a few people on my team have left. And so clearly, if I follow that logic, they left because of me. And I know that in one case, it's because I held them accountable and said, we've been around for some time. What have we done? And then the person realizes that, maybe I'm not going to be able to deliver. So it's we all are here to work hard. We all want to have some fun, but targets have to be done. People have to be, but you don't have to be a jerk. And I think that's what's important here. So when I've had people leave me, and therefore I've quite often, the first question when someone says they're leaving, sometimes it's because they saw the message on the wall, and instead of me telling them to leave, they decide to leave, which is always easier. But whenever someone leaves who takes me by surprise, my first reaction is why? What could I have done differently? As opposed to sort of ranting and raving, etc. It's always, and that's something which I've always done. If anything happens which is not good, my first question is, what could I have done differently, as opposed to blaming somebody else for that day.
The same question you asked at Booth.
Yeah.
What can I do to help? Yeah.
Because it's very easy to blame everyone else for the problems, but sometimes the problem starts with you.
Yeah. Is that easy? That, I look around the world at me, and something that I realize to my surprise is that 95% of people do no self-reflection at all, completely zero. And I look back at my own life and I think for years and years and years, I did no self-reflection at all, which I can only now see in hindsight. And now, of course, I try to make a practice of self-reflection and all that, but it requires intentionality and it requires a force of will. So what has that been like you? Like, I understand that there will be these times where you're forced to self-reflect, perhaps when an employee you really like is leaving because of you, and etc. But are you easily given to self-reflection? Is it easy for you? What do you like what you see in the mirror?
I look into the mirror a lot, and if you see my face, not often, it's very pleasant. But the fact is that you've got to reflect. So I was given this story by Ram Charan, who was one of these management gurus, and I used to be on a board with him, and he tells a story about how one of his students, he asked him, what is it that you do that you keep reinventing yourself and keep you getting charged? So this was one of his colleagues. And that guy would sit down every Saturday grab a cup of coffee and write down what he's learned that week. And I tend to do that also. I have a reminder every Saturday to do it. Do I do it regularly? No, but I have a reminder to do this. And it's really trying to figure out what have you learned. And sometimes when you sit back and reflect on those learnings, it's so great because you forget about them. But there's all, and I tell the young guys that to do that, because if you suddenly realize that you've gone through a week or two without learning anything new, it's been a waste of that week. Yeah. So it's that constant learning, and then that's so important. If I can see sort of Alan's book over here, I've learned so much from Artha in our conversation just about urban issues, which I didn't appreciate earlier. I did courses on Coursera, which on topics which have no relevance to the work that I do, but it's just sometimes you learn new things. I remember one of the examples I give a lot is a course that I did on American history or some history of the world many, many years ago. And it was about slavery. And I didn't realize that when you look at slavery, you assume that it's a US problem. And I was surprised to find out that only 4% of the slaves from Africa went to the US. So because the question, where did the others go? 40% went to Brazil. That is why the Brazilians look like Africans. They came in over there. The Portuguese were the worst slave traders. 30% went to the Caribbean. That's why all the West Indian cricketers look like the African, because they are of African origin. Between the white man and the black man, they destroyed the poor Caribbean man, or whatever he was called. And between killing them or spreading diseases, this annihilated the population over there. And so suddenly you realize that, this slavery problem, a very small part of it went to the US. Now, how did that impact my life? I have no idea, but I can spend 5 minutes talking to you about that.
No. I find these rabbit holes delightful. The listeners might be wondering, what LA, what Artha? I will. Louis is referring to this magnificent masterpiece of a book called Order Without Design by Alain Berthaud, which is basically the best book you will read on urban economics. It's a masterpiece. Pick that up. And Alain Berthaud was actually in town, brought over here by an organization called Artha, and Louis and I went for dinner with him and a few others at one point. So that is what was being referred to here. And since you're talking about this beautiful Saturday practice that I'm going to now try to emulate from you, tell me also about your other practices for organizing yourself, both your note-taking and your calendaring, because rumor has it that you are a calendaring freak. And I must therefore thank you profusely for putting time in your calendar today for me, so many hours. But so tell me a bit about the role these two play in your life.
So note-taking is something that I learned from my mother. Yeah, I mean, I didn't deliberately know, but she would every year at the beginning of the year nag my dad to get her a new diary, and she would sort of transfer stuff from a previous diary over here. She would take detailed notes on what to be done, what's not to be done, and today it's easy because, for example, I can put in a birthday and I know that I can just make an annual reminder and it's there in perpetuity. She would make it in a diary and take a note and transfer it to the next year and to the next year, and she will make sure she called up. So that was a brilliant note taker that my mother was, and she did it all on pen and paper. I keep saying that I have a bad memory, maybe just a lazy memory, and I would and as we were talking earlier, I like to take notes because it serves two purposes. One, it helps me with my memory, but secondly, it also helps me stay connected. I think I'm lazy in terms of paying attention. So I may have ADHD. I think it's used very loosely. So possibly I don't have ADHD, but I do get distracted very fast. So but when I take notes, it forces me to stay in the present. And through this process, I can go back and check on stuff. So So I used to be known even at HDFC Bank. I meet people who say, Lewis used to hate your book because you'd come back and say you said 6 months ago that this is what I would do, and then you have done it. And because it's very easy for people to say I will do this, I will do that, and to stay faithful to the cause. It's good. So I take a lot of notes. Yeah, but then I think I in hindsight, I realized many years later that it's because of my mother that I got this note taking. Google calendars. I think you may be referring also to our 25th wedding anniversary cake.
That too, the cake I've heard was like a Google Calendar.
Yeah. So when you're saying, okay, what should we do for a cake? Our daughter or my wife, I don't know, one of them said that let's have it in the form of a Google Calendar on the day you got married. Yeah. So clearly there wasn't no Google Calendar way back in 1993, but yeah, I calendarize stuff because I've got so many things happening. People ask me, how do you manage it all? It is only in the calendar. If it's not on the calendar, it doesn't happen. Yeah, I will be 90% sure I will miss out on it. So it has to be calendarized. My wife jokes about the fact that even if I need to go to the toilet, I had to put in the calendar, otherwise I won't go. But yeah, I get driven by it. She gets irritated with this lack of spontaneity, but I think I am spontaneous also, but also, if I'm doing so many different things. I remember, years ago reading about how people are criticizing Madonna. Says that, children, if they want to meet her, she has to put it in their calendar. And I thought, gosh, that's really terrible. But actually now I block out time for when the kids are down, because I tell them, listen, I've got a busy life. You tell me when you're free and I will make myself free. But otherwise, we're going to be in a situation where you want to be, your son, you want to catch up, and I may be in a meeting. Yeah? But one of the things that which I've done religiously for possibly now, I'd say 25 years at least, is every Tuesday night, including tonight, is blocked out to go with Fiona. And if you look at my diary, it says from 7 o'clock on Tuesday nights for the last 25 years. There, I'm like, it's with spots, my wife. And the genesis for that was when I was at Chris Capital. We were crazily working, and Ashish is one of the smartest guys that I've known, and we were fundraising overseas, and then we'd come back to India and we'd be talking to investors in the evening, or potential investors mainly, and I realized that a week will go by and I wouldn't see our son, because I'd leave before he wakes up and I'd reach home after he's gone to sleep. And similarly with Fiona, so I said, okay, Tuesday nights I will block out. And why Tuesday nights? Because nothing happens on a Tuesday night. Yeah. So now, and once I quit work, I sort of been less religious about it. But earlier, Tuesday nights meant that, no appointment with her, no travel, and we catch up and we just go for a walk, or we go for a movie, or we go for dinner. And that's so important for a relationship also. And I met so many friends of mine who basically, especially when their kids moved out, they suddenly realized that they have no connection with each other, with their partner. And so this was important, this Tuesday night date.
At this point, I have looked at my clock and found that we are at 15:50 hours on Tuesday, but don't worry, I'll make sure you get back in time for your 7 o'clock date. And yeah.
I remember last time when I was supposed to do it the previous week when we rescheduled it, I said I had a meeting at 4 o'clock, and you said, that's cutting it too fine. And it would have been cutting it too fine because it is nearly 4 o'clock here. So this time I made sure that I have a lot of time here.
Yeah. So for gentle listeners, we were supposed to do this exactly a week ago on Tuesday, but I wasn't particularly well. And as a courtesy, I mentioned to Louis that, do you really want to catch my virus? It's your call. We can do it anytime later. And he said, in any case, I have a 4 o'clock thing. And I said, no way, we won't be done by 4. And he came here at 10 in the morning, by the way. So now you know. And by the way, the Ashish, he was referring to as Ashish Dhawan of Chris Capital, which is the next stage in your career. First Chris Capital and then IDFC Private Equity. So take me through those.
Okay, so 1999, dot-com bubble. We were talking about it, offline on this. And I was intrigued by the .com, and I couldn't figure out, and I told Fiona, I want to do something over here. It looks interesting. And I've been, at HDFC Bank now for 6 years. And we were doing well, and I literally had no work here. The team was fantastic. And this was a stage in life when at 5 o'clock, I lived my dad's life. I would leave at 5:30, go home. I didn't carry a briefcase because, first of all, you're in the dealing room, so you don't need not much work to be done. So I would get up from my desk and walk. And I realized I'm too young to be retired. The team was fantastic. And then this .com thing was there. So I said, I'm intrigued by it. But I couldn't figure out how a treasury guy could add value in a .com. And at that time, I was trying to pitch for business at the bank to Infosys through Deepak Satwalekar, who was on Bank. He was also on the board of Infosys. He connected me to Mohandas Pai and asked them to do so. Mohandas Pai, being Mohandas Pai, blew me off and said, I'm busy, but you can meet my assistant, who was a treasurer. What's his name? I have a senior moment. I'll get to me. So anyway, so I go over them having this meeting, and Mohan walks in. He obviously was not that busy. And he gets talking about some friend of his who had some problem with some company, needed some liquidity. So we got a conversation. And he tells me, "Those you're wasting your time in banking. You should be in the IT sector." So I told him, "You're crazy. I mean, I have no. What do I add value?" He said, "No, you are doing the wrong thing. There's somebody who wants to meet you. So I'm always willing to meet." So I told him, "Sure, I'll meet." Within half an hour, I get a phone call from this guy, because now there are mobile phones now. So I get a phone call, and this guy says, Mohan said we should meet up. It was a tech entrepreneur in Bangalore. And I said, sure, I'd love to meet up with you. So 2 days later, I met up with him at Bangalore. It was like in what you read about in the books. We were meeting at the Centaur Hotel. It was still the Centaur at that time. And there was a sort of table mat, and then he was drawing out his business plan on that. And very successful guy. But the chemistry wasn't that great. Great guy. So that got me intrigued, and then I suddenly started getting a whole lot of phone calls, and it was interested by people, and the model was very simple. They said, "Listen, Mohan says we should talk to you." So I realized that time two things. One is there was clearly a shortage of serious skill sets in the industry at that time, and secondly, the model was very simple. You have an IT company and you need to go public. What do? So does IT company plus CFO equals IPO. Simple model. And so you have a company, you want to go public, you need a CFO, you call Mohan says call Lewis. That was the model very simply. Mm-hmm. Which again shows, when you ask me, what did I learn from my being a CA? This was another lesson learned. I'd forgotten. I mean, for so many years, I was a treasury guy. I never looked at a balance sheet. And suddenly here's Mohan. I'm talking to Mohan, and I tell Mohan, but how can I be a CFO? I have not looked at a balance sheet. He said, Lewis, that's why you employ consultants. That's why you employ a team over there. You don't need to do this. You need to give strategic guidance, etc. But the fact that I was a CA helped me land up in those opportunities. So I decided to join a small company set up by an ex-Microsoft guy in Bangalore. And I go to Aditya on a Friday, because I've been talking to Aditya for some time, saying, Aditya, I've been doing treasury work for 11 years. I want to do something different. Give me HR, give me something else, because I'm bored. And but he kept saying, treasury is an important part, and you got to do this. So one Friday evening, I go to Aditya and say, Aditya, we've been talking about it for a while. I've decided that I'm going to leave. And he said, where are you going? I said, I'm going to join this company. And this company was actually pitching for business to HDFC Bank, a small company. He says, how can you leave us to join this small company? I refuse to talk to you. Let's talk on Monday. I said, okay. So I go to my room and I call up a young fund that I was introduced to by Deepak, who had just come into India and became a client of mine, Chris Capital. And at that time, it's called Chrysalis Capital. And I talked to Raj and I said, Raj, I'm thinking of joining this company. These are the type of companies you invest in. What do you think about this company? And he says, Lewis, Ashish and I have just come out of a meeting with Mohandas Pai. We're expanding our team. And he said, we should talk to you. So I said, but I'm joining this other company. He said, can we meet for breakfast tomorrow? And I said, sure. So I meet up with them for breakfast. Anyway, cut a long story short, on Monday, I go back to Aditya and I say, Aditya, I'm leaving. He said, what, you still going to join that small company? I said, no, I'm joining Chris Capital. And he says, what happened? I said, it was a very volatile weekend. And that's how I got into the venture business. And it was because, again, I was a CA at one stage of my life, and I came in as a CFO. And and it helped me transition from the banking world to a different world, to the investing side. I was also intrigued because, for 11 years, I've been on the sales side, selling, selling, selling. So I said, enough, I want to be on the buy side. And I quickly learned there's nothing like the buy side. You're still selling. I'm selling to investors to invest in us, and I'm selling to companies to take our money. So all the time, and I'm selling to guys to join us. I'm selling to guys to stay with us. So yeah, all the time selling. And that's, if there's any skill set that I keep telling people, you need to learn, it is how to sell. Yeah. So even if you're a techie or you're a finance guy, etc., you need to know how to sell. Successful guys are people who can sell. So that's how I got into Chris Capital, and I had 2 amazing years. I mean, we a lot of stories over there, and one of the stories which I've told so often, I guess Ashish won't mind me telling it also over here, is that my claim to fame is that he and I slept together. You've read that one, okay? So we had no money, so we used to share hotel rooms, etc. And that's interesting, It shows you today when you look at Chris Capital, and they've raised like $1 billion fund, and they've just done phenomenally well. It's we all started off broke here, and so I was there for 2 years, and I suddenly realized that this wasn't really the world for me, because we'd also changed our strategy. We started off with setting up companies that would change the world. And as you know, the dot-com bubble burst, and that's the time I joined actually after the bubble burst. But very smartly, Chrysalis Capital pivoted to being a private equity fund, which was great for investors. But to me, that didn't excite me. When I suddenly found that we were looking at investing in a bank, and I said, I've come away from that sector, so I want to do something different. That's when I had this meeting with Deepak, and he said, listen, we've got this mandate to set up an infrastructure fund. Why don't you come across? So interestingly, when I came across to HDFC, first of all, I took time off. Because the HDFC wasn't in any particular, IDFC wasn't in any particular hurry. So I said, I want to take some time off. I told Nasser, he said, sure. And so I just literally took time off. And I think it's so important for people to take time off and just recharge themselves. And I didn't meet friends. I didn't meet business associates. And I would just hang out with the kids, drop them off to school, or then I think the school buses started. So then I would sort of be at home, and they came home. I'd go to Madras Cafe and have breakfast, and then obviously everyone got worried. Like, why is Louis not coming? Is he depressed? He's not going to come here. And I was just chilled out. My dad one day called up Fiona and said, "Does Louis really have this job at IDFC, or is he just saying this to make me feel comfortable?" So Fiona told me, please talk to your father. He doesn't believe that you have this job. So I called up Nasser and said, listen, my dad's now getting worried. So I need to get back to work. And so I came on board. And something very interesting happened here. The week or 2 weeks before I came on board, there was a meeting at the Ministry of Finance. And this, I can tell the story now because it's over 20 years old here. There was a meeting at the Ministry of Finance, and where the finance secretary called the CEOs of the various financial institutions and state-owned banks and they told that, this is a fund that's important. At that time, 1,000 crore fund was a large sum of money. Today, people won't even look at it yet. And so he said, each of you will put in 100 crore or whatever. And the Bank of India chairman apparently said, I will not invest. I don't think this makes sense for us. And again, I'm thinking this only second-hand information. I wasn't in the room at that time. And so he was asked by the finance secretary why, and he said, I don't think this makes sense to you. But if you write and tell me to invest, we will invest. So the secretary said, I'm not going to write and tell you. And he said, okay, then I won't invest. So suddenly one guy stood up. Now everyone else says, I also will not invest. So it turned out to be a disaster for meeting. No one told me this when I joined. So I come on board and I go meet the finance secretary with Nasser, and obviously we get thrown out of the room saying, you guys have to raise the money. So we got down to focusing. The bottom line is we raised the money. And it was a great lesson also in terms of how we went about it. But the other thing is that at that budget, there were three funds which were announced. This was the only fund that actually happened. And I think it's because we doggedly said we will make this work here. And we had a lot of running around to do. And I was like a little pinball in a pinball machine. There was the LIC office, the SBI office, and our office, and there was literally 5-minute walk for each of these. And I would like a little pinball bounce between the three of them. And by the time we got the investment through, I knew everyone from the chairman down to the peon, and we got it done. Yeah. But it's that hard work which is required. Today, people don't want to do that hard work. If we hadn't done it, we'd have been like the other two funds, just not taken off here.
I mean, the pinball machine analogy is great because it almost seems to be something that could describe your life as well, in the sense that for every major shift that happened in your life, there was a huge stroke of luck. Like, had you not met Jaidev Iyer in that moment in
Yes.
New York when he said come back,
Yep.
you may not have come back, and you wouldn't have met Fiona again, and everything would have been different. At the same time, shifting from Citibank to HSBC, had you not had lunch with that friend and she got to know that you weren't feeling great, she would not have recommended you. That shift wouldn't have happened. Similarly, the shift to HDFC. Similarly, had you not met Mohandas Pai when you did, had he actually been busy that day and not walked in,
Yep.
then all those recommendations wouldn't have happened. The whole shift to private equity would never have happened. Even later, you've kind of described, and we'll come to that phase also later, CCS happening, that you're having lunch with Ajay Shah and he says, I want you to meet this friend of mine, Path Shah. And then that journey happens, which takes you through CCS and ISPP. So everything is so much luck. And, another great phrase I discovered in the last couple of years is the surface area of serendipity, where the argument is that the more you increase your surface area of serendipity, the more likely you are to have good things happen to you. And I look at my life as a cautionary tale in this regard, because I've always been incredibly introverted and my surface area of serendipity has been low, though I do try to expand it. I go to conferences when invited and I do try to go out and meet people, but it's been really low. In your case, it seems that you have made a conscious effort, perhaps not with this particular thing in mind, but you always make an effort to go out and meet people, do new things. So your surface area of serendipity has always been high. So what do you think about that? What do you think about the role of luck in your life? What have you learned from it?
So I keep joking about the fact that my life is a lot like Forrest Gump, the movie, and that's so true that it's really that opportunity which I've just been lucky that I was at the right time at the right place, like Forrest Gump, and it's and willing to take those calls. You use the word agency. I'm going to keep using that more often now. Yeah, but it's that age. It's just the ability to do something which sounds different, because quite often in life we worry about what happens if things go wrong. And in my view, I look at it all, on the other side and say, how lovely if things go right here. What's the worst that can happen if it goes wrong? Your ego gets bashed up. You take a step back and you have to start again from scratch. That was the view I took when I came back from the US. I said, what happens if I don't succeed going back to India? Well, I'll come back. I'll figure out some other reason to come back to the US, start again, and lose 2 years of my life. Or when I left Citibank to join HSBC, what happens if it's a disaster, a stupid idea? Well, then I'll come back to Citibank, I'll beg for it, and I'll, maybe lose a couple of years of seniority. But on the other hand, I got those 2 years of management experience and running a team, including screwing up. And it made me a better person. So that positioned me to get into HDFC Bank. And so similarly, when I left HDFC Bank, that was the first time that I was walking away from something which could not be reversed, which was money, unvested ESOPs. And that was a lot of money that I left on the table over there. And Fiona was the one who actually encouraged me to do this thing. Do we need the money? Is it going to change our lifestyle? You're bored? You don't know what you want to do, something different? Just do it. So, so it's that ability to have a partner who is not saying, listen, I got to be worried about the next house I want to buy, whatever. We've got enough here. And so it's important so much also to know how much is enough. I have clearly a lot less than most of my friends had in 2010 when I quit working. And today, when you look at it in 2026, the way the markets have moved and the way opportunities have thrown, I am poor compared to a lot of my friends. But I think I'm actually pretty rich. I've got enough to be comfortable. And that's what there's this. You love this story if you haven't heard it. Vonnegut. And who's the guy who wrote Catch 22?
Eric, hello.
Eric Heller. So they were both in a conversation at some. Did you ever hear the story?
I don't know the story.
Sorry.
I don't know
Good,
the story.
good. Well, then I'm going to tell you something which hopefully is new for you. So Heller and Vonnegut were at some hedge fund manager's house in outside New York, and Heller told Vonnegut, what do you think about the fact that our host possibly made more money yesterday than you made in your entire life? And Vonnegut says, I have something that he doesn't have. And Heller asked, what is it? And Vonnegut said, the knowledge that I have enough.
Wow.
And that's it. That knowledge of that you have enough is so liberating.
And that alone is wealth.
Yes.
Wow.
So when I quit, there were people who said, do we have enough? And I said, this is how much I have. And they have a lot more than I have, and they feel they don't have enough. And my view again is that if things don't work out, I can always know that I have the confidence that I will get something to pay my bills. I can get a job over there to do it. And that is so important. So therefore, the ability to take risk is so much higher because the downside actually is very small.
I want to elaborate on that a bit because, I teach this course called Life Lessons. Earlier, I used to do it with Ajay Shah. Now I do it with Mohit Satyanand. And one of our 16 webinars is on frameworks with which you can look at the world. And out of the 23 slides, one of them asks you to take more risks. So while prepping for that, this thought came to me that risk aversion is hardwired within us. Now, why is it hardwired? It was hardwired in prehistoric times because the downside of a risk was massive. The upside was limited.
Yeah.
The downside is death.
Yeah.
You eat the poisoned apple, you can die. Whereas there's the upside is very, very little. You go into the beautiful forest, a tiger could get you. Yes. Downside is always death. The upside is very limited. Today, in modern times, it is exactly the opposite. Like you said, especially for people like you and me, but really for anyone listening to this show, you have such enormous privilege and enormous good fortune in the times that we live in that you possibly won't have to worry about putting food on your plate ever or how you're going to pay the rent. Yep. And like you've pointed out, if you're living till 80, the worst that can happen is you lose 3 years of that, and that's absolutely the worst. But the upside is enormous. It is massive. So we need to fight our hard wiring and remind us always to take risks because I couldn't agree with that more strongly.
And again, and especially when you're also going to live on average till 75, 80, what is 3 years?
And honestly, it's more than that because that is what our generation assumed we would live till. Yeah. But if you look at the medical advances and so on, I think someone who is 20 today can realistically look at a health span of 100 and a lifespan of longer than that. Yeah. So it's quite mind-blowing.
So people, they worry too much about decisions which, when you look back, and I've been lucky. Where luck comes into play is that a lot of these decisions that I've taken in life, the downside really hasn't happened. Maybe your luck is going to run off one of these days. I keep talking about it. But, if you really believe in yourself and you're willing to work hard, and a lot of people tell me, you talk about luck all the time. How can you create this luck? And you talked about the surface area of serendipity. So you got to create that. So I Googled. So in life, when I need to learn something, I have two options. One is I ask, like I did for the force model, or two, I Google. And so I Googled, how do you create luck or something like that? And I came across this guy called Richard Wiseman. Don't know who he is, but he's a very wise man because he came up with 4 things to do to create luck. And the first thing he said, don't follow a routine every day. So if you take the same route to work, you'd hang out with the same people, you're not going to. So I think he calls it increase the opportunity for chance things to happen. Anyway, so he lists down a few things, and that's really, in a way, what you talk about, the surface area of serendipity. You create the opportunities for new experiences because if you do the same thing every day, you hang out with the same people, You watch the same cricket matches, etc. You're not going to come across something new. I read this book, for example. I'm part of a book bank called Sonia's Book Bank. A friend of mine introduced it, his sister runs it. And I read a book called Firebird by this Tamilian author. And I learned about life in rural Tamil Nadu. Now, how is it going to change my life? No, but I can talk about it on my podcast with you. It's just that, you're expanding your worldview. And that's so important. But it's interesting. I read somewhere that luck is a combination of preparedness and opportunity. You got to be prepared. You got to do the whole work. So this is what this is something which I keep forgetting about to talk about. But last year when I was at Booth, I was speaking at the classroom, and one of my classmates, Bruce, was also in the room. And I talked about luck, and he said, "Louis, there's more to it than luck, because you've also got your toolbox with you, the tools that you've learned." So I thought about it, and I came up with this simple model in life called LBW plus. You've seen that, okay?
No, but please elaborate. I love the plus part of it, though we've already mentioned it.
Yes.
But tell me about.
So LBW is an acronym which stands for. It's not a cricket phrase. It didn't come from the cricket. It actually came from the fact that the three of us who shared an apartment together way back in 1988 in Chicago with Lewis, Bruce, and Wim. So LBW. But the L stands for luck. I mean, if I look back at the way my life is, we've talked enough about luck, etc. B stands for that box of tools which we carry with us, and that's all the experiences that we've picked up along the way. It's the what you've learned at school, the work experience, and the scars. Everything that's your B. W is hard work. I'm never the smartest guy in the room, and I'm not saying that out of humility. I genuinely believe that. So there are much smarter guys than me, so I've had to work harder to get to where I am today. So there's no shortcut for working hard. And the plus is really having that life partner. So because I've met enough people who struggle because they've not picked the right partner. But Fiona and I have talked about it now. We're at the stage where our kids are picking their life partners and deciding to settle down. And just this morning, Fiona and I had gone on a walk because we're doing a trek next week. And we were talking about, our experience and about life. And we were lucky. We lucked out in this thing because it was for us also crazy. If we were dated long distance for 3 years, and we really hadn't spent time physically with each other for more than 15 days at a time, etc. So really, we had no idea whether if we had to stay together for more than 15 days, we'd kill each other or not. And it worked out. It worked out for us. And but so it's so important to have that plus in your life.
I want to actually go back to the plus because much as we discussed it in detail, there's one aspect I wanted to double click on which I didn't, which is that 3-year period where you were writing letters to each other, handwriting letters to each other every Monday. And, that's something we've lost in the sense that this generation does not know what it is to handwrite letters, right? Because the act of sitting down and handwriting a letter to someone and taking the trouble to go out and post it not only indicates that A, I care about you, whoever it is, even if it's not a romantic interest, if you're writing a letter to someone, that there is that sense that I take you seriously, but also the very act of sitting and writing down in longhand forces your mind to be still, to concentrate on what you're saying, improves your thinking because writing always improves thinking.
Yes.
And I worry that people don't do that anymore. That okay, we have email, but most emails are terse and transactional and okay, see you tomorrow kind of thing. Whereas, the form of the long letter is something that is lost to us, and therefore I wonder if a form of relationship, friendship, communication is also lost to us. So what do you feel about this? Because in your life, you are also, in a sense, like me, though we are more than a decade apart, but in a sense, we are part of the same bridge generation that we move from analog to digital.
Yep.
Both of those happen to us. And with me, I lament a lot that state of mind where I could easily sit in one place for 2 hours when I was 22 is very difficult for me now because I'll just pick up Instagram and start looking at reels and etc. etc. So how is it for you? Do you still, write in longhand? And when was the last time you wrote a long letter to someone?
Good question. So I decided many years ago that I will write long letters to my kids.
Wow.
I wrote it once, and I don't think I did it again.
I was going to
So-
ask you if they saved them.
So no, I'm going to take a note of whether I need to keep writing to them. In fact, I decided that I will write a book for each of them as lessons for them. I haven't got down to do it too, so I'm going to make a note to myself to write to kids. But no, I don't write law. But I actually liked writing on paper with a fountain pen. I just find that to be a great way to stay connected and also put my thoughts together. So even now, sometimes when I need to think about it, I would not go onto my computer screen. I would go and write it down over here. But and I did that a lot during COVID because I was working from home. And then I realized that after COVID, that if I had to go meet somebody, I was sitting at home, I can immediately refer to what we talked about earlier. But now I suddenly read the book is at home, so I needed a digital way to do it, which is not that great. So I use OneNote on my iPad and my mobile phone, and so on my computer also, so I can get it anywhere and it's saved on the cloud. But it does take away from the writing. So I still like to write. I try to do that, but I don't write as much as I can. Then I thought maybe on my iPad I tried to do it, and as you know, as your wife was telling me also, you saying that maybe there's some technology which could help. I tried doing it where I would write, and then it'll be handwriting recognition, and my handwriting is so bad that the technology can't pick up my handwriting very well. But I mean, but that's it. I agree with you. There's something about writing now, but I want to flip it around and talk about something which my son actually was responsible for. I like to give people books. I give books. And so one day he gave me a book for Christmas, and the book was called
The book.
The Book. And it was an interesting one. And this lady she's from MIT, and she talks about the fact that today people read less. And she argues and says, no, they don't read less, they just read differently. And she talked about how books were always based on the technology prevalent at that time. So at one time, people wrote on caves, then they sort of wrote on other stuff, then they wrote on parchment, which came about. And then she talks about how when paper was invented, the emperor of China had to pass an edict which forced people to write on paper because they were not willing to move to that technology. And then the book came about, and with the codex and this particular standard style of the book, whether the front cover, back cover, the spine, which is called the codex, and there were pages in between. So that became the sort of standard. And now, because of technology and in a digital world, the book is different. So I know that there's a lot of criticism that actually it's not the same, but let's pause that for now. She also talks about how people were always resistant to change. She talks about Aristotle and how Aristotle never wrote anything because he believed that books were bad.
I think you mean Socrates.
Sorry, I said correct. Socrates. Thank you for the correction. Yeah, Socrates. And he believed that books were bad, so his disciple Plato the student Plato wrote, but Socrates didn't. And Socrates believed that if you started writing, you would lose that human touch and people would not be connected. But that made it very difficult to pass on information. And we've seen how books have been transformational in that way. So I think that we're in the midst of a change in the way people communicate and read. Like take handwriting. It's a skill that we all grew up with, and we got our knuckles whacked if we wrote badly. I still write badly. And my assistant, she keeps asking me, will you please translate what you've written? I can't put it onto the system. But you could ask, is that really a skill that is needed for the next century, handwriting? Today, kids in the US, for example, don't learn cursive writing. I'm just shocked to see how badly their handwriting is. But then again, do they really need it? It's like hunting. At one stage, you needed to know how to hunt. You needed how to chop wood to survive. But you don't need those skills anymore. So I don't know when going a century down 50 years later, whether you need to know how to handwrite. I don't know. I don't know whether you need to know that or not, because you just type out something and maybe you'll get extra strong thumbs. We will change our body shapes to be able to do that. I don't know.
I'll give you a fascinating nugget. My friend who edits a show, Gaurav Chintamani, his son learned to read during COVID through Spotify lyrics. He
Wow.
would he
Yes.
he would listen to songs and the lyrics would play, and that's how he learned to read.
It's interesting that you mentioned this. So one of the organizations I'm involved is called, this is embarrassing now. It's called A Billion Readers, I think, 1 billion readers.
Yeah.
And it's basically how to get movies and entertainment to have same language text.
Hmm.
So when you say that your friend's son learned to read by just sort of seeing the words on Spotify, this is exactly what they're trying to say. Same language text. Now I used to remember it used to be there for the news in the US, and I wonder why is part of the screen being taken up by text? I mean, guys, you can see that, but I suddenly realize that when you have the volume off in an airport, for example, you can still follow what's happening because the text is over there. So that's what they're trying to push through. To help people learn to read, you have same language text.
No, and not just that, Netflix allows you to play videos at
Yes.
faster speeds or lower speeds,
Yeah.
right? Like you said you listen to my podcast at 1.5. I mean, I listen to it at 2. Some podcasts I can go up to 3.
Wow.
But it's person to person. And a friend of mine, Krishi Shok, had once mentioned on this episode that he has a visually impaired friend of his who can listen at 6x.
Wow.
Because he can't read at all, and therefore the brain adjusts and the facilities go into just listening faster, and 6x would be much to both of us, I'm quite sure, but he can. So the reason for why Netflix does this thing is, the cinema purists would say that no, my film is meant to be watched at 1x, but the reason is that double speeds helps a person with a particular kind of impairment, and half speed helps a person with another kind of impairment.
Yep.
The blind in one case and the deaf in the other. And I think that is, so remarkable if you just, think about the why of it.
So, you talked about blindness and deafness. So this weekend we were down in Sholapur, Shetwal, and there was this Koro fellow who had realized that his kid had a hearing problem. And the kid's now grown up and working in a company and doing well. But he was a school teacher, and he still is a school teacher, but he realized that we need to have some way for parents to discover early in life that the kid has a hearing problem. And so he came up with a simple thing, which is a tali.
Mm.
A simple tali. And the kid is out over there and he's not looking, and he bangs the tali. If the kid doesn't turn or react to it, shows that they have a hearing problem. Just a simple test like that. Obviously, then you can go and check the levels, etc., later on. But that straight away tells a parent, because the earlier you fix the hearing problem, because later on, if you get a cochlear implant or something later on, your mind is, or the absorption ability of your mind gets slowed down. So your learning at a later stage becomes more difficult. And I just look at this guy who is a simple school teacher. Shetfal can come up with something which is so phenomenal. And we got talking about the fact that you and I are sitting around over here, we have glasses. Maybe 100 years ago, 200 years ago, we'd be blind. And I was talking to someone else, Atul Satija at Nudge, and he was saying that there's something called some dystopia. I forget what the technical word is, biodystopia or something, where he said 300 million people in India have a problem because they can't read or things that are close to them, and out of the 300 million, only 90 million have glasses. So 210 million people can't read properly, and they're straining because they don't wear glasses. So if they're doing needlework or they're working in something, they need to periodically take breaks because they're getting a headache. It's actually not a headache. It's just that they need to wear glasses. It's a simple fix. But today you and I wear glasses. It's normal. It's not considered to be a disability. You see someone with a hearing aid, that's considered to be a disability. So how do you normalize some of these things? And today technology has improved so much for eyesight. It's not improved the same way for hearing. And people aren't dumb. It's just that they can't hear. How do they speak?
This is such a beautiful, powerful point, and it takes me back to that thought experiment my friend had brought up of were people 2,000 years ago happier than today, and I'm like,
Yeah.
they didn't have spectacles,
Yeah.
they didn't have forget air conditioning, they didn't have antibiotics. A common cold could kill them, and just so many other things, and in that sense, we are just so incredibly fortunate. Speaking,
Yep. And you look at who's that book who wrote? The guy who wrote Factfulness.
Hans
Yeah,
Rosling,
yeah. I
yeah.
mean, we just sometimes just forget how fortunate we are to be living today.
Madly fortunate.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I mean, there's one of the things he talks about is the fact that it's changed a lot in the last few years. There's no wars. Now there are too many wars today.
Yeah, right now, but still compared. I mean,
Yeah, relative, yeah.
Steven Pinker has that
Yeah.
great book, The Better Angels of Our Nature. I
Yeah.
had an episode with him as well.
Mhm.
Speaking of extremely fortunate, I want to now talk about parenthood and how that changed you. Like, you mentioned that when you took that time off in between Chris Capital and
Mhm.
IDFC, you spent you enjoyed spending the time with Mehika and Kashif, and you've referred to them again and again in your writings and your interviews. Tell me about how parenthood changed you, because I imagine a person like you would instantly get into the rabbit hole of how to be a good parent and get intentional about it and so on and so forth. So what were the lessons you learned, and how did it change you as a person? Because just as having the right partner had a great impact on you, I would imagine that just having two kids, whether they're these kids or not, would completely change a person.
Okay, so kids. I love kids. I did not want to have kids.
Why?
Uh, for the same reason, a lot of people have. There are too many kids in the world, the responsibility, da 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 da. So I didn't want to have kids. So Fiona and I, before we got married, we said we're not going to have kids. And I quickly learned earlier in our marriage that I can say whatever I want, but what gets done is what she wants here. So about okay, I'll tell you another story related to this. I had, so I went to meet an old grand aunt of mine. She was 90 plus years old. She was in Goa and she was lying on a bed. She was really old and bedridden. And she tells me, Lois, you don't have children. So I said, yes, I've been very busy, no time. And she pulls me close to her and she tells me, it only takes 5 minutes. When I told Mr. Fiona, her reaction was, wow, it takes that long. So let's get back to it. Let's get back to kids. So I don't want to have kids because I felt there are enough kids in the world. If you really want to have kids, we can adopt. All the stuff which happened. So Fiona was on board with the plan. And then somewhere along the way, after we get married, she says, I'd like to see what I can produce. So she says, we need to have one kid here. So I want to. So you realize that's what Fiona wants is what Fiona gets here. So we have a kid. We have a daughter. And our kids many years later heard the story about me not wanting to have kids. Why didn't you want to have kids? I said, just look at yourself. but Sumika was born and my life obviously changed and I love kids, as I told you. So a lot of it, I would take her to the office, etc., etc. So a year later, or maybe a few months later, it's not fair to have one kid. The kid will be spoiled, etc. So, you need companionship. Da, da, da. So what Fiona wants, Fiona gets. So we have a second kid. And so now we have two kids now.
If she's had the patience to listen to this so far, you're sleeping on the sofa tonight.
No, she knows. She's heard me complain about this many times. I said, our kids have also, we were not wanted. Yes, of course you were not wanted. Yeah. But, you happened. Yeah. So again, now two kids have happened. So what do? A month after our son is born, I have a vasectomy. And remember the doctor telling me, but your son just born. What happens if something happens to him? You want to have another kid? I said, no, we'll adopt now. Yeah. No more kids. But the fact is that, I love kids. And so obviously our whole life changed and we now have kids. And my point is that, one has to live with the reality. I have two kids, and when I was given a bit of advice years ago by one of my mentors, he I was upset about something at work. This was in 2002, and he gives me a picture of Lord Ganesh. He tells me, Louis, I know you're Catholic and you're not a Hindu, but keep this on your desk. And whenever you're upset, remember what I'm going to tell you. And he told me, focus on the important things in life, which is the most valuable advice I've given.
This is M. Chandrasekhar.
Yes, Shekhar from Bangalore. And he and the challenge which everyone has is figuring out what is important. For me, way back in 2002, when I was 40 years old, what was important were my two kids and my wife. And I keep telling this to Fiona, it's in that order also. Because frankly, if you look at it, the only thing that you've created which no one else can create are your kids. Everything else could theoretically be, a company can be set up by somebody else, a school can be set up by somebody else, but those kids. So, and you've done that consciously. So you really so you have a responsibility to your kids to make sure that they get a good start in life here. So that's all. I mean, to me, it's that. And our holidays would be around. I remember we were going for a friend's wedding in Brazil, and we've always gone on holidays together. And Fiona, and so I was making plans that we were the four of us will go to Brazil. And Fiona says, "Why don't we leave the kids with your parents here?" And I wasn't happy about it, but again, what Fiona wants, Fiona gets here. So, and we did that, and that's the first time we actually wrote a will also. Because we were going out on a trip, and so we wrote it quickly. The night before, we sort of downloaded something from the net. At least there's something which we've signed. And but actually, it's an interesting point about wills. I know I'm jumping around, but it's related to kids. You know, quite often in life, we think that a will is to be written to figure out your financial assets. But when you have young kids, what happens if something, if you were to die and your partner was to die, who do you want to look after them?
Oh, that's what the will also
That
has to
also,
say.
so I mean, it's your will. I mean, it's what you will. So the question is, so we had to quickly decide overnight who do. Because one of my friends actually had told me this. He said, "Louis, in your will, have you written about who you want your kids to go to in case both of you, if you and Fiona die?" And and you suddenly realize that, oops, who do you want to know? Which of your siblings do you want them to go to? Which of siblings will take them? And and that's something which a lot of people fail to do because you got two kids and they need to be looked after by somebody. So anyway, so all that went through, and but that's something important for people to realize also. Wills is not only about the money; it's also about who do you want your kids to be looked after in case something happens to you. Yeah? To both of you. So yeah, so to me, the kids have actually defined a lot of what I do because everything I did was very focused on the important things in life, and it was the two kids and Fiona. So whether it's something, if something happened at work which bothered me, and I would say like, does it impact them? If it doesn't impact them, why is it bothering me? It's not important here. So that's if an investment is going bad, is it going to impact them? No, I'll get less carry. So what? So that's a big filter over here. And for a lot of people, it could be different things. Again, for someone, it could be a career, someone, it could be making money, whatever it is. But if you use that as your filter, then you sort of, all your decisions in life get done. So in my case, it was the kids. So when I quit also in 2010, it was one of the key reasons was to spend time with them. They were 13 and 15. And also, which you realize with kids is that they're going to be, you have to be free when they are free. It's not that they're going to be free when you want them to be free. So at that time, the most valuable commodity I had was time. And so I didn't do much with other people because I wanted to be free when they were there. Obviously, as they pushed out to college, etc., then they had their own lives. But even when they come back on holiday, the reason I nagged them to let me know what their schedule is so that I can block my time for them. And make sure that, I'm free when they'd like me to be free. But yeah, so and I've learned so much from them also. Things like our daughter keeps telling me, things don't necessarily have to be the way you expect it to. There are other ways to get things done. And kids also, we're lucky with our kids. Yeah, they seem to have turned out okay. And to us, the aha moment was when some years ago. This must have been, I think it was pre-COVID. Pre-COVID, I think. Maybe post-COVID, I can't remember. A friend of mine, Amit Chandra, who is in private equity and also is a
Bain Capital.
Bain Capital, etc. So he sent me a message. Louis, we're setting up an organization called Living My Promise, where promisers would promise to give away at least 50% of what they have in their lifetime or in their wills to charity. Would you and Fiona be interested? So we were in the US at that time on holiday, and the kids were studying over there. So I said, I replied back saying, Fiona and I have anyway talked about doing it, but if we were to formalize it, we need to talk to the kids first. So I'll get back to you in a few days' time. And so a few days later, we were meeting up with the kids, and we said, this is what we're thinking of doing. What do you guys want to do? And both of them are in the nonprofit space or studying to get into that and preparing to go into the nonprofit space. So they're not going to be bankers and have a lot of money, etc. So both of them, without blinking an eyelid, said, it's your money. You do what you want with it. So that's when we realized that, we've done a good job with them. Yeah. Because today I see so many kids who scream about their entitlement for it. So things like that I've learned. And we've been asked, what is it that you do with your kids that, they seem to have their heads on their shoulders? And it's quite often that Fiona actually has articulated. It's kids whose kids see what you do. You may talk about doing this and that, but if you don't walk the talk, then they're going to sing. So, for example, one of my problems is that I get distracted a lot by the phone. And Fiona says, if you telling the kids not to be on the phone, if you're on the phone, it's the same. So I get called up by my daughter quite often, like, you're on the phone, or I'll talk to you once you get off the phone. So things like that. So it forces us to also be better people, especially if they can be open about you and hold the mirror up to you. Yeah? But, the reason why they got into the spaces they're in, it's not because we told them to or we asked them. The colleges they went to, they picked up on their own. But it's just the conversations at dinner, the long road trips we do, etc. The hanging out. It's what impacts them. Yeah.
One of the great tragedies I've noted of people of our generation is that when it comes to relations with their parents, it is often deeply dysfunctional. And one of the reasons for that is that we keep seeing our parents as parents in that job description of a father, job description of a mother. And often we may never see them as real human beings and make that human connection or even become friends with them. And I would imagine that things are now different, that many parents like you, can be friends with their kids and, can intentionally, consciously try to make that happen. So are you friends with them? How has that been?
Good question. So I think one is that, again, if you have an ego, or if you take yourself too seriously, you possibly can't be too much. I don't take myself seriously, so I'm just friends with them. So in fact, it's interesting. Sometimes our son, when he wants to get attention, will call me Louis. Mm-hmm. And obviously he's crying, what do you call your dad? Call him my name. This way he listens to me. So one is, don't take yourself too seriously. But Fiona has this very interesting talk with them. When the kids were smaller, she would tell them consistently, especially when disciplining them, I'm your mother first and then your friend.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're young, I think it's important. And the kids obviously, and at home, frankly, she was the tougher one. I was the nicer guy, and she was the one stuck at home with them. So, and later on in life, our daughter especially told Fiona, thank you for being tough with us. And we've had arguments about various things, like only having a cell phone, going out for parties, etc. And she said, because I look at a lot of my friends today, and they are so messed up because their parents weren't tough with them. And of course, 5 minutes later, she'll begin grumbling, fighting with us about why we are not agreeing on something else. But the point is that it's important that you're a friend, but you also are a parent. And if there's anyone who can discipline your kid, it's really you. And today, this is an interesting point about parenting, which was put into perspective by a friend of mine, Susan Meyer, who used to be the former dean at Chicago Harris. She asked Parth and I a question in our first meeting online we had with her. She said, what percentage of a kid's time is spent in school till they're 17 years old? So I'm a smart guy. I had 8 hours in school. 8 divided by 24, 33%. 33%. She said it's 15%, 1 5. Because we forget holidays, weekends, plus first 2 years they're not in school, etc. So when you actually do the math, it's only 15%. Assuming that they sleep for 7 hours a day, take 8 hours a day, that's 33%. So that's 33 plus 15, 48% of the time they're in school or asleep. 50% of the time they're under the watch of the parent. Why is education only the responsibility of the teacher? The teacher gets it only for 15% of the time. The responsibility as a parent is huge, and we've just, boom, said it's the teacher's responsibility and not the parents. So her work has really been about how a parent should help in the role of the teacher, of educating the kid in simple ways like reading a story to them at night is education. I would have this lovely time. Because of my work, I had two roles with the kids. Morning, get them ready for school. And then somewhere along the way, a friend of mine gave me a juicer, which was actually traumatic for the kids because then I became a connoisseur of juices. I'm using the word connoisseur in a very loose way because what I would do is I would mix juices and give them.
On a juicer.
and our son rebelled very early in life. Our daughter, being so sweet, amused me for a few more years.
But we'll mention it in therapy again and again.
Yes, well, that's true. That's true. And so that was, and then obviously getting them ready to schools, which obviously meant a lot of yelling, etc., in the mornings. And the second thing was at night telling them a story, and that actually was to be something which was so precious to me. We had this imaginary time machine on our terrace, and I would lie down with them, and I would tell them, "So, do you want to go into the past or in the future?" And we would discuss history through our time machine where they would go back or when they would become older and stuff like that. Again, our son at some stage grew out of, I think he stuck on with the time machine and Mihika got out of that. But these time machine stories were something which was precious. And that's something which, I really enjoyed with them. The other thing we had with them was that when they turned 13, I learned this again from one of my classmates at Chicago. So in her case, I think when they turned 11, they could go on a holiday with one of the parents to a place that they want to go. They have to plan it all and then we will make the booking. So we told them this. I learned this when they were like 12, 11 already. So when you're 13, you can do this. So it's just like a coming of ritual. You're becoming a teenager. You can go on a holiday wherever you want to go. So Mihika, when she turned 13, she was learning about the Renaissance in Italy. So she wanted to go to a various amount of places in Italy. So Fiona and she planned it and they backpacked all across and they were out for 3 weeks or something and they had a ball. That's why they recreated that trip recently this year when they were both 30 and 60 and they went to Antarctica. The boys are not not allowed to come. So when our son was turning 13, so I told him, okay, now where do you want to go? And the World Cup was happening in South Africa. And so he said, let's go watch the World Cup. But sure. So we decided to go watch a couple of games. Again, we lucked out over there because we bought the tickets way before the tie was, the games, that the schedule was announced. So we just knew which date in which city we'd be. We just lucked out because we saw Argentina, Brazil, Ghana, and I think South Korea play. So we saw some great games here. So just lucked out. But so I told him then, why don't we look at doing something also besides going to South Africa? Let's do something that we can then train together for the next 9 months. They were 9 months away. So he said, like what? I said, why don't we climb Kilimanjaro? So he said, sounds good. And I realized later that, it actually, so I was the one most stressed about it. Like, I never climbed a mountain here. So here was it with him. And that was a great thing. So we'd go on walks together in the mornings, at least 2-3 times a week. And we talk, we just chat about various things. He would tell me about what he learned, so learning in school or his problems, his challenges, etc. Sometimes he would just not want to talk to me at all because I pissed him off on something. And then we climbed up the mountain, yeah. And the fact that we got to the top was something that I thought I wouldn't be able to do, and he also did it, so that was good.
Climb every mountain. So So let's go back to the progression of your career, your life, what to call it. It feels weird calling it a career because it's like a pinball machine as we discussed earlier. So tell me about moving out of the corporate world, as it were, and CCS, ISPP. How did those happen? What were you thinking? In these days, take me through that phase.
So it's very simple, actually. It's 2010, and I was again bored because the team was doing fabulous stuff. I had a limited role. We raised our new fund 2 years ago. We had a lot of dry powder, and I said that if I was to try, and there were two things that are happening. One is when we started IDFCP in 2002, the biggest excitement to me was how do we improve the quality of infrastructure, and the fact that everyone told you can't make money investing in infrastructure, so that I had to do it, and we've proven that you can make money in infrastructure, and we've done some very interesting deals. We were pioneers in a lot of stuff, including the way you looked at private equity deals, which was unique globally, bringing a private equity approach to infrastructure. And because of the success of what we've done, and obviously Manmohan Singh talking about infrastructure and projects like the Golden Quadrilateral, the Delhi airport privatization, etc., everyone was now into infrastructure. And it had stopped being about building infrastructure, it had all become about making money. So much so that we did the privatization of the Delhi airport. We won that bid.
I think GMR was your first big investment.
Yes. We invested twice in them. And actually, after left, they invested the third time. And the next time the government did a privatization of the airport, it was based on the square foot of real estate. I mean, they're kind of stupid entities. And therefore, everyone was looking at doing deals. There's one deal which we rejected within 5 minutes. And then I find that all the global investors, but a significant amount had put money into it. It was a $400 million investment. We said no to that in 5 minutes. We felt that the sponsor was a crook. So,
and he was? What was?
Let's not go down that path.
Louis is smiling and shaking his head. So yeah.
So that was the first thing, that it had stopped being fun investing in infrastructure. It only had come about making the money. And I've always realized when the only reason to stay on was for the money, that's when I got to quit here. It's got to be something more than that. The second thing was that IDFC had become bureaucratic and it become larger. So everything, you want to put up a picture on the wall? No, there's who gave you approval to do that. If you want to do something else, who gave you approval to do that? So I said it stopped being fun. It has stopped being entrepreneurial in that respect. So I said, here am I. I'm 48 years old. I'm not enjoying my job. My kids are 13 and 15. So why don't I just spend time with them before they run off to college? Let me traumatize them. So that's what I did here. And I quit. And at that time, I said no to anything because people said, can you help here? I said no, because to me, what I wanted was to be free with the kids. And I had a great time here. And obviously, as the kids pushed off to college or took their gap years, then I had more free time. And then I got involved with stuff. But, at that time, I didn't know what I would do, like most times in my life. But this time, I knew what I would not do. I would not start something on my own. And I wouldn't do anything full time because that goes against the point of being with the kids. And that was a filter which worked for a long time. And unfortunately, when they moved out, then I started the other things, etc. But it's been great. It's been just this phenomenal journey. And it's just been fortunate that the stock market has also gone up in that period. So whatever investments I had also has done well. I've had a couple of gigs which are on the corporate side and an advisory role which paid some money, and I've been able to, despite giving away money, been able to be comfortable, and carry on having this lovely ride. It's just thrown up opportunities. And that's why, this thing of how much is enough and knowing that can be so liberating. And then this whole new journey of, how, giving away what we have. I've often talked about it. Says it gives so much joy to give it away than to make it. Because, and people have said, do you, how do you decide who to give it to? And to me, a lot of it is just the passion of the people behind it and identifying with the cause. It is either Fiona and I are passionate about it, and that's what we do. So I remember there's this, and I can share this because he himself talks about it. Dasra and a great bunch of guys. These two guys grew up in America and Canada, decided to chuck it up and come here. The parents moved over there, and these kids are back in India. So one day, so way back, before I was still working, meet up with Deval, and I said, okay, let's give them a small check to help them get started off. And I just was fascinated that these guys did it. And one of the guys working on our team left us private equity to join this nonprofit. And Deval asked me many years later, Louis, you were very supportive of Himanshu leaving you and joining us. Why? And I said, maybe I was just jealous of the guy that, he was a guy who could have made more money, and he had the balls to say, look, and I want to go and instead work on making this a better world. And I envy the fact that, he could take that call. And when I was his age, I never had those options or never had that uh, conversation that that's a possibility. So good for him. So anyway, so we gave them a small check, and then I met him a few months later, and I said, you've not even reported what you've done with that, etc. What you guys doing? You just took the money and you disappeared. So there was this great guy. So within a week, I had a report on what they've done, etc. And then I met him a few weeks later, and he said, "Did you like my report?" I said, "I haven't opened it." He said, "Why?" "You asked me to give it to you." I said, "I asked you to give it to me. I never said I would read it. I don't have time to read it. I don't care. I trust you here." But it's your responsibility when you take money from someone. It's like I in the private equity world. I need to tell my investors, what am I doing with your money? I have that responsibility. So that's what's important here. So that's something which is is important. So do we spend too much time monitoring the impact of what we've done? No, it's venture money out over there for them. If it works out, good. If it doesn't work out, so be it.
There's also a profound mindset shift that I'm assuming is necessary when you move from for profits to non-profits, which is that you're playing a different game entirely. When you're in a for-profit, even if you're driven by a higher purpose like we'll build infrastructure for India, there is still the fact that you get constant feedback from the market on how well you are doing, that you get a kind of immediate gratification or close to immediate gratification. Everything you do is measurable and attributable, and measurable and attributable are important qualities for the human psyche because you want to know you're making a difference and you want the credit for it. But in the contrary, when you do something like the work at CCS or any non-profit, right, a lot of the stuff you do is you're doing it for the long game, you're doing it in good faith, it will not be measurable, no one's going to give you credit for it, but you have to do it anyway because you're internally driven and convinced that this is the right thing to do, period. Was that shift easy for you to make? Like, even with ISPP, I would guess that it might appear on one hand to be measurable because you can see the number of placements that happens of the people who do the course. But on the other hand, the impact you really want is not in placing people in jobs. The impact is in changing India. And that is not measurable and that will never be attributed. So, did you change as a person, or how does one think about this? And am I right in the way I characterize this?
True. So two things. One is when ISPP came on later on. I initially moved from being someone who was running something to be on the board or being an advisor. That's a huge mindset change. Because you're going in for a meeting and you're telling them, maybe you should do this. And then your instant reaction, let me just roll up my sleeves and do it myself. And I had to tell myself, Louis, no, that's not your job. That's somebody else's job. Your job is to help them strategically or or whatever you have to do here. And that took me some time to basically say, like, step back. Now, when we started ISPP, again, it was initially I'm going to be on the board. I'm going to be chair the board. I'm going to fund it and not be involved in the execution. Obviously, I'll be involved in fundraising and because of my network, I'll help with placement. So that was it. And then and Shubhashish was a dean, and after 3 4 years, he himself said, Louis, I think the time has come when ISPP needs a full-time dean. And anyway, we finally I told Parth, you need to be full-time over here, because if you're going to make this work. And he said, then I need you to be also involved, because I can't do all of this stuff. So I was getting more hands-on in terms of the placements and fundraising. And then me being me, and makes us life more complicated for myself. Realize that there are a few things that we can do, and because with our scholars, it'll take time for them to be in positions of power. So how do we be relevant in India till then? So the first thing was, let's do a program, which actually Parth's idea was to do a program for mid-level executives. We thought we'll do it in Hindi so we can target a new market. We realized that there's not much of a market for Hindi, so we did it just in English for working professionals. And so this way, people who, like you or me, who've done a career working in a job, we've never studied public policy, here's the chance for us to learn a bit about it. So we started that program, and now we have more alumni actually in that than with our full-time program. It's a 4-month hybrid model. And then we also started exec programs for shorter periods, for 2 days, etc., together with an organization called PAFI, the Public Affairs Forum of India. And then a couple of incidents happened which started off us setting up centers. And today we have 4 centers: the Case Study and Research Center, the Center for Universal Health Assurance, the Indian Network for Economic Research, and the ISPP Center for Urban Transitions. I'll talk about let's see how it goes. So April 2019, we have in a CCS fundraising dinner at home. JP Narayan, who was our keynote speaker, and he made one comment which stuck in my head. Every year, 6 crore people go back into poverty because of healthcare costs. And I said, wow, that at that time was about 5% of the population. So every year, 5% of the population goes back into poverty because of healthcare costs. I mean, in 5 is 25%. That's absurd. Because whatever we've studied in economics about how you take people out of poverty, and here's something pushing them into poverty. I said, we have to do something about it. A little after that, COVID happened. So, so we obviously got busy with that. And then once the pandemic started easing, I went back to that. And I said, what can be done about this? And I talked to people, and people said, there's Ayushman Bharat, there's this chain, that chain. Is really not an issue anymore. And I pushed along, and I said, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is not an issue. April 24, which is 5 years to the date, I met up with a gentleman called Srinath Reddy, who was the founding president of the Public Health Foundation of India and a leading expert on public health. He started teaching at ISPP. So I told him, Srinath, would love to, this is what's been bothering me for the last 5 years. Can you just tell me, one, is this problem still real? And 2, is there a policy approach to this, solution to this? Because we're not a public health school, we're not a medical school. So is there something from a policy angle? He said, yes to both. So I said, are you willing to champion this? And he said, sure, I'll chair it, and we'll build up a team. So that's how we started the Center for Universal Health Assurance. The aim is really how do we have quality healthcare in India that is affordable, accessible, and available? Can we bring down that number from whatever it is to by 25%, by 50%? It's a huge number. So that's what we're trying to do over here. And it also reflected in my own personal experiences that in 22, until I was 60, I never spent a night in the hospital as a patient. I spent night as husband or as son or as friend, but never as a patient. I'm 60 and my system start collapsing. I end up with bypass surgery, and I found that out because I went for a health checkup. And then next year I had hernia. The third year again went for a health checkup, and I found that I had a tumor and it was malignant. And I again within 2 weeks I had surgery and it was done. And a lot of lessons from that I gained, but the main lesson was that annual health checkups, which helped identify it, because the earlier you find out the problem, the better. Now, a lot of friends of mine, including doctors, say these annual checkups are a waste of money, blah, blah, blah. I said, I know, maybe so, but in my case, it saved me and solved and settled a problem which otherwise could have been a problem later on in life. Yeah. So I saw the importance of preventive healthcare and finding out early. How can we do it for the larger sets? And Srinath, I'm not a healthcare person, so Srinath has identified certain things like focus on primary healthcare, affordable medication and diagnostics, use of technology, use of insurance, capacity building, community involvement, etc. So that's one example of how we're addressing. So we came up with the report and we're looking at how can we sort of, work on this problem to work it. Similarly, during COVID, I took part in an online program with this think tank, and on this panel, on this conversation was a guy called Balu, who is just going to be joining the Capacity Building Commission. He's a doctor from Karnataka who had a nonprofit called Gram. And so I reached out. I liked what he said, so I reached out and said, listen, I would love to stay in touch. And he moved to Delhi. I met up with him, and anyway, through a series of things, we started saying, what can we do at ISPP with the Capacity Building Commission? He said, we write some case studies. So we've written case studies for them. And it's actually interesting that when they came up with a list of, they commissioned a lot of different case studies, and they came up with a list of 5 case studies. 3 of them we wrote. The 4th was written by Harvard Business Review, and the 5th by IIM Bangalore. So we did good in that peer group. So we built out that business with one of our professors, Imran Amin, and we're doing research and we're seeing how else we can do that. Then I said, can we look at economics? What's the role that we can play in a lot of bringing together a whole lot of economists who are stranded or don't have that support system? How can we play a role for them? Can we improve the quality of dialogue in the economic sphere? So I was again introduced through my path and others to Ila Patnaik. So she's chairing that. And then the 4th is, we're seeing this huge move. We talked about earlier from the rural sector to cities. How do you make cities more livable, etc.? So OP Agarwal is building that out. So that's where we have immediate impact on policy. But you're right, these things take long. So I remember Nandan, who's been one of our big sponsors at ISPP to get us started off. He was chief guest at one of our convocations, and he talked about how policy is long dated. You sometimes can't attribute what you do to what, but you got to keep pushing away. And he talked about his own experiences, how conversations happen so much later, and that's it.
If there's one truly important lesson I have learned from you during this conversation, it is that what Fiona wants, Fiona gets. And I need to get you home by 7 o'clock. I'm aware of that. Don't want to get you into trouble. So, 2 final questions. My penultimate question is that I see a lot of young people today, especially in the startup world, who I find are brilliant people. I admire their intellect and I learn from them, but they are working on small problems. And that kind of exasperates me because I'm like, you are too brilliant. Why are you working on such a small problem, for God's sake? Now, many of the things you've spoken on in the course of this conversation, like healthcare, education, etc., are big problems. If you were 20 years old today, but knowing what you do now, what are the big problems that you would focus on solving?
Then or
now, today?
I mean, these are the things that we're talking about. One is healthcare, for example. Now, was it based on deep thought? No, the answer is just like everything else in my life. A random conversation. I mean, honestly, till JP mentioned it, I didn't even realize this was such a large problem. And then, of course, we all know how challenging hospitals, etc., can be, etc., and healthcare cost. But the fact that people are going back into poverty, and we've started this whole conversation about how do you take people out of poverty. I mean, it's just, it's a no-brainer here. So we got to focus on doing something about it, assuming that the number is real. It's been vetted and saying that it is a real problem. So therefore, what do we do about it? How do we get policies in place? Now, let's look at our alumni. One of our alums is a guy called Himanshu Burad. He graduated from our first class. I mean, our first class was just a recipe on how things can go bad here. We start the program in 2019. We're trying to teach a new field, public policy, in a school which doesn't have any recognition. And we said the market will identify and give us the validation. And 6 months later, COVID happens and everyone is shut down. So we walked into a storm. So the Ministry of Health reached out to us and said, can you send your students to help us in handle COVID? So we put it out to the students. Himanshu puts his hand up. His parents say, are you mad? I mean, there's COVID happening. Stay at home. Why are you going into an office over there? And he said, I want to do it. He's been there from 20 till it's been 6 years. He's still working at the Ministry of Health. Fantastic guy. He recently presented the whole AI strategy on health at that AI conference in Delhi to the health minister and to the prime minister.
Wow.
I mean, that's him. I mean, I'm so excited for that guy. And he's such an unassuming chap. He's an engineer and he's just, so look at that one guy. I mean, he's solving something which is so critical. Now, will it be 100% perfect? No. But he's doing something which other people aren't doing. And he's solving for a genuine problem. Another of our scholars from, I think, our second batch, she was interested in sports policy. And a lot of our professors told her, that's too niche an area, don't waste your time. I, not knowing anything, think, oh, it's a great problem, solve it. So I connected her to another lady that I got to meet during the COVID time, the lady called Aditi Mutadkar. She was a badminton champion in India. And she just wrote an article on LinkedIn about something about her career, which just struck a chord. I commented on it.
She beat Sania Mirza once as a kid.
Yes,
right?
yes. That's Saina,
Saina Nehwal, rather young.
in that movie. So yeah, so I just wrote back to her saying, I loved what you wrote. And she replied back and said, listen, can we talk? And then we got talking and she said, will you mentor me? And I said, yes. And we've learned I learned so much from her. So anyway, so young Diksha, I connected her to Aditi and both these two ladies recently wrote the first sports policy in a state, in Bihar, in India. First time we're writing a women's sports policy. So, I mean, that's fantastic, yeah, how they're doing. And then we've got another of alums. She decided, I want to go back to my home state, Jammu and Kashmir. And she's been working there with the Lieutenant Governor's office and setting up a policy for university, setting up something else. We've got two young guys who setting up another sort of business over here. So, I mean, it's just fascinating stuff that they're doing. And I feel excited. I mean, I obviously can't help them as much as I can because I only have 24 hours in a day. But I mean, to me, my biggest regret is that I can't help them more.
What is the one thing you would do, though, if you were 20 today?
What I would do if I was 20 today and having hindsight like this?
Yeah, exactly. Knowing what you know.
I mean, I've thought about that a lot and possibly I do the same journey.
No, I'm not saying what would you do back then. I'm saying you're 20 now.
Oh, 20 now. Okay, 20 now.
You're 20 now.
I'd go back to the thing which you said. Okay, one is there's a huge benefit of being financially secure because, you have, you can take calls which you can. So one is obviously it gives me a sense of understanding today that I had, but it doesn't mean that and people talk about the fact that, change, focusing on passion or taking calls is easy when you have money. But I was never, as you talked about earlier, never driven by the money part. I just happened to be lucky because of that. So I would presume that I would still do the same calls that I did when I was way back, taking up this poorly paid job in Citibank in India at $4,000 a year. And I would try to solve a serious problem in India today, whether it's in healthcare. Because you're right. I mean, to go out over there and figure out a fancy way to create pet food doesn't excite me. So like this, I'm involved with an organization called Ra Foundation where we are trying to reforest 5,000 acres a year. in Nashik district. And it really hurts me that we were just discussing about 3-4 days ago. There was an article saying that the Maharashtra government, because of its various social programs, is running out of money, so they're going to cut forests and sell teak. And on one side, in the same district, we are planting trees. It's just so stupid and infuriating here. So anyway, I think I just also solve one of these problems, which will be game changers.
Pet parents are going to be really pissed off because you dismiss the serious problem of pet food. I mean, that's come on, yeah.
I have sisters who don't have kids but have had dogs. So yeah, it is yeah.
So even you have skin in the game. So, so my final question for me and my listeners, recommend to us books, films, music, any kind of art, which you absolutely love and want to share with the world, especially something that might have shaped you.
I think it's just reading books here. Don't be worried about what book to read. Just read.
No, but people want a piece of your soul, Louis. So kuch to give some specifics.
Okay. If you want, okay, I'm going to give a plug for a couple of things then. Two things which I do, which I think have helped me a lot. One is podcasts, and secondly is books. So in terms of podcasts, they're already on Seen and Unseen, so therefore, but listen to it at a faster speed so you can watch more of them. You can hear more of them. But there's a few podcasts which I find at the University of Chicago. One is What Capital Isn't? Is that the one which Luigi Singalis does? He has this lovely podcast which basically Capital Isn't. It's a Capital Isn't. He does this, and he basically looks at a lot of challenges that we face today. And brings in a speaker to talk about it, and then he, together with his co-host, then analyze what the person has said, and it's like 35 minutes, 40 minutes. So that's one another podcast that I like. Plus, random stuff that people suggest, so that I listen to it. So I have a battery of podcasts to listen to, and I don't follow sport, so I don't watch sport. The only time I watch football games is when with our son, because he loves sport. But I don't watch cricket. I don't watch it. I don't.
You wrote a column about what one can learn from Manchester City, in which you pointed out that you're a Manchester United fan, and immediately my heart was full of sympathy for you. The last few years have been very tough, but maybe things are looking up now. I mean, we're recording this at the start of March, when Michael Carrick seems to be doing fairly well, but good luck to you.
My son said, actually, I'm a Man U fan only because of my son, and he shows character. At one time, he was told that, how can you be a Man U fan? You don't have character. You got to be a Liverpool fan, and then you have character. And now it's just the opposite. If you're a Man U fan, that shows that you've got character. You can stuck along.
I mean,
it's
tough. If you can withstand that, then what can life throw at you? So, yeah.
Yeah. But talk about football again, just jumping a bit. Years ago, when our son was in the third standard, we'd watch football games together. Not that I was really keen about it, but it was just father, son. He was very passionate. He wouldn't want me to discuss anything and ask any stupid questions because he thought my question was stupid and they are stupid. So he had an exam, a math exam. And Manchester Man U was playing in the European League, so the game was at 12:30 in the morning. And he wanted to watch this game. So obviously you can't. You got an exam the next day. So then I negotiated with Fiona and I said, listen, when he comes back, let him study and then let him go to sleep. I'll wake him up at 12:30. We'll watch the game and then he goes back to sleep. So that was the deal. 12:30, I wake him up. Those days we had cable TV. Cable is down.
And those days United actually played in Europe, which is not the case today. But yeah.
Good point. Good point, yes. So listen, why don't we just go to the Taj Lands and we'll watch the game over there. So we jump in over there, we go to Taj Lands and we watch the game over there. We maybe had a pizza or something, and next morning he does the exam, and my friends are telling this to my friend, and I said, what an irresponsible father you are. I said, in my entire working career, no one has ever asked me, what did you get in the third standard in math? You just put that in perspective. Till today, he remembers that game. He doesn't remember what he got in math. He just puts things in perspective.
Beautiful story. He'll remember it till the day he dies.
Yes.
Yeah, beautiful story.
So that's I talk about podcasts. In terms of books, I've read a fascinating set of books, and some of the books that have been interesting is I recently read a book called "Is a River Alive?" It's by a guy called Robert McFarlane, and I would not have even heard about this book. So I briefly mentioned it earlier. A friend of mine, Rahul Mehta, one day told me my sister's got this. I'm going to give you a gift subscription for 3 months for my sister. She runs this thing called Sonia Book Box, and she will interview you, and she will then send you a book a month for 3 months. I said, sure. Thank you for the gift. And so I have a call with her, and she understands what I do, etc. Sonia's a IIM Calcutta alum. She was a journalist also, and she loves books, and she set up the Juhu Book Club, blah blah blah. And I've never been part of a book club, but so this was intriguing, and so she met me, and then she sent me a book which I found interesting, and then now I'm suddenly reading books which I would never have read, like this book on Is a River Alive. I would never have read it because I would never have known about it. And it talks about three rivers in the world which are dying or being challenged. One is a river in Ecuador. The second was in Quebec, and our son is studying in Quebec. So it was very interesting and it's about how this river, which is fabulous, is now people are trying to generate hydel electricity from it, and therefore it's killing the river. And it gives you a different perspective on how the river is. And the third is the river in Chennai. There are three rivers. I only knew there were two. I thought there was only Adyar and Kum. There's a third river above, which apparently in development plans of Chennai, because they wanted to develop that area, they just deleted that river. that didn't appear in the maps. And they had this development plan which showed, therefore, since there was no water there, you can build out over there. And they destroyed that river. So this book was about how that river is dying, and et cetera, et cetera. So it just gives you a different perspective. I talked about this book called Firebird, which I learned about life in Tamil Nadu. Another book called Black Butterflies, which was about life in Sarajevo during the civil war that happened. And it was, again, a fascinating story about human beings. And just reading that book, you felt that you were over there. And I've never, and it's interesting to see how in a siege, a city shuts down. First, I think the food stops. I mean, there's the electricity stops, then the water stops, and the food stops, how they manage, etc. As I said, these books are stuff that I would not read. And then we just talked about General Brass Tacks, which is through another friend of mine, a mutual friend, Prabal. So it's these are 16 stormy days. My point is just read books that will just give you a different perspective here.
Beautiful. Please give me your postal address, because from what you just mentioned, I've been inspired to send you a book. I'll make sure it reaches you tomorrow. And because I don't want to mention it now, I want it to be a surprise for you. I will tell my listeners that this will be the last link in the show notes for this episode.
And I owe you, and I have your postal address because I'm going to send you a copy of Case for India.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much. And thanks for spending so much time with me. You spend the entire day with me. And for a person with your kind of calendar, I'm very grateful.
No, I feel honored to be over here. So when we met up in Bangalore, when you said, because I've been asked, why aren't you on Seen and Unseen? And I said, Amit's never invited me. So
God, I wish I'd known.
So I'm glad to be over here. And I'm in time for my wife for our Tuesday night date. But it's so good to meet you and Jasmine. Thank you.
It's so great. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will. Lewis's old columns are a delight to read. You can follow him on Twitter at @LewisMiranda_. That's one word, @LewisMiranda_, linked from the show notes. You can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in and every podcast app of your choice. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.